In the opening scene, the tragic demise of Emperor Chongzhen unfolds as I, having traversed through time, become the last prince, Zhu Cijiong, trapped in Beijing, awaiting my fate. Fortuitously, I am endowed with a system capable of swaying the hearts of men. My words can rival the might of 1,000,000 soldiers that a mere utterance to a fierce general transforms him into a slaughterer of foes. A conversation with a strategist turns him into a genius akin to Ming. A single word to a breathtaking beauty makes her vow, "I shall marry none but you," internally pacifying the rebels and externally repelling the Manchus, who dares claim that the Ming dynasty must fall. I shall defy destiny and declare to the world that as long as the sun and moon shine, the lands of the Ming shall endure. Chapter 1. The nation's grief unfolds. A thunderous roar pierced the air, akin to divine thunder crashing down from the heavens, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. Dust cascaded from the intricately adorned beams, and the gilded lanterns swayed precariously, casting a chaotic and bewildering light. Amidst this tumult, Zhu Cijiong's consciousness was forcibly awakened. A fierce headache surged like a tide, as if countless steel needles were stirring within his mind. He suddenly opened his eyes, only to be greeted not by the familiar ceiling of his apartment, but by a lavish expanse adorned with intricate yellow silk drapery, embroidered with a ferocious five-clawed golden dragon. The air was thick with the rich scent of sandalwood, mingled with a faint trace of blood and gunpowder, creating an acrid yet haunting atmosphere. Kill. The rebel king has entered the capital. The mandate of heaven is upon us. Open the palace gates to welcome the rebel king. Outside the palace walls, the cacophony of battle cries, the clash of weapons, and the anguished wails of the despairing formed a symphonic dirge of doom that penetrated the heavy palace walls, resonating clearly in his ears. Where am I? Is this a play? Zhu Cijiong instinctively attempted to rise, only to find his body weak and unresponsive. Looking down, he realized he was clad in a dark dragon-patterned robe made of the finest silk, smooth to the touch, yet chillingly cold against his skin. His hands had changed. These delicate, fair hands bore the tenderness of youth, distinctly different from those of a 25-year-old accustomed to typing on a keyboard. As uncertainty engulfed him, an overwhelming flood of foreign memories surged into his consciousness, like a dam breaking loose. Zhu Cijiong, the third son of Emperor Chongzhen, Zhu, the Duke. Mother, Consort Tian. On March 18th of the Jiaxin year, rebel Li Zicheng breached the outer city of Beijing. Father summoned my brothers and me, ordered us to change into common clothes, commanded us to escape. Crown Prince Zhu Cijiong, Prince Yong Zhu Cijiao. Fragments of memory sliced through his nerves like blades, the pain causing him to emit a muffled groan. He understood. Everything was clear now. He was neither dreaming nor acting. He had traversed time. Moreover, he had landed in one of the most lamentable epochs in Chinese history, the late Ming dynasty. To make matters worse, he was the third son of Emperor Chongzhen, Zhu Cijiong. The time was set in the year 1644, on the very day that Li Zicheng's forces would breach Beijing. The opening was marked by national ruin and familial destruction, a hellish ordeal. Zhu Cijiong's heart plummeted. He knew better than anyone what was to come. His father, Emperor Chongzhen Zhu, would soon hang himself on Coal Hill, leaving behind a lamentation echoing through the ages. I die, unable to face my ancestors in the underworld, that I shall cast aside my crown and cover my face with my hair. Let the thieves divide my corpse, but do not harm a single commoner. As for the princes, Crown Prince Zhu Cijiong, Prince Yong Zhu Cijiao, and himself, Zhu Cijiong, they would all meet tragic ends, either perishing amidst the chaos or being captured and executed by the Qing court. A dead end awaited him. The thieves have invaded the palace. Run, Your Highness. The Empress has taken her own life. Outside, the panicked screams of palace maids and eunuchs resonated, their footsteps a chaotic dance of madness before the arrival of death. Zhu Cijiong lay upon the cold ground, acutely aware of the countdown of his life, a profound sense of despair gripping his heart. An ordinary modern individual, utterly powerless, felt as insignificant as a speck of dust amidst the raging tides of change. What to do? Escape? Where could he flee? The entirety of Beijing had already fallen into Li Zicheng's grasp. Surrender? As a prince of the fallen dynasty, Li Zicheng might spare him temporarily for the sake of reputation, but he could never be allowed to remain a potential threat. Should chaos arise, he would be the first to be sacrificed. As for the Manchus who would soon enter the pass, that was a path to certain death. To be a prince of the Ming would only mark him as a rallying point for Han resistance. In any scenario, it was death. Zhu Cijiong's breathing quickened, the shadow of death materializing, tightening around his throat. Could it be that having just traversed time, he was destined to experience the typical fate of a fallen prince. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Host's strong desire for survival detected. The persuasive speech system has been successfully activated. System name, Persuasive Speech System. System ability. The words spoken by the host possess the power to sway hearts, with a high probability of persuading others to heed the host's will. Special note. This ability will be significantly enhanced when targeting the following 3 categories of individuals. 1. Fierce warriors. Upon hearing the host's words, their loyalty will greatly increase, and their combat effectiveness will receive a substantial boost, growing stronger in the face of adversity. 2. High-status beauties. Upon hearing the host's words, they will develop a profound affection for the host. The higher their status, the more potent the effect. 3. Highly intelligent strategists. Upon hearing the host's words, their loyalty will greatly increase, and their intellect will receive a remarkable enhancement, leading to bursts of inspiration. The cold mechanical voice, at this moment, felt like celestial music to Zhu Cijiong's ears, a golden opportunity. This was his golden opportunity, the sole glimmer of hope in this hellish beginning. Persuading hearts. Zhu Cijiong's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. The flickering flame of ambition reignited within him. Though this power offered no martial prowess, its auxiliary effects were nothing short of miraculous. Convincing warriors would empower them. Persuading strategists would enhance their wisdom. Swaying beauties would make them fall in love. This was truly a divine skill tailored for the pursuit of dominance. If he could identify suitable targets, he might carve out a path through this calamity. Zhu Cijiong forced himself to regain his composure, his mind racing with unprecedented urgency. What he needed most was a protector, a valiant warrior to aid him in escaping this peril. Yet within the palace, chaos reigned, with soldiers and fleeing eunuchs scattered everywhere. Where could he find a loyal and formidable warrior? Bang! At that moment, the palace door was kicked open from the outside. Zhu Cijiong's heart leaped into his throat as he instinctively glanced toward the entrance. The figure rushing in was not the savage soldier he had envisioned, but rather an elderly man, clad in a gray eunuch's robe, his hair disheveled, and his face smeared with ash and blood. One of his sleeves was torn, revealing a shallow cut along his arm. Clutching a dagger scavenged from the chaos, his eyes were filled with terror and determination. Your Highness, Duke of the Ding. Upon seeing Zhu Cijiong lying on the ground, the old eunuch's murky eyes sparked with the last flicker of hope as he scrambled toward him, his voice hoarse with urgency. Your Highness, please awaken. The rebels have invaded Rinshou Palace. The Emperor may already. You must flee with me, every moment counts. At that moment, the memories of the original owner flooded Zhu Cijiong's mind. This elderly eunuch, named Wang Xian, had cared for him since childhood, unwaveringly loyal. Gazing upon the face of Wang Xian, etched with despair and loyalty, Zhu Cijiong felt a sudden stirring within his heart. Though a martial general was momentarily elusive, a faithful soul stood before him. Despite being merely a eunuch, with martial prowess nearly non-existent, he represented Zhu Cijiong's sole opportunity to attempt a desperate endeavor. It was imperative to take the chance. Drawing a deep breath, Zhu Cijiong struggled to rise from the ground, forcing a semblance of composure and authority upon his youthful visage. Wang Banban, why the panic? His voice, though still tinged with the clarity of youth, carried an extraordinary calmness at that moment. Wang Xin, momentarily stunned by the prince's sharp rebuke, gazed at the 12-year-old royal, forgetting his tears. Zhu Cijiong locked eyes with him, his voice gradually unfurling, imbued with every ounce of his spirit. I know the nation teeters on the brink. The grand edifice has crumbled. My father is shrouded in dust, and the capital lies in ruin. We are but lambs awaiting slaughter. Death is merely a question of time. His opening words, steeped in sorrow and stark reality, struck deep into the softest, most despairing recesses of Wang Xian's heart. The old eunuch's eyes reddened, tears cascading uncontrollably. Your Highness, disregarding Wang Xian's sorrow, Zhu Cijiong's tone shifted abruptly, rising with an undeniable resonance of strength. However, I am a prince of the great Ming, bearing the bloodline of Emperor Taizu. I may perish, but I refuse to die like a swine or a dog beneath a chaotic blade. My blood must flow to restore the great Ming. My life must endure for the Han people of this realm. Wang Xian, he called out fiercely, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Look at me. Wang Xian instinctively lifted his gaze, meeting those remarkably bright eyes, and felt a tremor within his soul. In that moment, Zhu Cijiong sensed a mysterious force surging through his words, as though an invisible bridge had formed between him and Wang Xian. The ability of verbal persuasion has been activated. A prompt flashed through Zhu Cijiong's mind. Energized, his voice brimmed with passion and might, each word resonating like a hammer, striking at the depths of Wang Xian's spirit. The death of a single individual is insignificant. Yet, to die for a noble cause is eternal. Today's predicament may seem hopeless, yet hidden within lies the potential for revival. Li Ziqing is ruthless. Upon entering the capital, he will undoubtedly degenerate and lose the people's favor. The Qing dynasty lurks in the north. The fate of the realm remains undecided. Who will prevail is yet unknown. As long as I draw breath, there is hope for the great Ming. If I can escape this city of Beijing, I can rally loyalists from across the land, restore the nation, and reshape the cosmos. And you, Wang Xian, Zhu Cijiong extended a finger, pointing directly at the old eunuch's brow. Your life, from this moment forth, is no longer your own. It belongs to me. It belongs to the great Ming. I need you. The great Ming needs you. What you must do is not flee like a lost dog, but transform into a sharp blade, to carve a path for me, for the great Ming. Are you willing? The final words resonated like thunder. Wang Xian trembled violently, staring at the youthful prince before him. In that instant, he no longer saw a child lacking maturity, but a towering, resplendent noble. The very words seemed to hold a magical potency, dispelling all fears, weaknesses, and despair within him, igniting a fierce flame of courage he had never known. Indeed, his own life was but a trifle. What did it matter if he perished? But the prince was of royal lineage. He was the blood of Taizu. He was the last hope of the great Ming. As long as the prince lived, the great Ming would not fall. He could not succumb so pitifully. He must protect the prince. He must carve a path for the prince. An unprecedented surge of courage and strength erupted from the depths of Wang Xian's frail body. His trembling hands, once gripped by fear, now steadied like granite. His murky eyes, once clouded by despair, now sparkled with fervor and resolution. With a heavy thud, Wang Xian knelt before the prince, brandishing a dagger across his chest. Drawing upon every ounce of strength, he bellowed, "Your Highness, I understand. This lowly life of mine belongs to you. It belongs to the great Ming. From this day forth, I shall be the sharpest blade in your hand. Whoever dares to harm you must first tread over my corpse." As his last words echoed, he sprang to his feet, his entire demeanor transformed. The frailty and fear vanished, replaced by a fierce determination. His hunched back straightened as if he had regained 20 years of youth. Zhu Cijiong watched in awe as the metamorphosis unfolded, waves of exhilaration crashing within him. It worked. It truly worked. The power of verbal persuasion was astonishingly potent. Kill. Search thoroughly. Leave no Zhu unexamined. At that moment, raucous shouts and chaotic footsteps of soldiers echoed from the corridor outside, drawing nearer. The crisis loomed. A glint of fierce resolve flashed in Wang Xian's eyes as he stepped protectively in front of Zhu Cijiong, lowering his voice yet imbued with unwavering conviction. "Your Highness, stay behind me. No one shall lay a finger on you today." Zhu Cijiong clenched his fists, watching his determined silhouette. Chapter 2. The old slave slaughters the soldiers outside the palace gates. The coarse shouts and heavy footsteps of the invading soldiers grew increasingly closer, resonating like the ominous drumbeats of death, each sound striking fear into Zhu Cijiong's heart. His palms were slick with cold sweat, and his heartbeat raced as if it might burst from his chest. Fear, the most primal of human emotions, gripped him. Despite possessing the soul of a modern individual and an extraordinary system, the body of this 12-year-old boy trembled uncontrollably in the face of imminent death. Yet he understood that he must remain calm. "Your Highness, step back." Wang Xian shielded him, his frail form resembling a mountain, standing resolutely between Zhu and the impending danger. His once murky old eyes now sparkled with a feral gleam, fixated on the quivering palace door. Gripping a dagger in a reverse hold, its tip angled downward, he assumed a posture ready to strike at any moment. Zhu Cijiong forced himself to focus, his gaze darting around the inner chamber. This was a side hall, lavishly adorned, yet simple. A few zeaten-wood tables and chairs, a massive display cabinet, and a half-human tall bronze crane incense burner stood in the corner. Wisps of blue smoke curling from its belly. How many enemies lurked outside? Judging by the footsteps, at least 3 or 4, armed with weapons. They were hardened soldiers accustomed to battle. On their side, there was only an old eunuch, temporarily bolstered by the system in spirit and courage, and armed with merely a dagger. Engaging them head-on would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Hence, strategy was imperative. In the fleeting moment of his thoughts racing, a loud crash erupted as a soldier from the invading army kicked the already loosened palace door wide open. Amidst the flying wood chips, 3 soldiers clad in uniforms and wrapped in white cloth appeared at the threshold. Leading them was a burly man with a face full of flesh and a thick beard, wielding a waist knife stained with dark red blood. His greedy eyes scanning the chamber like a starving wolf. "Hey, there's a little brat and an old eunuch here." The bearded man grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. His gaze lingering greedily on Zhu Cijiong's luxurious dragon-patterned attire. "Look at this outfit. He must be a prince. Brothers, we struck gold. Capture him, and we can exchange him for a high official position with the Chongzhen." The other 2 soldiers wore expressions of wild delight, raising their spears and crude blades. In their eyes, the elderly and the youth before them were merely prey on a chopping board. However, they failed to notice that the instant the door swung open, Wang Xian, who had been shielding Zhu Cijiong, had darted aside like a wraith, concealing himself behind the heavy door, utilizing their blind spot to vanish from sight. This maneuver was a command Zhu had issued in the blink of an eye, in the softest voice at the quickest pace. "Behind the door. Strike the first one." Wang Xian had developed an instinctive absolute obedience to his orders. The bearded man, brimming with self-satisfaction, was about to step forward to seize Zhu Cijiong when he took his first step, fully entering the hall. At that moment, the air thickened with the scent of imminent death. A gray shadow surged forth from behind the door like a long-hidden leopard. Wang Xian's speed was astonishing, utterly unlike that of a man over 50. All his strength seemed to coalesce into the dagger in his right hand, devoid of any flamboyant motions. With a singular target, the enemy's throat. With a soft thud, the blade sliced through flesh and skin. The grin on the bearded man's face froze in an instant. He didn't even have time to scream. A chilling pain surged through his neck, followed by a warm fountain of blood gushing forth, choking his throat and robbing him of all strength. In disbelief, he lowered his head, only to see a bony hand withdrawing a short dagger from his neck. Gasping, he reached out as if trying to grasp something, but ultimately his hand fell limply, his massive body collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. This sudden turn of events left the remaining 2 soldiers utterly bewildered. They could not fathom how an old eunuch, who seemed as fragile as a leaf, could possess such terrifying skill and speed. "Dog eunuch, you're courting death." After a brief shock, their rage surged. One soldier roared, swinging his crude blade down towards Wang Xian. The blade sliced through the air, carrying a stench of blood. Had this been the former Wang Xian, he would have merely closed his eyes and awaited death, with no other option available. But he was different now. Under Zhu Cijiong's persuasive words, his latent potential seemed to be unleashed. Fear had long abandoned him, leaving only absolute loyalty and fervent battle intent. To Wang Xian, the soldier's powerful strike appeared riddled with openings. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward, twisting his body at an incredible angle to narrowly evade the blade. Simultaneously, his dagger lunged forth. Like a viper striking, it was precise and lethal. The soldier's blade was still in the air when he let out a piercing scream. Wang Xian's dagger had plunged deeply in his wrist, slicing through tendons. The soldier, in agony, could no longer hold onto the heavy blade, which clattered to the ground. Wang Xian, seizing the advantage, pressed forward, yanking the soldier's clothing with his left hand and thrusting his right hand dagger upward. With a sickening sound, the dagger penetrated the soldier's unprotected abdomen, driving deep until the hilt was reached. Wang Xian expressionlessly withdrew the dagger, allowing the soldier to clutch his wound, crying out as he collapsed into a pool of blood. In the blink of an eye, 3 fierce soldiers lay dead or wounded. The last soldier, armed with a spear, was now utterly terrified. He gazed at the old eunuch, who seemed to have risen from the depths of hell, his legs trembling uncontrollably. This was no mere eunuch. This was a god of slaughter. "Go to hell." Unable to summon any courage to resist, he shrieked and turned to flee. "Do not escape," Wang Xian called out sharply, preparing to pursue. But the soldier, trained in the military, was exceedingly quick and was about to burst through the palace door. At this critical moment, Zhu Cijiong, who had been observing from the back, sprang into action. Though physically weak, his mind was acutely clear. From the onset of the battle, his gaze had been fixed on the bronze crane incense burner in the corner. Seeing that Wang Xian might not catch up, Zhu Cijiong charged forward without hesitation. exerting all his strength to grasp the incense burner, which weighed at least 30 to 40 pounds. "Leave it to me," he yelled, throwing the burner with all his might at the fleeing soldier's back. The heavy incense burner traced a parabolic arc through the air, whistling as it descended, striking the soldier squarely in the back. With a resounding thud, he collapsed as if struck by a hammer, letting out a scream and spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Clearly doomed, Wang Xian hastened to him, delivering a swift and clean thrust to the soldier's neck. Thus, all three invading soldiers met their demise. The thick scent of blood permeated the chamber, overwhelming Zhu Cijiong's senses and inducing a wave of nausea. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. That last throw had nearly drained all his strength. Yet he did not vomit. He suppressed his discomfort, gazing intently at Wang Xian, bloodied yet standing proudly. "Your Highness, the old slave has not failed you." Wang Xian approached, kneeling on one knee, his voice filled with excitement and reverence. Zhu Cijiong looked deeply at him, profoundly shaken within. He understood that the system would enhance its followers, yet he had not anticipated such a terrifying effect. Wang Xian was merely an ordinary eunuch, not a warrior. Yet after being incited, he unleashed astonishing combat prowess. With agility and ferocity, he relied solely on an instinctive fighting ability, effortlessly turning the tide against three soldiers. What if the target of his manipulation were a seasoned general, renowned for unmatched martial skills? To what terrifying heights would his power ascend? Zhu Cijiong's heart raced fervently at this thought. He envisioned a path capable of defying fate itself. "Wang Banban, rise quickly." Zhu Cijiong subdued his excitement, regaining composure. Now was not the time for idle chatter, as the scent of blood would soon attract more marauders. "We must leave at once." "Yes, Your Highness." Wang Xian immediately complied with Zhu Cijiong's command without hesitation. "Quickly, strip them of their uniforms and headscarves. We shall don them." Zhu Cijiong pointed decisively at the fallen bodies, ordering them to retrieve weapons as well. "The dagger is too short. Ultimately, we must rely on longer weapons for direct confrontation." "Understood." The two swiftly sprang into action. Zhu Cijiong, suppressing his nausea with Wang Xian's assistance, removed the conspicuous royal attire, replacing it with a somewhat clean military uniform, wrapping his hair in a white cloth. Wang Xian likewise changed his garb, collecting 3 waist knives, keeping the finest for himself while handing the other 2 to Zhu Cijiong. "Your Highness, take these for self-defense." Zhu Cijiong accepted the knives, their weight evident in his hands. He knew he could hardly wield them, but hung them at his waist for appearance's sake. Having completed their preparations, Zhu Cijiong surveyed the chaos and bloodshed around him, a frown etched upon his brow. Where next? To rush aimlessly through the palace would inevitably lead them into the main forces of the marauders, leaving no escape. A clear objective was imperative. His mind raced, merging the historical knowledge of a modern individual with the palace memories of the original Zhu Cijiong. He required a secure refuge, and more crucially, formidable protection. A name flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Zhuge, not the infamous national Uncle Zhuge, but another individual bearing the same name, a commander in the imperial guards, a martial scholar of exceptional skill, known for his loyalty and bravery. One of the few trusted generals of Emperor Chongzhen. According to the original's memories, on the day the city fell, the emperor had summoned the 3 brothers, ordering Zhuge to lead the remaining loyal soldiers to defend the palace's back gate, Xuanwu Gate, in a desperate bid to secure a chance for the royal offspring. Calculating the time, Xuanwu Gate might still be embroiled in its final desperate struggle. Zhuge, a martial scholar of great experience, perfectly matched the system's definition of a formidable warrior. If he could locate him and employ persuasion. Zhu Cijiong's eyes ignited with unprecedented fervor. This was not merely a path to survival. It was a divinely granted opportunity, a splendid chance to recruit the first core warrior of his own faction. "Wang Banban." Zhu Cijiong lowered his voice, speaking with unwavering determination. "We shall not run wildly. I know of a place where our people still remain." Wang Xian's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Please, Your Highness, guide me." Zhu Cijiong's gaze drifted northward, as if piercing through the palace walls. "To Xuanwu Gate. We see Commander Zhuge. Once we find him, we can break free. Guangon se nas queden no questions, harbiting no doubts." In his eyes, each of Zhu Cijiong's decisions was akin to divine decree. I shall pave the way for your highness with my life. Zhu Cijiong nodded, taking a deep breath as he pushed open the blood-stained palace door. Beyond, on the long palace path, flames soared high, and thick smoke billowed. Shadows of frantic figures raced about. Cackling marauders mingled with the wails of palace attendants. This was the very essence of a hellish realm. Zhu Cijiong lowered the white cloth on his head to conceal half his face, hiding his slight frame beside Wang Xian. Thus, they transformed into inconspicuous gray shadows, moving against the tide toward the northern gate that would determine their fate. Chapter 3. Zhuge. As Zhu Cijiong stepped through the palace door into the street interwoven with corpses and flames, he truly grasped the meaning of a human inferno. The once majestic and resplendent Forbidden City had devolved into a vast slaughterhouse. Scattered everywhere were the bodies of palace maids and eunuchs, their faces frozen in the depths of terror before death. Once priceless porcelain, paintings, and jade were shattered and strewn amidst pools of blood, mingling with severed limbs. Groups of soldiers from the marauding forces, their eyes bloodshot, swept through the palaces like locusts, frantically pillaging every treasure. They kicked open doors, stripping the interiors of valuables, executing anyone who dared to resist without hesitation. The screams of women, the pleas of men, and the raucous laughter of the marauders formed a lament for the fallen dynasty. The air was thick with a suffocating blend of smoke and blood. Zhu Cijiong trailed closely behind Wang Xian, forcing himself to look away and tune out the horrors. Yet, the modern soul within him could not remain numb to the inhumane scene before his eyes. An uncontrollable fury ignited within his chest. "Your Highness, bend low. Do not look up," Wang Xian murmured, his voice low enough for only the two to hear, urging Zhu Cijiong to adopt a greedy, slightly menacing demeanor. "Remember, we are here to acquire wealth, not as a prince and a eunuch." Zhu Cijiong's heart tightened, immediately reining in his emotions. "Von Roman letter elfen was correct." Indignation and sympathy were luxuries he could not afford. Survival was the greatest tribute he could pay to the fallen. He mimicked the marauder's demeanor, slightly bowing, staggering his steps. His gaze no longer clear, but feigned with a greedy, shifty search for treasures. His slight frame, clad in oversized garments, resembled a petty bandit seeking fortune alongside adults. Wang Xian fully embraced his role, having originated from the lower echelons of eunuchs, adeptly mimicking the behaviors of common folk. He intentionally dirted his white teeth, walked with a splayed gait, wielded a waist knife, and occasionally spat on the ground, exuding an air of viciousness and apathy. Thus, the two cautiously blended into the chaotic backdrop. They navigated the palace path, opting for secluded corridors and side doors. Along the way, they narrowly avoided groups of marauding soldiers, who, preoccupied with looting and venting their frustrations, paid little heed to two inconspicuous companions, allowing them to slip past the initial wave of danger. However, as they rounded a faux hill and prepared to enter the main path to the rear palace, a chilling scream and lewd laughter abruptly halted Zhu Cijiong's steps. Behind the mound, several marauding soldiers encircled a group of trembling palace maids, tearing at their garments. The maids struggled desperately, crying out for mercy, only to be met with louder laughter and brutal treatment. One maid, appearing no older than 15 or 16, bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Cijiong's sister from his past life. Her eyes, filled with fear and despair, locked with Zhu Cijiong's in a fleeting moment. In that instant, he felt as though an invisible hand had tightly gripped his heart. A surge of hot blood rushed to his head. Beasts! He instinctively prepared to charge forward, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly. "Your Highness, do not!" Wang Xian seized him with a firm grip, his arm as strong as iron. His voice remained low but carried an undeniable resolve. "Your Highness, have you forgotten our mission? If we save them, we will expose ourselves. In that case, we will perish, just as they will." Wang Xian's words fell upon Zhu Cijiong like a bucket of icy water, instantly bringing him to a state of calm. Indeed, what could he accomplish by rushing out now? His frail frame would be no match for a single strike from the enemy. Even if Wang Xian could slay one or two, the adversaries numbered 5 or 6. Should they become entangled, more bandits would surely descend upon them, sealing their doom. Reason dictated that Wang Xian was correct. This was the most prudent choice. Yet, the final glimmer of hope in the girl's eyes extinguished completely with his silence and retreat, turning into an endless expanse of despair. Zhu Cijiong's heart ached as if pierced by a blade. He clenched his teeth, his lips nearly drawing blood. He forced himself to turn away, letting Wang Xian lead him hastily from the scene. The heart-wrenching cries felt like venomous thorns, piercing deep into his soul. In his heart, he swore an oath of blood with every ounce of strength he could muster. You shall await my return. The humiliation of today, I shall repay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Li Ziqian, all bandits, I shall not rest until we are avenged. This overwhelming hatred transformed into the very fuel for his advance. He was no longer lost, no longer weak. His gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. To seek vengeance, to alter this fate, he must survive, he must seize power. As they traversed the main thoroughfare, the cacophony ahead gradually shifted in tone. No longer was it the raucous revelry of looting, but rather a more somber and orderly clamor of shouts and clashes. They arrived at a square before a cluster of palaces, just as a patrol of approximately a dozen soldiers approached. This battalion was starkly different from the previous rabble. Their ranks were disciplined, armed with long spears, and their expressions grave. They were evidently the elite of Li Ziqiang's army. Leading them was a commanding officer, donned in a steel helmet, his gaze sharp as an eagle, scanning the surroundings meticulously. Zhu Cijiong's heart sank, and he immediately lowered his head, tugging Wang Xian towards a nearby corridor to hide. Halt! A stern command froze them in their tracks. The officer had locked onto them, swiftly closing in with his men, encircling them completely. Which unit do you belong to? The officer scrutinized them, his eyes filled with suspicion. You look rather furtive. What are you doing here? Zhu Cijiong's heart raced. He sensed that a single misstep could lead to their doom. He anxiously glanced at Wang Xian, desperately signaling for help. Guangonsen, seasoned from years in the palace, displayed remarkable composure. Instead of panicking, he donned a sycophantic yet somewhat coarse smile, bowing to the officer. Ah, it is an esteemed officer. We are under the command of General Quan, working for Lu San, he boasted, gesturing towards the east. We just made a small profit, and we're thinking of heading north. I hear the ladies in the palaces over there are the most beautiful. As he spoke, he ostentatiously patted the bulging package at his waist, portraying himself as a recent beneficiary of fortune. His words were artfully crafted, revealing the name of a bandit general and providing a sordid, yet plausible motive for their presence. The officer's expression softened slightly, but his gaze fell upon Zhu Cijiong, who remained with his head bowed. And what about this little brat? Why is he silent? Zhu Cijiong's heart raced again. He couldn't speak. His voice still bore the tremors of youth, and his fluent Mandarin would surely betray him. In his moment of panic, Wang Xian pulled him forward, treating him like a clueless child, giving him a light rap on the back of the head. Forgive my nephew, sir. It's his first time in such a grand residence, and he is quite frightened. Just a naive boy who hasn't seen much of the world. With that, he shoved Zhu Cijiong forward. What are you waiting for? Greet the officer. Zhu Cijiong stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He raised his head, revealing a face smeared with ash. His eyes filled with timidity and a flicker of yearning for the officer's armor, stammering, "HLO, officer." His voice was soft and tremulous, sounding like a rural child terrified beyond measure. The officer, observing Zhu Cijiong's cowardly demeanor and Wang Xian's seasoned facade, felt his doubts dissipate. To him, they appeared merely as two lowly bandits seeking to exploit the chaos, hardly worth his time. A pair of fools, he scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Move along. The Xuanwu Gate is just ahead. The Divine Martial Cannon Camp and the Imperial Guards are fiercely engaged. Don't get yourself killed by meddling. Yes, yes. Thank you for the warning, officer. Much appreciated. Wang Xian responded with relief, bowing and ushering Zhu Cijiong to hurry past the patrol. Only after they had walked a considerable distance and turned into another palace path did they dare to pause, leaning against the cold palace wall, gasping for breath. Zhu Cijiong's back was already drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had brushed against death itself. Your Highness, are you all right? Wang Xian inquired with concern. I am fine. Zhu Cijiong shook his head, yet his eyes shimmered with renewed brightness. Wang Banban, did you hear? The Xuanwu Gate is still fighting. Zhou Kuei must still be there. The information inadvertently revealed by the officer had illuminated their path and confirmed his suspicions. Without hesitation, they quickened their pace towards the sounds of battle. The further north they ventured, the more bodies littered the ground. Among them, A significant number were soldiers of the bandit army. Most had succumbed to swift death from sharp weapons, their wounds clean, evidently inflicted by elite hands. The air thickened with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Finally, they rounded the last palace, taking refuge behind a massive white marble sculpture, cautiously peering out. The sight before them drew simultaneous gasps of astonishment. In a vast square before the Xuanwu Gate, a harrowing battle raged on. Thousands of bandit soldiers surged like a relentless tide, desperately assaulting an island of flesh and steel. At the center of this island stood fewer than 300 soldiers of the Ming imperial guards, clad in flying fish uniforms, wielding embroidered spring knives and long spears. They stood with their backs against the Xuanwu Gate, forming an impenetrable circular formation. Each soldier bore wounds, their armor soaked in blood, yet their eyes remained sharp as blades. For the glory of the Ming, they roared, vowing to defend the imperial city to the death. With every ounce of strength, they wielded their weapons, mechanically blocking and cleaving, felling one enemy after another. At the forefront of the formation stood an exceptionally imposing commander, resembling an unmovable deity of war. His armor was tattered, his helmet lost. Long hair matted with blood and sweat cascading over his shoulders. He wielded an imposing golden spear, its shaft stained dark red with blood. Every swing unleashing a tempest of carnage. With each sweep of the spear, 3 or 4 bandits would scream as they were cleaved in two. Each thrust pierced through the throat of the enemy with lethal precision. Beneath his feet lay a mound of bandit corpses, already half a man high. Yet he appeared tireless, each strike imbued with explosive power. Alone, he withstood the full brunt of the bandits' fiercest assault. The morale of the remaining imperial guards was sustained solely by him. He was Zhou Ke. Your Highness, that is General Zhou Ke. He is still alive. Wang Xian's voice was laced with an uncontrollable excitement and reverence. Zhu Cijiong's gaze was fixed intently on the blood-soaked figure, his heart racing wildly. He had found it. He had discovered the unparalleled warrior who could cleave through the chaotic world for him. Yet, simultaneously, a profound sense of crisis surged within him. He could see clearly that although Zhou Ke was invincible, the soldiers under his command were diminishing at an alarming rate. The formation of the imperial guards had been compressed to its limits, teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhou Ke was human, not a deity. He too would tire, would become exhausted. If he were to fall, the last few hundred loyal warriors would be engulfed in an instant by the tide of invading soldiers. No, he must not be allowed to fall. Zhu Cijiong clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. He had to reach him before he fell. Chapter 4. Carving a Path Through Blood. On the square, the final battle had reached a fever pitch. Zhou Ke and the remnants of his imperial guards stood like rocks besieged by relentless waves, enduring wave after wave of ceaseless assaults. The commander of the invading forces had evidently recognized that this Ming army was nearing its end and issued a final assault order. The tide of soldiers surged from all directions, attempting to crush this stubborn rock completely. The defenses of the imperial guards were visibly shrinking. A young soldier of the imperial guards had his chest pierced by 3 long spears simultaneously. He stared wide-eyed, blood frothing from his mouth. Yet he summoned the last of his strength to hold onto the enemy before him, biting through his throat. General, we cannot hold on. A blood-soaked deputy shouted hoarsely to Zhou Ke. An arrow lodged in his arm. Zhou Ke thrust his spear, impaling an enemy commander attempting to launch a sneak attack. His eyes bloodshot. Did he not realize they had reached a dead end? He could feel his strength rapidly waning, with each swing of the spear. A tearing pain shot through his arm. He had slain no fewer than 100 enemies, yet those before him seemed endless. Despair, cold as the sea, began to drown his iron-clad heart. Was he, Zhou Ke, destined to be buried alongside the Forbidden City today? Your Highness, we cannot break through. From behind a stone sculpture, Wang Xian gazed at the human meat grinder before them, a grave expression on his face. The distance from their position to the front lines of the Imperial Guards was merely 200 paces. Yet these 200 paces were completely obstructed by thousands of enemy soldiers and a fierce battle line. To charge forward would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Cold sweat beaded Zhu Cijiong's forehead as his heart raced. He knew time was running out. Once Zhou Ke fell, the formation would collapse, and everything would vanish into thin air. What to do? What could he possibly do? His mind raced at an unprecedented speed. absorbing all the information before him. The invaders may have the numbers, but they also had their weaknesses. They were pillagers, lacking the organization and discipline of true elite troops. Many were distracted, keeping an eye out for valuables to plunder while fighting. They feared death, but they feared chaos even more. A monumental variable was needed to shatter the current stalemate, something that would momentarily cause these greedy and disorderly soldiers to forget their assault. Zhu Cijiong's gaze suddenly swept towards a palace on the battlefield's flank. It was an independent annex, primarily used to store ritual vessels and a plethora of oils and fabrics. The doors were tightly shut, seemingly untouched by the invaders due to its lack of apparent riches. Wooden structure, oils, fabrics, a wild and audacious plan instantly formed in his mind. Wang Banban, a fierce and resolute glint flashed in Zhu Cijiong's eyes, uncharacteristic of his age. Listen to me. He leaned close to Wang Xian's ear, rapidly recounting his plan. Upon hearing it, Wang Xian showed no hesitation or doubt. Instead, a glimmer of excitement shone in his now sharp eyes. He nodded firmly. Your Highness, rest assured I understand. Remember, the louder the better. Once the fire ignites, the bandits will surely be distracted, and that will be our opportunity to charge. Zhu Cijiong instructed solemnly. At your command. Before his words had fully left his lips, Wang Xian's figure darted away like a weasel, silently slipping away from the stone sculpture's concealment. Using the chaos and smoke at the battlefield's edge as cover, swiftly making his way toward the annex. His speed and agility, augmented by the system, had long surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In mere moments, he vanished from Zhu Cijiong's view. Zhu Cijiong's heart raced, and he fixed his gaze on the battlefield, patiently waiting. Time, at that moment, stretched infinitely. The cacophony of battle still roared across the square, and the line of the imperial guards retreated another 10 paces. Their numbers dwindling to less than 200. Zhou Kuei's spear technique began to falter, clearly reaching the brink of exhaustion. Just as Zhu Cijiong could barely contain himself from charging out, a thunderous boom erupted from the direction of the side palace. Following that, a fiery orange dragon shot into the sky, instantly engulfing the roof of the entire palace. The roaring flames, fueled by the oils, emitted a deafening roar. Billowing black smoke like a great dragon clawing its way skyward. This sudden upheaval momentarily disrupted the rhythm of the entire battlefield. Thousands of invading soldiers, engaged in their assault, instinctively halted, turning their heads toward the direction of the soaring flames. It's on fire. Who set the fire? There must be treasures inside. Hurry and put out. We can't let the good stuff burn away. Chaos swiftly spread through the ranks of the invaders. Many soldiers displayed expressions of anxiety and greed. For them, killing enemies was far less important than plundering treasures. Even the commanding officer of the invaders changed his expression, having to divert a portion of his forces to investigate the fire. The encircling formation exhibited subtle signs of loosening and disorder. Now is the time. Zhu Cijiong's eyes blazed with determination as he suddenly burst forth from behind the stone sculpture, exerting all his strength to shout, Wang Banban, charge with me. Guanglonsan, having already returned to the fray, emerged in response, having found 2 relatively intact waist knives from somewhere, one in each hand, resembling a deity of slaughter from the underworld. Guarding in front of Zhu Cijiong. Kill! With a low roar, Wang Xian swung his dual knives like the wind, crashing into the loosening line of the invaders as an ironclad barrier. With swift, flashing blades, blood splattered. Any invader who stood in Wang Xian's path could not withstand his might. From his seemingly frail form erupted a terrifying power and speed that belied his appearance. His knife techniques were chaotic, yet each strike was lethal, purely for the purpose of slaughter. Zhu Cijiong closely followed behind him, the wind howling in his ears and the terrifying sound of blades meeting flesh ringing in his ears. He shrank his body as much as possible, tightly gripping a waist knife, his gaze fixed on the tattered Ming flag of the imperial guards ahead. Where did these 2 rabble come from? Seeking death. A small leader among the invaders noticed them, roaring in anger as he swung his knife toward them. Wang Xian was entangled with 2 enemies, unable to assist. As the knife was about to strike him, Zhu Cijiong felt a surge of fear, yet a fierce will to survive ignited within him. He did not retreat, but instead imitated Wang Xian, using the invader's crude accent to shout hoarsely, Run. The powder magazine has exploded over there. It's coming this way. His shout, filled with terror and urgency, instantly affected several nearby invaders. They instinctively glanced back at the soaring flames, their faces betraying a look of terror. The small leader was momentarily taken aback, his assault momentarily faltering. In the clash of masters, victory or defeat can be decided in the blink of an eye. Wang Xian seized this fleeting opportunity, his left hand fiercely deflecting the enemy before him, while his right hand, striking like lightning, swiftly circled around and plunged with precision into the small leader's side. The small leader stared in disbelief at the blade protruding from his chest, collapsing to the ground in despair. Wang Xian kicked aside the corpse, hoisting Zhu Cijiong, and continued their mad dash forward. They carved a bloody path through 200 steps, employing a method so recklessly defiant of death that they had forcefully breached half of it. Their actions finally caught the attention of the imperial guards ahead. "General, it seems someone is charging from behind, wearing the garb of bandits." Zhuge repelled several enemies with his spear, turning to see a small figure and an elderly man, bloodied and frantic, racing toward them. "Archers, shoot!" Just as the soldiers instinctively raised their bows, Zhu Cijiong summoned his last ounce of strength, tearing away the white cloth from his head, revealing a face marred by soot yet still exuding an air of nobility. "I am Zhu Cijiong, the Ding Wang." This astonishing declaration silenced the remnants of the imperial guard. All the weary soldiers, struggling to hold on, instinctively turned back, their gazes a mixture of shock, doubt, and ecstatic joy as they beheld the approaching youth. "The prince? Is it truly His Highness the Ding Wang? He is still alive?" Zhuge's eyes widened in disbelief, recognizing the face he had seen numerous times in the palace, belonging to the Ding Wang. Though disheveled, the regal bearing was unmistakable. "Your Highness, is truly you. You are alive. There is hope for our Ming." An indescribable force surged within the hearts of the beleaguered soldiers. They saw hope. They grasped the meaning of their oath to defend. "Protect His Highness." It was unclear who shouted first, but soon all the imperial guards erupted with fervent resolve, carving out a space in the battlefield to welcome Zhu Cijiong and his companion. Seizing the moment, Zhu Cijiong and Wang Xian rushed into the ranks, finding safety. Zhu Cijiong's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground, but he knew this was not the time to rest. He pushed away the soldiers who sought to support him and staggered toward Zhuge. Before him, Zhuge loomed like a colossal tower of flesh, exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. Yet his hand trembled slightly around the spear. His face was etched with exhaustion and sorrow. "Your Highness," Zhuge's voice rasped like a broken gong, "you should not have come to this dead end. I cannot protect you." His words were laden with the melancholy of a hero at his end. To him, the arrival of His Highness was merely to add a most noble sacrifice to this war for the nation. "Dead end?" Zhu Cijiong raised his head, locking eyes with Zhuge's bloodshot gaze. His body trembled, but his voice rang out with extraordinary clarity and conviction. "General Zhou, I see your loyalty and bravery. You and your soldiers are the last bastion of the Ming." At these words, Zhuge's towering form shuddered. Zhu Cijiong stepped closer, nearly pressing against him, and with an undeniable tone, continued to shout, "But you are mistaken. This is not a dead end. As long as I stand here, as long as your spear can be raised, this is the starting point for the resurgence of our Ming. The emperor has fallen, the capital has been lost, but the Ming is not dead. I am the Ming. My will is the lifeblood of the nation. Your death holds no value. Your life, however, can reshape the world." Each word struck Zhuge's mind like thunder. The desolation and despair in his eyes began to fade, replaced by an unprecedented shock and confusion. Zhu Cijiong suddenly extended his hand, pointing toward the surging tide of rebels, his voice reaching a fever pitch. "Look up, Zhuge. Look at me. I did not come to accompany you to the underworld. I came to lead you out. I command you, for yourself, for me, for the millions of common people of the Ming, live on, fight on. The sun and moon shall endure. The Ming shall endure." The final rallying cry resonated like a divine decree, utterly shattering the last remnants of weakness within Zhuge. A golden light, invisible to ordinary eyes, surged forth from Zhu Cijiong, instantly flowing into Zhuge's being. System alert. Successfully influenced High Marshal General Zhuge. Loyalty increased to unwavering. Martial prowess significantly enhanced. Stamina instantly restored. The system's notification echoed in Zhu Cijiong's mind. Meanwhile, Zhuge was undergoing a profound transformation. His once slightly hunched back, weakened from exhaustion, straightened with newfound vigor. His eyes, previously dulled by blood loss, now blazed with an intense brilliance. A terrifying aura, powerful enough to suffocate, erupted from him, causing the surrounding air to quiver. He felt it. An unprecedented torrent of strength surged through his limbs. All fatigue and pain were washed away in that moment. His power, speed, and reflexes soared to a pinnacle he had never dared to imagine. He gazed at the slender, ash-streaked young prince before him, his eyes filled with fervent admiration and awe. In that moment, Zhu Cijiong was no longer merely immortal in his eyes. He had become the embodiment of destiny, a deity walking among men. With a resounding thud, Zhuge knelt heavily on one knee, the hard stone beneath him cracking under the force. He planted his spear into the ground, unleashing a roar from the depths of his soul that reverberated throughout the square. I am Zhuge. I salute you, your highness. I shall fight to the death for you. This roar was infused with boundless strength and combat spirit, instantly silencing the clamor of the battlefield. The charging rebels, poised for a final assault, faltered at the sound of that earth-shattering declaration. The remaining imperial guards, invigorated by their commander's rekindled fighting spirit, felt their blood surge once more. Zhuge slowly rose, effortlessly lifting the heavy spear, now pointing toward the enemy ranks. He turned back to Zhu Cijiong with a confident smile, brimming with indomitable courage. Your Highness, brace yourself. Watch as I carve a path to the heavens for you. Chapter 5. The spear breaks through the three armies unstoppable. Zhuge's roar struck like thunder, seizing the attention of all present. Both the exhausted imperial guards and the arrogant rebels were awed by the palpable terror emanating from him. He rose slowly, his robust physique seeming to gain several inches in stature. His skin, once pale from blood loss and exhaustion, now shimmered with a faint glow. The wounds on his body appeared to have ceased bleeding, his muscles taut with explosive power. With one hand, he twirled the heavy spear, its tip tracing a deadly arc in the air, emitting a sound that sliced through the atmosphere. His aura transformed from that of a tragic warrior into an invincible god of war. What is happening? Is Zhuge made of iron? A commander among the besieging rebels turned pale, witnessing Zhuge's sudden resurgence, which was even more ferocious than in his prime. He had no time to ponder, for this brief moment of stagnation had granted the Ming army their final opportunity to breathe. Yet, Zhu Cijiong offered the enemy no chance whatsoever. In this pivotal moment of life and death, his modern spirit erupted with astonishing decisiveness. He understood that while Zhuge was presently unmatched in valor, their forces were ultimately inadequate. Engaging in a desperate last stand would lead to inevitable doom. This power must be wielded at the most critical juncture. General Zhou, heed my command. The youthful voice rang out, clear and authoritative, amidst the clamor of the battlefield. Zhuge, having just risen, felt no hesitation upon hearing this order. His heart, once boiling with surging strength, instantly calmed. He turned sharply, responding in a deep voice towards Zhu Cijiong. This subordinate is here. His reply was imbued with absolute obedience, as if Zhu Cijiong's were his destiny. Zhu Cijiong's gaze pierced through the chaos of the battlefield, his mind racing as he formulated the singular path to survival. Instead of directing them towards the impregnable Xuanwu Gate, he pointed to the relatively weak left flank of the encircling enemy forces. All troops listen. With General Zhou as our spearhead, we shall break through the left flank. Our objective is the eastern passage within the Xuanwu Gate. Tear it open. Warriors, I stand with you. Follow General Zhou and carve out a path for survival. The restoration of the Ming dynasty begins today. His voice, amplified by the system's persuasive powers, bore a peculiar magic that surged into the hearts of every remaining imperial soldier. Kill. Protect His Highness. Restore the Ming. The morale, teetering on the brink of collapse, was reignited in that moment, burning brighter than ever before. Over 100 battered soldiers now had their eyes ablaze with combat fervor, transformed into a pack of ravenous tigers. Foolish. A mere 100 men, seeking to break free? The enemy commander sneered. Charge. Grind them into meat paste. However, his mirth was short-lived. He soon witnessed a scene that would haunt him eternally, akin to a divine apparition descending upon the earth. Clear a path for His Highness. Zhou Kuei's thunderous roar ignited the charge. He employed no intricate maneuvers. With both hands gripping his spear, he lowered his body slightly and then surged forward like a cannonball, launching towards the direction pointed by Zhu Cijiong with primal ferocity. The three ranks of enemy spear wielders before him hastily formed a defensive line, attempting to halt his advance. Yet, before sheer power, all techniques and formations appeared feeble and ineffective. Break! Zhou Kuei's spear, the tiger-head Zhongjian Chong, collided with the dense forest of spears. A cacophony of metallic shattering resonated. Those finely crafted steel spears, upon contact with Zhou Kuei's lance, shattered like rotting wood. The violent force transmitted through the spear shaft overwhelmed the enemy soldiers, shattering their grips, collapsing their chests, and sending them careening backward, taking down numerous comrades in their wake. In just a single strike, the pride of the enemy's spear formation was torn asunder. Zhou Kuei pressed on, stepping into the enemy ranks, his spear transforming into a vortex of death. A sweeping strike severed foes at the waist. A direct thrust became a cascading torrent of blood and flesh. An upward flick lofted several men skyward. He became a merciless meat grinder. Ordinary blades clashed against him, producing only the sound of metal on metal, failing to penetrate his tattered armor, as though an invisible barrier shielded him. The enemy soldiers were utterly petrified. They had never encountered such a terrifying titan. This surpassed any human capacity for combat. A monster. He is a monster. Run. We cannot withstand this. Fear spread like a plague. The once tightly knit formation began to show signs of chaos and collapse. Steady. Hold your ground. The enemy commander, both alarmed and furious, knew that disorder would yield catastrophic consequences. He drew his saber and bellowed, "Royal Guard, follow me. Slay this beast, and I shall reward you with 1,000 taels and a promotion of 3 ranks." Under the lure of immense reward, a dozen seasoned guards rallied around their commander, charging towards Zhou Kuei, the harbinger of carnage. Come then. Zhou Kuei's fighting spirit soared. He advanced rather than retreating, shaking his spear as it struck like a venomous dragon, aiming directly at the commander's face. The commander, no novice himself, reacted swiftly, raising his blade to block. Clang! A tremendous sound erupted. The commander felt a torrent of strength surge through the blade, his arms numbing as he stumbled back 5 or 6 steps before barely regaining his footing. To his horror, he noticed a minuscule chip had appeared on the edge of his tempered steel blade. Meanwhile, Zhou Kuei had not budged an inch. How dare a firefly contest with the moonlight? Zhou Kuei scoffed coldly, twisting his wrist as the spear transformed from thrust to sweep, its massive head striking horizontally toward the commander's skull. The strike was unfathomably swift. The commander had no time to react, helplessly witnessing the enormous shadow looming larger in his vision. Bang! The sound was akin to a watermelon bursting. The enemy commander's head, along with his iron helmet, was obliterated by Zhou Kuei's spear. Blood and brains splattered onto the faces of the surrounding guards. The headless corpse swayed momentarily before crashing to the ground. The commander had fallen. This spectacle became the final straw. The general is dead. Run. In that moment, the left flank of the enemy army disintegrated completely. Soldiers discarded their helmets and armor, crying for their parents, lamenting their lack of legs to flee faster as they frantically retreated. Your Highness, now is the time. Zhou Kuei turned abruptly, shouting at Zhu Cijiong. Charge! Zhu Cijiong wasted no time, issuing orders without hesitation. With Zhou Kuei as the arrowhead, Wang Xian and the other guards encircled Zhu Cijiong, and the remaining 100 imperial soldiers followed closely behind, forming a sharp, spear-like formation. Racing down the bloodied path carved by Zhou Kuei towards the eastern passage of the Shenwu Gate. Unstoppable, despite sporadic resistance along the way, in the presence of Zhou Kuei, the embodiment of war, they were but feeble creatures. Finally, after sacrificing dozens of brothers, this solitary force successfully broke through the encirclement of thousands, plunging into the narrow passageway. Hurry! Block the entrance! Upon entering the passage, Zhu Cijiong, disregarding his breathlessness, immediately directed the others. The soldiers swiftly set to work, piling movable stone blocks, discarded weapon racks, and even the bodies of fallen comrades at the entrance, creating a makeshift barricade. The narrow passage was easy to defend, yet hard to assault. Although the enemy outside was numerous, they were momentarily unable to breach this temporary fortification. The brief respite allowed everyone to exhale in relief. The surviving imperial soldiers, now utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Their gazes towards Zhu Cijiong and Zhuge had transformed entirely. If their previous loyalty to Zhu Cijiong had stemmed from his princely status, now it was rooted in profound respect. This young prince exhibited calmness, wisdom, and decisiveness in the face of despair, transcending the ordinary. The way they looked at Zhuge was akin to gazing upon a deity. Zhu Cijiong, his murderous aura gradually dissipating. He could feel the divine strength coursing within him, seemingly boundless. This subordinate has not failed in his mission. You have worked hard, General. Zhu Cijiong nodded, a faint smile gracing his pale face. He surveyed the area, taking in the battered yet valiant warriors, his heart swelling with ambition. These were the men who would form the foundation of his future. They were the first cornerstone in his quest to rebuild the Ming dynasty. Yet he was acutely aware that the crisis was far from over. We cannot afford to pause. The voice of Zhu Cijiong resonated once more, capturing the attention of all present. Although we find ourselves in a temporary sanctuary, we remain within the imperial city. Once the bandits regain their wits, they will undoubtedly gather their forces to trap us here. We must escape thoroughly before they encircle us. A soldier, panting heavily, inquired, Your Highness. All the gates of the palace are heavily guarded by bandits. How can we possibly depart? All eyes turned to Zhu Cijiong. He moved to the opposite end of the corridor and pointed toward the section of the palace wall to the west of the Shenwu Gate, which appeared unremarkable compared to the rest. That place. His voice brimmed with confidence. It was the Shuiguan, commonly referred to as the Water Gate, situated west of the Shenwu Gate. Typically utilized for the removal of refuse from the palace's drainage system, there were iron bars beneath the city wall. It was secluded, and the defenses were notably lax. If we can pry open those iron bars, we can flee through the waterway and escape the forbidden city. Upon hearing this, hope ignited anew in the eyes of the crowd. Having resided within the palace for so long, they were unaware of such an avenue for survival. Your Highness, you truly are remarkable. However, just as Zhu Cijiong issued the command for everyone to set off towards the water gate, a synchronized and heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the square outside the corridor. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was starkly different from the chaotic footsteps of the previous marauders, imbued with a sense of discipline and oppression. Following this was the ominous creaking of bowstrings being drawn back. Zhuge's expression shifted. He quickly darted behind the barricade and peered through the gap. On the square, the disbanded troops had been driven aside. In their stead stood an elite battalion of approximately 500 soldiers, each clad in iron armor and wielding standard long sabers, their formation strict and exuding a murderous aura. In front of this regiment, a black flag emblazoned with the character fairly fluttered in the wind. Zhuge's countenance, having been fortified, grew grave for the first time. Your Highness, we are in trouble, he said in a low voice. It is the personal guard of Li Zicheng, the Xianjing battalion. These men are seasoned veterans who have emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a completely different caliber from the bandits outside. They are formidable. Chapter 6. The water gate of survival within the corridor. The air seemed to congeal. The surviving imperial soldiers leaned against the cold palace walls, their chests heaving violently as they stared in terror at the quietly emerging, menacing army outside the entrance. Unlike the previous marauding bandits, whose chaos was evident, this new force stood like a mountain. Their formation was impeccable, their armor gleaming, and each soldier's gaze was as sharp as a poisoned blade, cold and lethal. They stood silently, the iron-blooded aura honed from countless battles pressing down upon all, inducing a chill. The words Xianzheng Battalion hung heavily in the hearts of the imperial soldiers. As the elite of the Jingying, they were well aware of the fearsome reputation of this elite unit under Li Zicheng. It was said that the soldiers of this battalion were battle-hardened veterans who had fought their way out of the mountains of Shanghua, fearless in combat and masters of siege warfare. Having just broken through the encirclement of thousands of bandits, they now faced this formidable wall, and the morale of all plummeted. The flickering flame of hope seemed to be extinguished by a deluge of despair. Your Highness, this band of bandits is no easy foe. Zhou Kuei's voice was low and grave. Even after his newfound strength, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from the enemy's formation. He was confident in his ability to take down an enemy general amidst a sea of troops, but against such a disciplined and cohesive elite force. Achieving a similar feat would be nearly impossible. Zhu Cijiong's heart sank, yet he showed no hint of panic upon his countenance. He understood that he was the soul of this group. If he faltered, the morale of his men would crumble instantly. At that moment, the formation of the Xinjiang battalion parted, revealing a young commander clad in black iron armor, a sword hanging at his waist, who rode forth. His countenance was stern, and his gaze sharp, distinctly different from the brutish bandit leaders surrounding him. He reined in his steed, his eyes flashing like lightning as they scanned the disheveled group within the corridor, ultimately resting upon Zhou Kuei, who stood like a war god at the forefront. A glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. Listen up. The young commander's voice was loud and clear. My lord, the Chuang Wang, commands that if you lay down your weapons, you shall be spared. Especially you, esteemed general. He pointed toward Zhou Kuei. My lord values talent highly. Should you choose to submit, a noble title and appointment await you. This proclamation, both reasonable and persuasive, served as both an invitation to surrender and a psychological pressure tactic. However, Zhou Kuei responded with a derisive laugh, filled with disdain. Ha ha ha. Zhou Kuei laughed skyward, his voice imbued with tragic grandeur and heroism. Traitors and scoundrels dare speak of surrender to me? I, Zhou Kuei, am a general of the great Ming, loyal to my sovereign. Today, I shall die with honor. There is no need for further words. Your Highness stands here. We vow to share life and death with you. We vow to share life and death with you. The remaining imperial soldiers were inspired by Zhou Kuei's fervor, raising their weapons and issuing hoarse cries of defiance. The young commander, Gao Yigong, seeing his attempt to persuade them had failed, displayed a flicker of regret in his eyes, quickly replaced by a cold determination. He ceased his words and slowly raised his right hand, suddenly sweeping it downwards. Fire the arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Over 100 archers, already prepared, instantly released their bows. The dense rain of arrows descended like a swarm of black locusts, emitting a chilling shriek as they hurtled towards the narrow entrance of the corridor. Raise shields. Take cover. Zhu Cijiong's pupils dilated as he issued his command without delay. The imperial soldiers reacted swiftly, immediately raising every shield, door panel, and even the bodies of fallen comrades they could find to form a fragile barrier, pressing their bodies tightly against the wall. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows struck against shields and walls, producing dull thuds. Despite the cover, several soldiers were unfortunate enough to be struck by stray arrows, letting out pained grunts. After one wave of arrows, another followed, and then a third. The archers of the Xinjiang battalion displayed remarkable tactical acumen. They did not fire simultaneously, but instead took turns, maintaining continuous fire on the corridor's entrance, preventing those inside from raising their heads. Zhu Cijiong, hiding behind a battered shield, listened to the whistling of arrows, his mind racing. This cannot continue. Being on the defensive will lead to our inevitable demise. The enemy commander, composed and seasoned, clearly intended to exhaust their fighting strength with arrows before sending in infantry to finish them off. A direct assault against the well-prepared shield wall and archers would be tantamount to suicide. A strategy must be devised to disrupt their rhythm and sow chaos. Zhu Cijiong's gaze swept over the makeshift barricade at the entrance, and then back at the narrow corridor behind him, where movement was restricted. A daring plan began to crystallize in his mind. He swiftly issued a series of urgent and precise commands to Zhou Kuei and Wang Xie in beside him. General Zhou, you must immediately retreat behind the barricade. Do not engage, and gather your strength to intimidate any enemy that approaches. Guang Xian, you must quickly gather 10 of our sharpest comrades and collect anything that can be thrown, stones, broken blades, iron scraps. Anything will do, and pile it up behind the barricade. The remaining soldiers must hold the barricade at all costs. No one is to retreat a single step without my command. Although Zhou Kuei and Wang Xie did not fully grasp the deeper meaning behind their lord's directives, their absolute trust in him left no room for hesitation as they promptly set about their tasks. Zhuge stood like a towering iron fortress behind a barricade. His long spear angled towards the ground, eyes slightly closed, radiating an aura of impending eruption, his terrifying presence ever increasing. Wang Xian, in a flurry of activity, gathered all the hard objects he could find on the ground and piled them into several small heaps. After the third wave of arrows fell, Gao Yigong observed the eerie silence in the narrow alley and assumed the enemy had suffered severe casualties. A cold smile crept across his lips as he waved his hand. 20 elite soldiers from the Zhuge, armed with large shields and sheathed broadswords, stepped forward to form a tight square formation, marching steadily toward the entrance of the alley. Their mission was to dismantle the barricade and clear a path for the following troops. As they advanced, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped them. However, when they were less than 10 steps away from the barricade, everyone instinctively slowed their pace. They had caught sight of a towering figure standing silently behind the makeshift barricade. It was Zhuge, though he made no move. The palpable aura of murderous intent and authority emanating from him made them feel as if they were being watched by a primordial beast, sending a chill through their bones. What is there to fear? He is but one man. Dismantle it. The leading officer shouted to bolster both himself and his subordinates. The soldiers of the Zhuge, being elite troops, quickly suppressed their unease. They raised their shields and cautiously began to hook and pull apart the barricade made of debris. The imperial guards, obeying Zhu Cijiong's orders, refrained from launching a preemptive strike, instead relying on the barricade for steadfast defense. In an instant, the narrow alley transformed into a brutal battleground, where every inch was fiercely contested. Just as the barricade was about to be breached, a look of triumph appeared on the officer's face. Yet, he failed to notice the cold glint that flashed in Zhu Cijiong's eyes from behind the barricade. Now, the boy's crisp command rang out like a signal. Throw! Wang Xian and the 10 soldiers, who had long been prepared, suddenly hurled the pile of rubble and broken blades in front of them with all their might toward the 20 soldiers of the Zhuge. This was a completely unorthodox tactic. The soldiers could not have anticipated that the enemy would resort to such underhanded means. Although they held their shields, the close-range projectiles were impossible to completely defend against. My eyes! In a cacophony of sounds, the stones struck the iron armor and shields with a clattering noise, with many hitting their exposed faces and gaps. While the damage was minor, the humiliation was profound, and more importantly, this sudden attack thoroughly disrupted their once proud formation, just as chaos erupted among their ranks. At that moment of panic, Zhu Cijiong's second command thundered like a death knell. General Zhou, kill. Zhuge, who had remained motionless and gathered strength for so long, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying beams of light shot from his gaze. With a roar that transcended humanity, his formidable frame leaped forth like a descending tiger, soaring directly from the half-height barricade into the midst of the disordered Zhuge elites. The instant he landed, his Huodo Zhanjin spear transformed into a black flash. The officer, still shouting bravado, failed to perceive the spear's trajectory before feeling a chilling force pierce through his chest, lifting him high into the air. Zhuge, wielding the spear in one hand, used his lifeless body as a weapon, delivering a devastating horizontal sweep. Bang! 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 The 3 shield bearers before him, along with their shields, were sent flying by this overwhelming force. The might of a single strike was truly formidable. The soldiers of the Zhuge were completely stunned by Zhuge's godlike valor. Yet they were elite troops, and after a brief moment of shock, they quickly reacted, roaring as they surrounded him from all sides. However, their counterattack seemed utterly futile against such overwhelming power. The spear in Zhuge's hand had transformed into a shadow of ink, creating a lethal zone within 3 feet of him. Anyone who dared step into it would either die or be grievously injured. His target was unmistakably clear, aimed directly at the enemy commander, Gao Yigong. Capture the thief. First capture the king. Gao Yigong, witnessing the terrifying figure moving through his most elite guards as if they were nothing, felt his face grow pale for the first time. He realized he had gravely underestimated the strength of this remarkable general. His nearby guards quickly formed a shield wall in an attempt to block him. Yet Zhuge offered them no chance to form their ranks. Get out of my way! With a ferocious shout, he hurled the corpse of the officer he had just slain towards the shield wall with tremendous force. The heavy body, propelled by immense momentum, shattered the newly formed shield wall, sending guards tumbling. Zhuge moved with his spear as if it were an extension of himself, seamlessly cutting through the chaos and swiftly closing in on Gao Yigong. At that moment, all attention from the Zhang was drawn to Zhuge alone. This was precisely what Zhu Cijiong had intended. Just as Zhuge clashed head-on with Gao Yigong, wreaking havoc upon the enemy's formation, Zhu Cijiong issued the final and most crucial command: the entire army, do not linger in battle. Head west, to the water gate, quickly. Wang Xian and the remaining 40 imperial guards, who had long been poised for action, wasted no time turning and, under Wang Xian's lead, surged forth like arrows released from a bow, racing out of the alley and dashing madly westward along the shadow of the palace walls. Zhuge, hearing the commotion behind him, understood that the prince's plan had succeeded. He let out a mighty roar, his spear dancing with renewed ferocity, forcing Gao Yigong and his surrounding elite guards back several steps, buying precious time for the main force's retreat. Then, with a feint, he broke free from the fray, leveraging his extraordinary speed and explosive power to swiftly rejoin the main force, willingly taking on the role of rearguard. Pursue. Don't let them escape. Gao Yigong, seething with rage at the sight of his elite subordinates lying on the ground, bellowed in fury. A heart-stopping chase ensued beneath the northern wall of the Forbidden City. Zhu Cijiong and his remaining soldiers fled for their lives, while Gao Yigong's Zhang relentlessly pursued from behind. Finally, as everyone's strength waned, Zhu Cijiong pointed to an inconspicuous corner of the wall ahead and shouted, "We've arrived." Right there, everyone looked up to see a half-height opening beneath the palace wall, sealed off by rusty iron bars, emanating a foul stench from the darkness within. The water gate. They had found their escape. Your Highness, step back. Allow me to break it open. Zhuge stepped forward without hesitation, lifting his Huodo Zhanjin spear like a siege hammer, channeling all his strength to strike down upon the rusted giant lock. With a deafening crash, the lock trembled violently, but did not break. Just then, the pursuing soldiers appeared around the corner of the palace path. The leading archers had already drawn their bows. Quick, again! Zhu Cijiong urged desperately. Roar! Zhuge's eyes burned crimson as he raised his spear once more, the shaft groaning under the immense force he infused into it. Life and death hung on this single blow. Chapter 7. A narrow escape? In a critical moment, just as Gao Yigong's command to fire rang out, Zhuge's Huodo Zhanjin spear, infused with all his might, struck the weathered giant lock with a thunderous crash. Open! Accompanied by his earth-shattering roar. An even sharper and louder metallic explosion erupted. Clang! The enormous lock, larger than a human head, shattered like fragile porcelain under that strike, instantly covered in a web of cracks, before exploding into countless metal fragments that flew outward. Meanwhile, the arrow rain of death arrived as expected. Protect His Highness. The remaining dozens of Imperial guards, without receiving any orders, executed a perfectly synchronized motion. They roared, forming a primitive and tragic wall of flesh and blood, standing resolutely in front of Zhu Cijiong. The dull thuds of arrows piercing flesh resonated as a chorus. The first 7 or 8 guards at the forefront trembled violently, blood blossoming on their backs in an instant. Their eyes dimmed in a fleeting moment, yet until the very last breath of life, they stood tall like javelins. Not retreating an inch, they sacrificed their lives, trading them for precious time for their sovereign behind them. Your Highness, hurry! Zhuge kicked open the heavy iron gate, his eyes blazing as he shouted at Zhu Cijiong. Zhu Cijiong's eyes instantly reddened. He recognized several youthful faces among them. Just moments ago, they had been excited by his words of encouragement, but now they lay as cold corpses. A wave of searing grief and indignation surged within him. Yet he understood that this was not the time for sorrow. The sacrifice of these valiant souls must not be in vain. Go! Zhu Cijiong bit his lip, the salty taste of blood spreading in his mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed aside his guard Wang Xian and rushed towards the dark, foul-smelling entrance. Everyone follow. Quickly. Wang Xian followed closely, and the remaining soldiers immediately surged in an orderly manner into the cave. Inside the entrance lay a deep underground waterway. The icy, putrid water, mixed with the accumulated filth and sludge of the palace over centuries, rising to their knees. The thick, nauseating stench could nearly make the strongest man faint on the spot. As Zhu Cijiong stepped in, the cold filth instantly soaked his boots and trousers. An indescribable wave of nausea crashing over him. He stumbled, nearly falling. This place was the most filthy, the most sordid part of the imperial city. He was the most noble and esteemed prince of the Ming dynasty. This stark contrast felt like a resounding slap across his soul. However, he did not flinch or complain. Wang Xian attempted to assist him, but he pushed him away. He straightened his back, his youthful face marked by an uncharacteristic resolve and coldness. He silently endured it all, engraving this humiliation, this stench, this coldness deep within his bones. This disgrace, this filth he would remember. One day, he would wash away today's dirt with the blood of the bandits. Behind him, Zhuge stood like a guardian deity, fiercely guarding the water gate. The entrance was narrow, allowing only one or two to pass, making it an excellent place for a single warrior to hold back 1,000. Although the soldiers of the assault camp were elite, faced with the god of war like Zhuge, none dared to advance a single step. His spear danced like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing anyone who dared to approach, their bodies tossed aside carelessly. Gao Yigong behind fumed with rage, yet felt utterly helpless. He commanded the archers to shoot into the cave, but the entrance was too small and the interior too dark. Most arrows lodged into the slick stone walls in filth, achieving nothing. As all surviving soldiers entered the waterway, Zhuge let out one last fit of maniacal laughter to intimidate the enemy, casting a disdainful and mocking glance at the agitated young commander before he abruptly turned, his massive form vanishing into the darkness. At the last moment of entering the waterway, he and a few strong soldiers grasped the iron gate they had kicked open, using all their strength to pull it back. The clang echoed. Although the gate could not be relocked, it wedged tightly in the frame, forming the final barrier against pursuing foes. The general is valiant. The general is formidable. Inside the waterway, the surviving soldiers cheered upon seeing Zhuge return safely. Zhuge merely waved his hand, casting a concerned glance at the foremost Zhu Cijiong. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" "I am fine." Zhu Cijiong's voice resonated in the dark passage, sounding exceptionally steady. "Count the numbers, treat the wounded, and press on. We are not yet in a safe place." "Yes." Everyone immediately fell silent, enduring the harsh environment and their injuries as they continued to traverse the darkness. This waterway seemed endless. Surrounding them was a pitch-black void, the ground cold and slimy with muck, only the sound of rushing water and their heavy breathing breaking the silence. The pervasive stench of decay relentlessly challenged everyone's physical limits. A young soldier could not suppress his urge to vomit, only to be quickly silenced by a companion. In such an environment, even the slightest sound could attract lethal danger. Zhu Cijiong walked in the midst of the ranks, guarded by Wang Xian and several personal bodyguards. He sensed the morale of the soldiers dwindling alongside their physical exhaustion in the oppressive environment. He knew he had to take action. "Brothers," he began, his voice soft yet clear enough for everyone to hear, "I know it is dark, foul, and cold here. I too feel unwell." He uttered no hollow grandiose statements, merely stating the simplest of truths, which instantly bridged the gap between him and the soldiers. "But you must lift your heads and look ahead." He pointed into the unseen darkness of the passage. "At the end of that darkness lies light. Life. We have just fought our way out from the siege of thousands of bandits, and even the elite assault camp could not deter us. Shall we, who have crawled from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, be thwarted by this mere stinking ditch? Hold on a little longer. Once we emerge from here, we shall escape this prison. The sky outside is a sky of freedom. The land outside is where we can gallivant and restore the Ming dynasty. For the loyal souls of our fallen brothers, for the future of the Ming, follow me. Let us step outside." His words pierced through the darkness of their hearts like a ray of light. Indeed, if we could overcome such a deadlock, how could we perish in this stinking ditch? Your Highness is right. Outside is a land of freedom. A new strength surged from the depths of their weary bodies. All their steps became firm and resolute. They had been traversing the darkness for an unknown duration, perhaps an hour, perhaps longer. Finally, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. "Your Highness, there is light. It is the exit," the soldier at the forefront exclaimed, suppressing a surge of joy. Hope was within reach. Everyone's spirits lifted, quickening their pace. The light grew brighter as they approached the exit. This place was also sealed by an iron gate, but compared to the entrance, it was much smaller, and the lock was merely an ordinary iron one. This would not hold Zhou Kuei back. He stepped forward, not even using his spear, but simply grasped the bars with his hands, his arms straining with effort, accompanied by a low roar as he bent the thick iron bars with sheer force. A gap wide enough for a person to slip through was created. Wang Xian and two soldiers were the first to crawl out, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Moments later, a voice confirming safety came from outside. One by one, everyone crawled out. When Zhu Cijiong emerged from the foul-smelling opening and breathed in the fresh air outside, he felt as if he had been reborn. He raised his head, and before his eyes was no longer the imposing and oppressive palace walls of the Forbidden City, but a vast sky tinged dark red by the evening glow. They had made it out. They truly escaped from that hell on earth. Behind them loomed the majestic Beihuan of the Zhijiang, like a silent behemoth lurking in the twilight. Within those walls, faint sounds of battle and flickering flames could still be heard. That place had once been his home, his prison, and the origin of all his humiliations. Zhu Cijiong cast a lingering glance back before resolutely turning away, leaving behind the symbol of his past entirely. Take a head count, he commanded, his voice regaining its calmness. Soon, the results were revealed. Among Zhou Kuei's initial hundreds of imperial guards who had broken through the first encirclement, only about 130 remained. In the recent skirmish to cover their retreat, nearly 100 had perished. At the water gate, a further 10 or so had sacrificed themselves to withstand the rain of arrows. Now, only 28 remained, including Zhou Kuei and Wang Xian. Each was wounded, each face etched with exhaustion. This was an unbearably grim number. Yet Zhu Cijiong understood that these 28 would become the most steadfast and reliable spark of his future endeavors. They found themselves in a secluded alley beneath the imperial city, surrounded by disordered residences. In the distance, the clamor of the marketplace mingled with the unique chaos that followed the invasion. Although they had fled the imperial city, they remained within the vast confines of Beijing, now firmly under Li Zicheng's control. These ragged men, soiled and armed, faced an immense challenge. Your Highness, Zhou Kuei approached him, glancing at the unfamiliar surroundings, feeling disoriented. He instinctively inquired, "Where shall we go now?" Chapter 8. A place to hide. Zhou Kuei's startling question jolted the recently escaped from the euphoria of survival back into the harsh reality. Where to go? Indeed, where could they go? They had fled the imperial city, yet everywhere they looked was still Li Zicheng's domain. This vast city of Beijing had transformed into a colossal cage. The 28 remnants of an army were like unmoored reeds, susceptible to being overturned by the slightest wave. All eyes subconsciously turned to the slender figure of Zhu Cijiong, their only anchor of hope. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he stood still, gradually closing his eyes to isolate himself from the surrounding clamor. A profound weariness washed over him like a tide, but he knew that this was not the time for rest. His mind raced, operating with the speed of the most intricate machinery. The modern logic of thought collided with fragmented memories belonging to the original Zhu Cijiong, filtering and merging in a frenzy. An inn? A tavern? No, too chaotic, too prone to scrutiny. A common dwelling? Even less feasible. It could not accommodate 20 men, and discovery would spell disaster for innocent civilians. The residences of noble families? Most likely, they had already opened their doors to the invaders, willingly becoming companions to Li Zicheng, thus voluntarily walking into a trap. One by one, he swiftly dismissed each option. In his mind, the vast memories of the original prince flashed by like a revolving lantern. He saw countless faces of dignitaries, some flattering, some reverent, others distant. Suddenly, an old, stubborn face froze in the depths of his memory. Fan Xianji, the then official of the Ministry of Personnel, a man of modest rank but significant influence, whose temperament was as obstinate as a stone in a latrine. A graduate of the imperial examination in the second year of Tianping, he was known for his integrity, unable to tolerate even the slightest corruption. He had mercilessly impeached both the eunuch Wei Zhongxian and certain hypocrites of the Donglin faction, standing as a hard bone in the court. Because of his disagreeable nature, he had experienced numerous rises and falls in his career, never truly entering the centers of power. However, this also meant he did not belong to any faction and was a genuine loyal subject. Most importantly, Zhu Cijiong recalled that his father, Emperor Chongzhen, had privately lamented more than once, Fan Xianji is a minister of integrity. His heart can be illuminated by the sun and moon. A man who could earn such high praise from the inherently suspicious Emperor Chongzhen was undoubtedly loyal. Furthermore, Fan's residence was located in the southern city of Zuananfang, a haven for scholars, thus relatively more stable compared to the chaos near the imperial city. Fan Xianji was low-key. Although his estate was large, it was not ostentatious, making it ideal for hiding. That's it. Zhu Cijiong's eyes flew open, his gaze bright and resolute in the dim light, to Zuananfang in the southern city, to the residence of Fan Xianji, the official of the Ministry of Personnel. His words momentarily stunned Zhuge and Wang Xian. Zhuge, a man of arms, was not well versed in the civil service, while Wang Xian, though a eunuch, had remained by the side of the Prince of Stability and was unfamiliar with these officials of the outer court. Your Highness, is Fan Xianji reliable? Zhuge inquired cautiously. Absolutely reliable. Zhu Cijiong's tone brooked no doubt. His father had said, Minister Fan, his heart can be illuminated by the sun and moon. In times of national peril, such loyalists will not let us down. Upon hearing the Emperor Chongzhen's own assessment, Zhuge immediately dispelled his doubts. Good. I will follow your orders. Do not be so conspicuous. Zhu Cijiong quickly interjected. We are remnants of an army, refugees, not divine soldiers. Wrap all weapons in cloth and hide them on your person. Everyone, smear your faces with more dirt. Remember, from this moment on, we are but a group of refugees fleeing the city, seeking a morsel of food. He methodically issued commands. We shall split into 3 groups, keeping a distance of 100 paces apart. Wang Banban, you're clever. Take 2 brothers ahead to scout the way. I will remain with most of the brothers in the center. General Zhou, your martial prowess is unmatched. Take a few brothers to guard the rear, just in case. Is that understood? Understood. The group responded in unison. They gazed at the 12-year-old prince, who remained composed and steady in the face of adversity, instilling in them not only reverence, but also an unshakable confidence. It felt as though as long as they followed their prince, they would surely break through the encirclement and reshape the world. After a simple disguise, the 28 men transformed into 3 inconspicuous streams of refugees, quietly melding into the dark currents of Beijing's twilight. The streets appeared desolate. Most shops had already shuttered, with only a few grain stores cautiously remaining open under the watchful eyes of the invading troops. Passers-by were scarce, each bearing expressions of fear and urgency. Groups of ill-equipped soldiers patrolled, wielding weapons, their eyes menacing, frequently stopping passers-by to extort them. Any sign of resistance was met with violence. Zhu Cijiong and his companions hunched over, heads down, attempting to navigate along the shadows of the walls. They brushed past patrols on more than one occasion, each time causing Zhu Cijiong's heart to leap into his throat, yet his expression remained a mask of the numbness and timidity befitting a refugee. Influenced by him, even the battle-hardened guards around him subdued their murderous intent, transforming into mere ordinary fugitives. Once a patrol team stopped a porter carrying a load, brazenly seizing all his goods and kicking him to the ground, provoking laughter from their comrades. Zhuge, trailing behind, clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking, eyes nearly aflame. Sensing his agitation, Zhu Cijiong subtly shook his head. Zhuge took a deep breath and ultimately relaxed his grip. A small concession now could preserve the grand scheme. Thus, they traversed perilously yet unharmed, guided by the routes embedded in Zhu Cijiong's memory, finally reaching Zuananfang before darkness enveloped the sky. In the distance, an unassuming yet expansive estate came into view. Before the mansion's entrance, there hung no plaques to signify status, only 2 weathered stone lions silently standing in the darkness. The grand door was tightly shut, with not a glimmer of light escaping through the cracks. The entire residence resembled a slumbering behemoth. This is the place? Zhu Cijiong murmured softly. Wang Xian immediately stepped forward, following Zhu Cijiong's prior instructions, extending his hand to knock on the heavy vermilion door in a peculiar rhythm of 3 long and 2 short knocks. After a lengthy wait, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from within. With a creak, a small window beside the door was opened, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes peering through the gap. Who goes there? Out at this hour? Seeking death? Do you not know the city is in chaos? Came the raspy voice of an elder. Wang Xian lowered his voice. Speaking in a tone only audible to Zhu Cijiong. An old friend visits. It is not convenient to disclose my name. I merely wish to gaze upon the wind and rain rooster crow painting once more. The vigilant eyes widened in an instant. The wind and rain rooster crow was a painting bestowed by the late emperor to Fan Xinji, commending his courageous spirit in court. This matter was known only to the core members of the Fan family and a select few in the palace. Outsiders had no inkling. The elder within gasped, his breathing quickening. He asked no further questions, but swiftly closed the small window. Moments later, the sound of the heavy bolt being slowly drawn back echoed. The grand door opened just enough for one person to pass through, and the old steward, trembling, uttered, "Esteemed guest, please enter." The group immediately filed in. Once inside the mansion, the door was quickly shut, isolating them from the chaos and danger outside. Under the uncertain guidance of the old steward, they traversed several corridors, eventually arriving at a secluded courtyard. In the yard stood an elderly man, clad in a plain robe, with graying hair and a gaunt visage, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was filled with sorrow and gravity. It was Fan Xinji, the official in charge of the personnel department. "Fubo, who visits at such a late hour?" Fan Xinji did not turn, his voice laden with profound fatigue. "The master said he wishes to see the wind and rain rooster crow painting." The steward Fu Bo trembled as he spoke. Fan Xinji's tall figure suddenly jolted. He turned swiftly, his sharp eyes akin to those of a hawk, scanning the ragged and filthy group before him. When his gaze landed on Zhu Cijiong, who was surrounded by the others, he was taken aback. Despite the boy's small stature and sooty face, those eyes, remarkably bright even in the darkness, and the stubbornness and majesty reminiscent of Emperor Chongzhen between his brows, made his heart feel as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Zhu Cijiong remained silent, merely retrieving from his bosom a small, dragon-patterned jade pendant, warmed by his body heat. This was a unique piece bestowed upon him by his mother, Tianshi, on his 12th birthday. Upon seeing the pendant, Fan Xinji was completely stunned. A tempest of emotions surged in his murky eyes. Doubt, shock, overwhelming joy, and profound sorrow flickered across his face. In the next moment, this old minister, renowned for his steadfastness in court, who had never flinched before threats to his life, suddenly buckled at the knees and fell heavily to the cold ground. "Your Highness is the Crown Prince." He could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. He prostrated himself on the ground, crying out in anguish, "I, Fan Xinji, have come too late to save you. I am guilty beyond measure." This sudden turn of events stirred the inner chamber. A young girl, dressed in a delicate white gown, with an exquisite visage and an elegant demeanor, hurriedly emerged holding a lantern. Upon seeing her kneeling father and the ragged refugees before her, she stood momentarily stunned, astonishment etched on her beautiful face. "Father, what is this?" Zhu Cijiong disregarded the girl, stepping forward to assist Fan Xinji to his feet, his voice trembling with emotion. "Minister Fan, please rise. In times of national peril, there is no room for formalities." He paused, then asked the question he most yearned to know, yet feared to hear. "Minister Fan, I have escaped the palace. But how is my father now?" Hearing this, the tears that had just been held back surged forth once more. He gazed at Zhu Cijiong's hopeful countenance, his lips trembling for a moment before he spoke, each word heavy with sorrow. "Your Highness, please accept my condolences. An hour ago, we received certain news. The emperor has hanged himself at Meishan Shohuang Pavilion, sacrificing himself for the nation. The empress has also taken her own life in Kuan-Ning Palace to follow him." Boom! This news struck like a divine thunderbolt upon everyone present. Although they had been mentally prepared, the confirmation of such calamity shattered them instantly with overwhelming grief. "Father." Zhu Cijiong felt darkness envelop him, his body swaying dangerously close to collapse. "Oh, Emperor!" Wang Xian fell to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Even a hardened warrior like Zhou Kuei felt tears welling up, overwhelmed by sorrow. He and the soldiers behind him knelt in unison, bowing heavily towards the palace, releasing muffled cries of anguish. The entire courtyard was engulfed in immense sorrow. The girl holding the lantern, Fan Waning, Fan Xinji's daughter, was also left in shock. She covered her mouth, tears shimmering in her clear eyes, unable to comprehend the scene before her. The emperor has passed? Has the Ming truly fallen? Standing at the center of this vortex of grief, Zhu Cijiong felt his heart torn asunder. The resolute gaze of his father, before parting, seemed to linger before him. He had become an orphan, a solitary child of a fallen nation. Yet, just as this overwhelming sorrow threatened to consume his reason, a stronger, colder hatred began to surge from the depths of his soul. He looked upon the kneeling soldiers, the loyal ministers weeping for him, and the beautiful girl beside them, rendered speechless by fear. He could not falter. From this moment forth, he would be their sole hope. He would be the last banner of the floundering Ming. Zhu Cijiong slowly straightened his not-so-broad back. He raised his hand, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve. When he opened his eyes again, all traces of vulnerability and sorrow had vanished, replaced by a chilling calmness and a burning resolve. He stepped forward, addressing everyone with a deep yet powerful voice. The emperor has sacrificed himself. The Ming has not perished. I decree that from today forth, every citizen of the Ming shall take it upon themselves to expel the bandits and restore the nation. His gaze swept across everyone present, finally resting on the direction of the palace, his voice seeming to emerge from the depths of his very being. This vengeance I shall exact. Chapter 9. The Secret Strategy Room. Zhu Cijiong's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with an unwavering determination that shared the sorrow of the mountains and rivers and the hatred of the sun and moon. It dispelled the confusion and despair that had arisen in the hearts of the people following the emperor's demise, infusing them with an unbreakable will. The atmosphere in the once sorrowful courtyard shifted dramatically. The spirit of mourning transformed into a fervent resolve. Old minister, I vow to follow your highness to the death and restore the Ming. Fan Xianji bowed deeply once more, this time not merely bowing to the prince of the Ming, but to a monarch rising amidst despair. We pledge to follow your highness to the death and avenge the late emperor. Zhuge and the remaining 20 or so soldiers echoed in unison, their voices shaking the very rafters. Standing at a distance, Fan Waning was profoundly moved by this surge of righteous anger and martial spirit. She gazed in awe at the boy prince, who stood at the center of it all, small in stature, yet seemingly capable of upholding the heavens. In his clear eyes shone a brilliance beyond compare. She had never imagined that a mere 12-year-old boy could possess such remarkable spirit. Minister Fan, this place is not suitable for long stays. Zhu Cijiong swiftly reined in his emotions, regaining his composure. Please find us a secluded place, he implored. We need to recuperate, and more importantly, to heal. He cast a glance at the soldiers behind him, teetering on the edge of collapse, their bodies marred with blood, a flicker of compassion flashing in his eyes. It is the oversight of the old minister. Fan Xianji, awakened from his stupor, immediately turned to the elderly steward, Fu Bo, who was already paralyzed with fear, and instructed, Hurry, open the Tingyu Pavilion in the backyard. It is the most concealed courtyard of the estate. Also, have the kitchen prepare hot water, medicinal supplies, and clean clothes. Remember, aside from those present in the courtyard, if a single word leaks out, the entire family will face annihilation. Yes, I understand. Fu Bo scurried away to make arrangements. Soon, the group was escorted to an exceedingly quiet independent courtyard, surrounded by artificial hills and cloaked in lush bamboo, a serene environment, with only a narrow path leading to the outside, making it easy to defend. The servants of the Fan residence delivered a plethora of supplies. When hot water and clean clothes were laid before them, many of the men who had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood could not help but redden their eyes. They could finally wash away the blood and stench that clung to them, don clean garments, and take a moment to breathe as human beings. Fan Wanqing personally brought the finest wound ointments and clean bandages from the household's womenfolk, although she was a woman of high birth and had never witnessed such horrific injuries. She exhibited no disdain or fear, instead calmly directing the servants to tend to the wounds of the more grievously injured soldiers. Her kindness and composure earned her the respect of all the soldiers. Zhuge expressed profound gratitude toward this benevolent noblewoman, thanking her repeatedly. Fan Wanqing merely shook her head slightly, softly saying, The general and all the esteemed officers have devoted themselves to the nation. This is the least I can do. Her gaze occasionally drifted to the elegantly arranged main house where the young prince was currently residing. An hour later, the night had deepened. Clad in a well-fitted azure brocade robe, Zhu Cijiong, having cleansed himself of all filth, appeared transformed. though his visage remained youthful. The depth in his eyes and his poised demeanor exuded an authority that forbade anyone from perceiving him as a mere child. The study was brightly lit, and only 4 individuals were deemed worthy to occupy this space. Zhu Cijiong sat at the head, with Zhuge and Wang Xian flanking him like 2 silent guardians. Opposite him sat Fan Xianji, sitting upright, his expression grave. This was the inaugural core meeting of Zhu Cijiong's future establishment. Minister Fan, Zhu Cijiong, broke the silence. His voice resolute, "I must be apprised of the current situation in the city. What are Li Zicheng's movements? What is the attitude of the officials in court? Please provide every detail without omission." Fan Xianji collected his thoughts and replied somberly, "Your Highness, the situation is exceedingly dire. The bandit Li Zicheng has seized the Forbidden City this afternoon and is currently residing in the Wuying Palace, convening with the likes of Niu Jingxing and Song Xiankai to plot their schemes. Furthermore, he has ordered a citywide lockdown, with all gates sealed tight, allowing no one in or out. As for the officials in the court, Fan Xianji's face twisted with disdain and anger. Most of them are spineless. They are either hiding behind closed doors or have sent envoys to the bandit camp, submitting surrender documents in preparation for welcoming the new master. The likes of Grand Secretary Wei Zayod are particularly obsequious, displaying their disgraceful behavior. However, there are loyal individuals. He shifted his tone, noting that figures such as Minister of War Zhang Jinyan and Deputy Minister of Personnel Li Banghua are resolutely refusing to submit to the bandits. Yet, I fear they cannot hold out for long. Most alarmingly, Fan Xianji's tone grew heavier. Li Zicheng has adopted the treacherous scheme of the bandit Lu Zongmin, implementing a citywide campaign for confiscating wealth to fund his troops. Confiscating wealth for troops? Zhu Cijiong furrowed his brow. Indeed, Fan Xianji exclaimed with bitterness. They are arresting all officials of the former Ming dynasty of the 3rd rank and above, subjecting them to brutal torture to extort their fortunes, under the guise of funding the troops. The capital has become a living hell for us former Ming officials. The sounds of agony are incessant. As these words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the study grew thick with tension. Zhuge clenched his fists in anger, gritting his teeth. These bandits are truly worse than animals. Zhu Cijiong remained silent, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table, his eyes half closed. What Fan Xianji described aligned perfectly with the history etched in his memory. The actions of Li Zicheng after entering Beijing were precisely what led to his swift loss of the people's support and eventual downfall. However, for them in this moment, these were deadly threats. Is it truly safe to hide here? While the Fan residence is not a high-ranking official's abode, it is still a family of officials and will inevitably catch the eye of the ruthless officers seeking to confiscate wealth. Your Highness, Fan Xianji interjected, it is of utmost importance that you remain concealed here safely. Seeing Zhu Cijiong's silence, he assumed he was intimidated and hastened to advise. As long as you can preserve your valuable life, when the world changes, we can plot our grand strategy then. There are secret chambers in this residence that are sufficient. Zhu Cijiong abruptly opened his eyes wide, interrupting him. Hiding here merely equates to waiting for death, entrusting our lives to the carelessness of the bandits. His voice, though low, was resolute. I have made my decision. He stood, his gaze burning as he looked at Fan Xianji and Zhuge. We must leave Beijing, south to Jinling. The utterance sent shockwaves through Fan Xianji and Zhuge, their faces paling simultaneously. Your Highness, that is absolutely unthinkable. Fan Xianji nearly leaped up, exclaiming, with the gates tightly shut and strict inspections. The city is rife with bandit spies. Outside, there is an ocean of bandit forces, with only a meager 20 or so of us. How can we hope to break through? This venture is akin to courting death. General, what do you think? Zhu Cijiong chose not to heed Fan Xianji's agitation, but instead turned his gaze to Zhuge. Though Zhuge also perceived the perilous nature of this undertaking, he had developed an almost blind trust in Zhu Cijiong. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt on one knee and solemnly declared, I do not understand strategy, but I would gladly lay down my life at your Highness's command. Zhu Cijiong nodded in satisfaction before shifting his attention back to Fan Xianji. His expression turned grave and earnest. Minister Fan, I fully comprehend your concerns. Zhu Cijiong's voice possessed a unique calming power. This journey is, indeed, fraught with peril. However, Remaining here is a guaranteed death sentence. Li Zicheng is plundering the entire city, insatiable in his greed. How long can the Fan residents remain unaffected? Once discovered, not only will we perish, but your entire family will be caught in the flames. Did you wish to witness such an outcome? Fan Xianji's complexion turned ashen. Zhu Cijiong did not afford him time to ponder. He stepped closer and spoke in a tone filled with grand vision. Beijing is a dead end. Yet Jiangnan still remains a bastion of our Ming dynasty. Nanjing is our provisional capital, with a complete court structure, abundant financial resources, and the might of the 4 garrisons in Jiangbei, as well as the 100,000 troops led by Jingnan and Zhuge. As long as I can reach Nanjing safely and declare my identity as the last surviving prince of the late emperor, the loyal forces will surely rally to my call. At that point, consolidating the strength of Jiangnan and launching a northern expedition to drive out the bandits and restore Beijing will be but a trivial matter. The crux of it all hinges on whether we can take this first step. His voice brimmed with passion and charisma, causing Fan Xianji's heart, already heavy with despair, to beat wildly in response. Finally, Zhu Cijiong steadied Fan Xianji's shoulder, locking eyes with him as he earnestly declared, "Minister Fan, what I require on this journey is not warriors like General Zhou who charge in a battle, but pillars of a nation like yourself, capable of strategizing and leading. You are well versed in the intricacies of the court, esteemed and revered. I require your counsel to devise a comprehensive plan for my departure from city. The future of the Ming necessitates your efforts to stabilize the convoluted political landscape of Jiangnan. This monumental responsibility falls solely upon your shoulders." A golden radiance, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, emanated from Zhu Cijiong, akin to an enlightening revelation, instantly penetrating Fan Xianji's mind. The notification echoed, success in persuading the highly intelligent strategist Fan Xianji. His loyalty elevated to unwavering fidelity. Intelligence significantly enhanced. Fan Xianji's body trembled violently. In that moment, the worry and despair that once filled his eyes were replaced by an unprecedented, resplendent brilliance. Numerous previously perplexing dilemmas and seemingly insurmountable challenges were illuminated by divine light, revealing their intricate connections with remarkable clarity. His mind, dulled by age and sorrow, began to operate at an extraordinary velocity, birthing countless audacious and ingenious strategies like bamboo shoots after rain. "Your Highness," Fan Xianji murmured, and as his eyes sparkled, his demeanor transformed entirely, from a worried loyalist to a radiant, sagacious strategist. "Your foresight surpasses that of seasoned ministers by leaps and bounds. I am enlightened." His face flushed with excitement as he deeply bowed to Zhu Cijiong. "Your Highness is correct. Beijing is a dead end. Nanjing is the path to life. To remain here is to await death. To head south is to embrace life amidst peril. I have a plan that may aid your Highness in departing Beijing undetected." Zhou Kuei and Wang Xin gazed at Fan Xianji, astonished by the dramatic transformation, their eyes reflecting reverence as they looked upon Zhu Cijiong. Outside the study, behind the tightly closed door, Fan Wanqing stood quietly with a tray of freshly brewed tea. Initially there to serve tea, she had absorbed every word exchanged within the study. From her father's vehement opposition to the young prince's grand vision, and finally to her father's astonishing transformation, her heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Peering through a small hole in the paper window, she discreetly observed, beneath the flickering candlelight, the 12-year-old boy was huddled with her father and 2 valiant guards over a vast map of Beijing, strategizing in hushed tones. The contours of his profile were sharply defined in the candlelight, exuding a calmness, wisdom, and authority that belied his youth, a captivating allure. In that moment, he ceased to be the pitiful prince, stained and deserving of pity. He became a slumbering dragon, poised to stir the winds of the world. Chapter 10. The southern route within the study. The flickering candlelight illuminated 3 solemn faces, each bearing a different expression, yet equally grave. Fan Xianji's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The southern strategy he had just proposed, born from a desire to live amidst death, ignited hope. However, the true challenge lay in its execution. "Your Highness," he pondered for a moment before articulating his preliminary thoughts. "I believe that a reckless assault is impossible. Our only chance lies in cleverness. How do we achieve that?" Zhu Cijiong inquired. "By leveraging circumstances." Fan Xianji's words quickened, his thoughts crystallizing. Currently, Li Zicheng is scouring the city for resources and funds, leaving the wealthy citizens in a state of alarm, draining their coffers for self-preservation. Daily, vast amounts of gold and silver are loaded onto carriages, destined for the rebel camp in the west. Though the targets are significant, they are treated with deference, as they are seen as offerings to the bandits. This is the advantage we can exploit. Zhu Cijiong's eyes lit up. You mean we should disguise ourselves as a supply convoy? Exactly, Your Highness. Fan Xinji applauded. We can procure a sturdy, covered cart to conceal Your Highness and the soldiers within, while a few individuals masquerade as drivers and attendants to slip out of the city. With proper documentation, we may deceive them. This audacious and ingenious plan, however, did not fully satisfy Zhu Cijiong. After a brief contemplation, he shook his head slowly. Not sufficient. Not sufficient. Fan Xinji was taken aback. It lacks comprehensiveness, Zhu Cijiong replied, his gaze reflecting wisdom and composure beyond his years. We cannot merely disguise ourselves. Everything must be impeccable. Though the bandits are unruly, some among them are astute. A simple ruse will reveal too many flaws. We must make the pretense genuine. He turned to Fan Xinji, emphasizing each word. I require a genuine cart laden with gold and silver. Not excessive, but authentic enough to satisfy the greedy guards at the city gates when the time comes. We also need a legitimate supply document and a credible source. Making the pretense genuine. Fan Xinji was struck with realization. He gazed at the youthful prince before him, admiration swelling within him. Your Highness thinks even more profoundly than I. An old minister. I understand. Fan Xinji nodded resolutely, determination gleaming in his eyes. Do not worry, Your Highness. I have spent decades navigating the treacherous waters of court politics, and I possess some savings. Securing a cart of gold and silver will not be a challenge. As for the documents and sources, I have a plan. In the city resides an Yuan Bo, a noble from the previous dynasty whose estate lies in disarray. I can dispatch a trusted confidant to retrieve blank official documents from his residence and forge a supply request with absolute certainty. Excellent. Zhu Cijiong slammed his palm on the table. Let's proceed. This matter requires urgency. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow, with a plan in place. The entire Fan household operated like a well-oiled machine, quietly executing their tasks behind the scenes. Fan Xinji devoted all his energy to gathering gold and silver and forging documents. Zhou Kuei personally selected a dozen of the most agile and inconspicuous soldiers to pose as guards and drivers. Wang Xian was entrusted with the significant role of the subservient steward responsible for transporting the silver. Meanwhile, Fan Wanqing transformed Zhu Cijiong into a pallid, timid servant, dressing him in coarse servant's garb. Within the confines of her chamber, Fan Wanqing adorned Zhu Cijiong in tattered clothing, applying a special herbal concoction to his fair skin, rendering it a sickly yellow. Your Highness, I apologize for the indignity, she said, her eyes rimmed with red as she beheld the reflection of the boy, now resembling a beggar. The fall of the nation has rendered me but a stray dog. What indignity is there? Zhu Cijiong's voice was calm. Yet beneath that calm lay a tempest of emotions. Fan Wanqing, gazing into his tranquil eyes, felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. From her bosom, she produced a hand-stitched pouch exuding a faint fragrance of orchids, offering it to him. Your Highness, this journey is fraught with peril. I possess little else, but this token is my blessing for you. Please take care. The tremor in her voice was barely perceptible. Zhu Cijiong accepted the pouch, still warm from her touch. Warmth flooding his heart. He nodded solemnly, tucking it into his bosom. Thank you. I shall forever remember the kindness of the Fan household. The following day, before dawn broke, an unassuming covered cart, flanked by a dozen guards, quietly slipped from the back gate of the Fan residence into the deepest shadows of the pre-dawn darkness. The convoy headed west towards Zhangyi Gate, an area with relatively lax oversight, leading towards Shaanxi and Henan. As Fan Xinji had anticipated, this supply convoy faced little scrutiny along the way. The once fearsome patrols regarded them with a hint of reverence. At last, the outline of Zhangyi Gate emerged in the distance. The rebel soldiers stationed there halted the convoy as the commanding officer approached with an air of arrogance. Wang Xian had rehearsed this countless times. He hastily retrieved several pieces of broken silver from his bosom, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile as he handed them over. all the while presenting a forged document. "Military officer, you have worked hard," he said, bowing and scraping. "We are from the Yuan Bo's residence, under the command of the Chuang Wang, here to provide supplies for the army. The cart is filled with yellow and white items. I hope you will facilitate our passage." The 100 household weighed the silver and glanced at the document. Noting the official seals were intact, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He casually approached the cart, lifting a corner of the curtain, and beheld the neatly stacked boxes of silver ingots glimmering enticingly within. The last vestige of doubt evaporated from his mind. Very well. And Yuan Bo is indeed perceptive. He waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, move along." "Thank you, military officer." "Thank you." Wang Shan expressed his gratitude profusely as he retreated and signaled to the convoy. The wheels of the cart began to turn slowly, and under the greedy gazes of the city guards, this carriage, carrying the last hope of the Ming dynasty, safely departed from the prison that had confined them for days. At the moment the cart completely exited the city gate, Zhu Cijiong, hidden in the carriage, cast a complex glance back at the towering walls of Beijing through a small crack. He had emerged. However, this was merely the first step of a long march. The convoy dared not linger, speeding along the official road. It was not until the sun had risen high, and the silhouette of Beijing was no longer visible, that the group breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yet, just as they believed they were momentarily safe and were preparing to seek a concealed location to rest, a cloud of dust arose ahead on the official road, signaling the approach of a larger contingent of cavalry. The soldiers were better equipped than the guards at the city gate, each mounted on magnificent steeds, radiating an air of arrogance. Among them were several prison carts laden with treasures and women. A large banner, black with red characters, flapped menacingly in the wind. Zhou expression darkened instantly. "Your Highness, it's the bandit general Liu Zongmin's troop." Liu Zongmin, the notorious first general of the Chuang army, known for his cruelty and lust. It was indeed a case of enemies crossing paths. Zhu Cijiong's heart sank heavily, quickly making the most prudent decision. "All personnel, stand guard, but do not reveal yourselves. Slow down, pull over, and pretend to be an ordinary merchant convoy." The convoy immediately veered to the roadside, everyone lowering their heads to feign a demeanor of fear and submission. Liu Zongmin's troop soon approached. Liu Zongmin himself was a burly man, with a face adorned with thick whiskers, riding atop a magnificent black warhorse, his face flushed with the excesses of drink, his eyes gleaming with unbridled arrogance. He paid little attention to the inconspicuous small convoy by the roadside, merely urging his men to hasten. As the two groups were about to pass each other, a crisis seemed poised to dissolve without incident. However, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. From amidst of one of the prison carts, a furious and resolute voice rang out. "Rebellious traitors! My Wei family has held prestige for generations. I would rather die than suffer humiliation." Immediately, a young woman clad in elegant attire, albeit with a disheveled hairstyle that could not conceal her extraordinary beauty, summoned an unknown strength to break through the wooden bars of the prison cart. Leaping down, she appeared intent on ending her own life, making straight for a large rock by the roadside. "Damn it! She dares to seek death." Liu Zongmin's fury erupted. He abruptly yanked the reins, causing his magnificent steed to rear up. Leaning forward from the saddle, his large hand extended, and before the girl could collide with the rock, he seized her by the collar, lifting her as one would a chick, pulling her back. What a fiery little beauty! Liu Zongmin gazed at the girl struggling in his grasp, a lewd glimmer igniting in his eyes. "This general likes girls like you. Wei Zhao has indeed sired a fine daughter. Today, under the broad daylight, you shall learn what it means to be the true son of heaven." Saying this, he dismounted and tore open the girl's garment, revealing her snow-white shoulder. "Stop, you beast!" The girl, startled and enraged, tears streaming down her face, found herself powerless to resist. This scene left everyone in Zhu Cijiong's convoy with eyes wide in horror. Zhu Cijiong's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He recognized that girl. She was Wei Ran, the daughter of Wei Zhao, the first minister of the former Ming dynasty, who had opened the gates to the invaders. Though he despised Wei Zhao's character, how innocent was this girl? More importantly, if he stood idly by at this moment, the hearts of the loyal soldiers under his command would waver. He himself would never be able to overcome that mental barrier. To rescue, or not to rescue? To rescue would mean that these 20-odd men would face hundreds of elite cavalry, akin to striking a stone with an egg. Once exposed, it would be catastrophic. Not rescuing would lead to unrest in the ranks. This thought flickered through his mind in an instant. General Zhou. Zhu Cijiong's voice was cold and resolute. Zhuge could no longer contain himself. Upon hearing this, his body tensed instantaneously, akin to a sword ready to be drawn. We must save her, but we must be cunning, not confrontational. Zhu Cijiong spoke rapidly. Wang Banban, fetch the bows and arrows, and with 5 brothers, flank from the side to that earthen slope. Heed my command. First shoot their horses to disrupt their formation. General Zhou, you and I will feign a frontal attack. Your goal is not to kill, but to disarray their ranks and rescue that girl. Remember, strike and retreat immediately. If we seize their horses, we shall depart. Understood. The orders were given, and everyone sprang into action. Wang Shan and the others quietly slipped away from the convoy, vanishing into the low woods by the roadside. Meanwhile, Lu Zhongmin, grinning maliciously, prepared to assault the desperate girl. At that moment, whoosh, 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 several sharp sounds of arrows cutting through the air erupted from the earthen slope. A barrage of prepared arrows struck with snake-like precision, hitting the war horses of Lu Zhongmin's elite guards. The horses neighed in pain, bucking wildly, instantly toppling the riders, throwing the entire troop into disarray. Ambush! Lu Zhongmin's face shifted as he instinctively reached for his weapon. But it was too late. Abas, a roar, akin to a tiger's roar or a dragon's chant, soared from the seemingly inconspicuous fake merchant convoy. Zhuge had moved. He seemed to meld with the very ground beneath him, transforming into an indistinguishable shadow, charging towards Lu Zhongmin with boundless murderous intent. Before he even arrived, the overwhelming pressure made Lu Zhongmin feel as if his breath had been stolen. He looked up in horror, only to see a massive spear-like shadow hurtling toward him. Protect the general! Lu Zhongmin's guards cried out, rushing forward. Yet all was in vain. Those who block me shall die. With a sweeping strike of his spear, Zhuge sent the guards and their weapons flying, their bodies twisting midair, breaking and crumbling like rolling gourds. Lu Zhongmin was so terrified that his soul nearly departed from him. He could never have imagined encountering such a fearsome opponent in this desolate wilderness. In a panic, he drew his sword to block. Clang! A deafening sound erupted. Lu Zhongmin felt an irresistible force crash against him. His grip shattered, and he was sent stumbling back 7 or 8 steps before landing on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Wang Shan had already surged forward like a wraith, scooping up the stunned Wei he ran and turning to flee. Having struck successfully, Zhuge did not linger in battle. With a long howl, he plunged into the enemy ranks, not to slay, but to sever the reins of the unattended war horses. Retreat! With that command, the prepared soldiers leaped onto the startled steeds. Zhuge directly seized Lu Zhongmin's magnificent black warhorse. A group of individuals, pulling along the still dumbfounded Wei he ran, turned their horses and galloped away, leaving behind Lu Zhongmin and his hundreds of disarrayed subordinates, who stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the dust cloud left in the wake of their departure, unleashing a thunderous, impotent rage. Chased them. Uncertain how far they had fled, it was only when they had altogether shaken off their pursuers that they finally halted in a secluded thicket. The exhilaration of having survived filled everyone with excitement. Not only had they successfully escaped from Beijing, but they had also dealt a resounding slap to the face of the formidable General Lu Zhongmin and had unwittingly acquired over a dozen fine warhorses. The young girl, Wei Ran, who had been rescued, finally regained her composure from the immense shock and fear. She looked at this group of men, though ragged in appearance, each exuding a vibrant spirit and a restrained ferocity, and then at the young man, poised atop his steed, commanding with an air of confidence and grace. Her heart brimmed with endless confusion, gratitude, and astonishment. She adjusted her tattered garments, approached Zhu Cijiong's horse, bowed deeply, and with a quivering, melodious voice softly inquired, "Thank you for saving my life. May I ask who you are?" Chapter 11. Wei ran the girl's clear, yet trembling voice echoed gently in the quiet woods, and all eyes turned to the young man sitting firmly atop the black warhorse. Zhu Cijiong met the girl's gaze, filled with confusion, gratitude, and curiosity, and within him, A storm of emotions surged. The exquisite face before him, reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom, resonated with a long-forgotten memory from a past life. Wei Ran, the daughter of Prime Minister Wei Zayod. He remembered everything. In that instant, he recalled the tragic and dark fate that awaited this girl on the original timeline of history. Zhu Cijiong's expression became exceedingly complex, filled with compassion, anger, and a tinge of relief. He did not answer her question immediately, but dismounted, stepped forward, and spoke in a tone as calm as possible. "My dear girl, you need not inquire about who we are. You merely need to know that we are loyal and righteous men of the Ming dynasty." Loyal and righteous men of the Ming dynasty? Wei Ran murmured, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her eyes. She observed the group before her. The young leader exuded an extraordinary presence, while the imposing general behind him seemed unstoppable. The rest, though tattered, bore resolute gazes, their ferocity contained. They were far from ordinary bandits or rebels. Zhuge, sensing her lingering doubts, stepped forward and declared in a booming voice, "Miss, we are the imperial guards of the capital." This young gentleman, he glanced at Zhu Cijiong, who slightly shook his head, prompting him to amend, is of noble lineage from the capital. We have been ordered to escort him south to pursue a great cause. The words imperial guards of the capital and noble lineage struck Wei Ran like a bolt of lightning, clearing the fog in her mind. She instantly understood that this small band was likely the last vestige of the Ming dynasty's bloodline and flame. Reflecting on their unwavering bravery in rescuing her from the clutches of the formidable general, their identities became glaringly apparent. A wave of immense excitement and hope surged from her heart, which had long been filled with despair. Meanwhile, Zhu Cijiong was oblivious to her exhilaration. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the bloody historical accounts of past existence. He recalled a segment from a wild history book titled Jia Shun Sun Nan Lu, which detailed how, during the Jiashan Rebellion, Prime Minister Wei Zayod, in a bid to preserve his wealth, had groveled and was the first to submit to Li Zicheng, pleading for surrender. Yet, what he received was not the favor of the new regime, but the merciless extortion and torture of bandits. To appease the cruel and greedy Lu Zongmin, the second in command of the rebel army, this esteemed scholar and high-ranking official made a beastly choice. He not only offered up immense wealth, but also delivered his own beautiful 17-year-old daughter, Wei Ran, stripped of her dignity, into Lu Zongmin's household to be violated. The memories etched in his mind were like a blade, leaving deep scars. He remembered the horrifying descriptions that followed. Lu Zongmin, a beast in human form, quickly grew tired of the former prime minister's daughter after ravishing her. He did not grant her a swift end, but instead treated her as a plaything, casting her into the ranks of his most elite troops. A defenseless beauty, thrown among thousands of ferocious and bloodthirsty soldiers, her fate was all too clear. It was said that her fragile body was subjected to the heinous acts of hundreds, and her anguished screams echoed through the camp for 3 whole days. After 3 days of silence, all that was found was a mangled corpse, no longer human, tortured to death. The tragic lament of her demise reached a harrowing crescendo. Zhu Cijiong abruptly returned to reality, exhaling a deep breath of relief. His back was drenched in cold sweat without his awareness. He looked again at Wei Ran. His gaze transformed entirely. It was no longer mere sympathy, but a complex blend of fear and relief. He understood that just moments ago, on that official road, he had not only saved a stranger, but had forcefully yanked this unfortunate girl from a predestined fate of blood, tears, and humiliation. The feeling of having altered history and averted tragedy filled him with an unprecedented sense of pride and responsibility. His enemies were not merely the visible bandits and marauders. They were also the cursed, regretful, and tragic history itself. And he, Zhu Cijiong, was determined to shatter it all and reshape it. As he pondered this tumultuous tide of emotions, Wei Ran had already regained her composure. She felt she had encountered a savior, the last loyalists of the Ming dynasty. Stepping forward, she bowed gracefully to Zhu Cijiong, her voice laden with profound sorrow. "Honorable rescuer, I am Wei Ran, the daughter of the former Prime Minister Wei Zayod." As she uttered her father's name, her face reflected shame and pain. "My father has been imprisoned by the rebels. Our home has been ransacked, and my family is scattered. I am now a homeless wanderer, with no place to call my own in this vast world." She lifted her tear-streaked, exquisite face, gazing at Zhu Cijiong with an almost pleading expression. I cannot repay the debt of gratitude for your rescue, but if you do not forsake me, I am willing to serve as a maid, to follow you, even if it means washing clothes and cooking for you. I would do so willingly. I only seek a way to survive. With that, she prepared to kneel. Zhu Cijiong hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Miss Wei, there is no need for such actions. What to do? A challenging dilemma lay before him. Accompanying a defenseless young woman on the path of escape was undeniably a considerable burden. Zhuge clearly recognized this as well. He approached Zhu Cijiong and softly advised, "Young master, our path ahead is uncertain and fraught with peril. It would be highly inconvenient to have a lady in our company. Why not find a relatively secure village, offer her some silver, and let her find safety on her own?" This was undoubtedly the most rational and prudent choice at that moment. Yet, Zhu Cijiong could not help but recall that bloody historical account. To let her seek safety on her own, in this chaotic world, what difference does it make for an exquisite woman, abandoned and alone, to find refuge on her own or to be sent to a military camp? Since he has already intervened to alter her fate, does he truly intend to thrust her back into another inferno due to a minor inconvenience? No, he cannot allow that. Wei Yiran's complexion turned ashen upon hearing Zhou Kuei's words, and her body swayed precariously. She understood that the general spoke the truth. She was merely a burden. In despair, she closed her eyes, a crystalline tear cascading down her cheek. At that moment, the voice that would determine her destiny resonated once more. "We shall not abandon you." Zhu Cijiong's voice, though soft, brimmed with unwavering conviction. Wei Yiran opened her eyes wide in disbelief, gazing at him. Zhu Cijiong did not meet her gaze but directed his attention toward Zhou Kuei and all the soldiers. Speaking with an unparalleled seriousness, "She is the daughter of the former prime minister, a noble of the Ming dynasty. Now that she has fallen into misfortune, how can we, as soldiers of the Ming, stand idly by and cast her aside to the jaws of beasts? Our actions should be measured, filled with compassion and righteousness. If we cannot protect even an innocent woman, what hope do we have of restoring the Ming and safeguarding the people of the world?" His words left Zhou Kuei and the soldiers blushing with shame, their heads bowed. "What the young master says is true. I was short-sighted." Zhou Kuei clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Zhu Cijiong then turned to the young woman before him and spoke gently. "The road ahead is fraught with peril. Indeed, a matter of life and death. If you are unafraid, then join us. Your father is your father, and you are you. From this day forth, you shall be one of the loyal soldiers of the Ming." His declaration not only alleviated everyone's concerns, but also severed the ties between Wei Yiran and her father, who had been nailed to the pillar of shame. Unable to contain her emotions of excitement and gratitude, she wept profusely and knelt heavily before Zhu Cijiong, bowing her head in reverence. "I thank you, young master, for your refuge. In this life and beyond, I shall follow your lead, unafraid of 1,000 deaths." At that moment, Zhu Cijiong transformed her eyes from a mere benefactor into a beacon illuminating her entire dark existence. After taking Wei Yiran under his wing, the party continued on their journey. With the acquisition of several fine warhorses from Lu Zongmin, their pace quickened significantly. That evening, they paused at a dilapidated mountain shrine to rest. The fire they kindled dispelled the chill of the night. After a day of adjustment, the tension and chaos that had initially gripped everyone began to subside. Zhou Kuei, while polishing his spear, approached Zhu Cijiong and inquired, "Young master, we are now strong in numbers and horses, yet our supplies are scarce. We cannot linger in Beijing any longer. Where shall we head next? Should we go directly south, or—" This question piqued everyone's interest. Zhu Cijiong retrieved a rudimentary map of northern China that he had brought from the fan residence. Scrutinizing it under the glow of the fire, he knew that at this moment, Li Ziqing's main forces remained in Beijing, indulging in pleasure. However, it would not be long before this ravenous wolf cast its greedy gaze toward the prosperous south. At that time, the regions of Zhili, Henan, and Shandong would undoubtedly become battlegrounds of fierce conflict. For their small band, plunging into that fray would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. No. Zhu Cijiong's finger traced the map slowly, ultimately resting to the west of Beijing. "We shall not head directly south." His eyes sparkled with intelligence and strategy. "Li Ziqing's army will soon sweep into Henan. We cannot afford to join that tumult. We shall go west, To Shaanxi. Chapter 12. The plan to the west to Shaanxi. Zhu Cijiong's astonishing decision instantly replaced the warmth that had just begun to fill the mountain shrine with shock. Zhou Kuei's weathered face was a canvas of disbelief. Young master, Shaanxi is a remote borderland, harsh and barren, ravaged by bandits and government troops for years. Why do we not take the road through Hunan and head straight for Yingtianfu, Nanjing? That is the very foundation of our Ming. His question echoed the sentiments of all present. In the hearts of these soldiers, born and bred in the capital, Jiangnan was a land of abundance, the lifeblood of the dynasty. In contrast, Shaanxi was but a distant and chaotic name. Seeking the distant at the cost of the near, abandoning the easy for the difficult, this, by any measure, was not a wise choice. Even Wei Ran, who had just joined their ranks, could not help but gaze at Zhu Cijiong with confusion in her clear eyes. Faced with the doubts of the crowd, Zhu Cijiong remained unfazed. He exuded an air of confidence, as if grasping all the threads of fate. Spreading the rudimentary map before the fire, he traced it with a twig, embodying a calm authority. General Zhou, you only know one side of the story, not the other. His voice was calm, yet powerful, instantly capturing everyone's attention. You are correct. Nanjing is the Ming's capital, our foundation. But precisely because of this, it is far from a safe haven. He paused, his gaze deepening. In Nanjing, political strife rages fiercely, tangled intricately. The Donglin faction, remnants of the eunuch party, nobility, and military leaders, all forces are at odds. I am currently weak, and with only these 20-odd riders. If I recklessly head south, what do you think they will do to me? Before Zhou Kuei could respond, Zhu Cijiong answered himself, his tone laced with a keen understanding of worldly affairs. They might support me, but more likely, they would see me as a puppet to be manipulated. Ultimately, I would be a figurehead, trapped in the quagmire of internal conflict, full of the desire to restore the world, yet unable to command even a single soldier. In the end, I would merely be a pawn for the treacherous like Ma Shiying or Ruan Dajing. His words struck like a wake-up call, causing Zhou Kuei to break into a cold sweat. He had only considered Nanjing as the rightful seat of power, never contemplating the perilous political landscape from such a perspective. How could the young master perceive such depths? Zhu Cijiong disregarded Zhou Kuei's astonishment, resolutely moving his twig from the southern end of the map to the northern Shaanxi. Thus, we cannot go south for now, at least not until I have a truly loyal army of my own. And this army lies in Shaanxi. His voice radiated powerful confidence. First, Li Zicheng's main forces have all advanced east to Beijing, leaving Shaanxi's defenses weak, presenting us with an excellent opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Secondly, and most importantly, Zhu Cijiong's twig emphatically pointed to a name on the map, Datong. The governor of Shaanxi, Jiang Yan, has temporarily submitted to Li Zicheng due to the circumstances. Yet he is known for his loyalty and righteousness, and is certainly not genuinely compliant. Moreover, the governor stationed at Shanhaiguan, Wu Seng, commands thousands of cavalry and bears a personal grudge against Li Zicheng, making true allegiance impossible. If Wu Sangui wishes to preserve himself, he has two paths, to ally with us or to collude with the Manchus beyond the borders. Regardless of his choice, a monumental clash between him and Li Zicheng is inevitable. Shaanxi, bordered by Shaanxi to the west, facing Beijing to the east, and resisting the steppes to the north, stands at the crossroads of various powers. This place is about to become the epicenter of the world's upheaval. Zhu Cijiong rose, his gaze piercing as it swept over every soul present. Our goal is to enter this land of impending chaos before anyone realizes, to locate Jiang Yan, persuade him, or even win him over. Establishing our foundation in Shaanxi, we will consolidate the strength of the border troops and watch the tigers fight. When Li Zicheng and Wu Sangui, not to mention the Manchu barbarians, are embroiled in a fierce struggle, we shall emerge from the shadows and, with overwhelming force, restore Beijing. This is the essence of waiting for the opportune moment. Once the words were spoken, the atmosphere within the mountain deity temple became so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Zhou Kuei and the more than 20 soldiers of the Imperial Guard were already rendered speechless, their spirits stirred. They could hardly fathom that His Highness harbored such grand, intricate, and unfathomable strategies within his heart. This was no mere escape. It was a monumental game of chess. with the world as the board and various formidable figures as the pieces, striving to seek life in death and victory in chaos. His Highness's foresight and sagacity left Zhou Cijiong utterly convinced. With a thud, he knelt once again, this time not merely in respect to his sovereign, but out of profound reverence for such boundless wisdom. We are willing to accompany His Highness to Shaanxi, unafraid of death. The other soldiers echoed in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. Seated by the fire, Wei Yiran gazed intently at the eloquent youth, her eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. Within her heart, tumultuous waves surged. What vast realms lay concealed within this seemingly younger boy? What mature and profound soul resided within his petite frame? In that moment, she felt her own grief over her family's ruin shrink to insignificance in the face of such grand ambitions. Taking a deep breath, as if resolutely making a decision, she spoke. Young master, Shaanxi is the ancestral home of the Jin merchants, renowned across the land. When my father was alive, he had some business dealings with the Fan family of Datong. If there is a need, I may still be able to offer some modest assistance. Her voice infused a touch of distinct color into the atmosphere, heavy with blood and slaughter. Zhu Cijiong glanced at her in surprise before nodding in acknowledgement. Very well. Miss Wei, your kindness is noted. A ruler capable of perceiving the grand scheme of the world, a peerless general of unmatched loyalty and bravery. A group of seasoned veterans who had survived countless battles, along with a former noblewoman familiar with local commerce. This small team finally began to take shape in that moment. With the strategy firmly in place, there was no room for hesitation. On the following morning, the group set out once more, their destination clearly westward. They traveled by day and rested by night, enduring the elements. The sights of the chaotic world were even more tragic than they had imagined. Along the official roads, one could see the corpses of the starving left to rot in the wilderness. Many villages were already desolate, with only 1 in 10 homes still standing. A scene of utter silence. Occasionally, they encountered a few surviving refugees, gaunt and hollow-eyed, resembling mere walking corpses. In such tumultuous times, human life was as cheap as grass. This horrific sight further solidified Zhu Cijiong's resolve to restore the realm. That afternoon, they came upon a valley where a band of 20 to 30 mountain bandits was pillaging a group of ragged refugees. Brothers, let us slay these fat sheep. So Kui. Without deigning to consult, Zhu Cijiong flashed a glint of murderous intent in his eyes and raised his hand. The 20 or so war horses, seized from Lu Zongmin, charged forth like tigers descending a mountain. Faced with a battle-hardened regular army, the bandits, who typically preyed on the common folk, had no time to react before they were cut down as if they were mere vegetables. The lopsided battle concluded in the span of a single incense stick. Zhu Cijiong, observing the terrified refugees, glanced at the scant supplies they had seized from the bandits. After a moment of silence, he commanded, distribute half of the rations to them. But young master, one soldier could not help but exclaim, our provisions are already limited. Carry out the order. Zhu Cijiong's tone left no room for dissent. Yes. Though the soldiers were perplexed, they complied, sharing their precious rations with the refugees. The refugees expressed their gratitude profusely, some even kneeling in reverence, calling them living bodhisattvas. Wei Yiran, seated upon her horse, quietly observed all of this. She watched Zhu Cijiong's somewhat cold profile illuminated by the firelight, feeling a warmth flow through her heart. She understood that this young master possessed both the ruthless means to eradicate bandits and a compassionate heart for the common people. This, perhaps, was the true embodiment of a sovereign. Days later, after traversing the majestic Taiyang Mountains, a more desolate and expansive land came into view. They had arrived in Shaanxi. The atmosphere here was starkly different from that of the capital. The air was imbued with the unique, biting taste of wind and sand typical of the borderlands. On the official roads, the soldiers they occasionally encountered no longer resembled the ragtag bandits under Li Ziqing as command. Most were tall and fierce, their armor, though weathered, gleamed brightly, their eyes reflecting the vigilance and valor characteristic of frontier troops. That evening, as they reached a pass, a troop of about 50 cavalrymen burst forth to block their way. At the forefront was a young officer, dark-skinned with eyes as sharp as blades. His gaze, like a hawk, slowly swept over Zhu Cijiong's peculiar group. He noted their magnificent steeds, their undeniable air of prowess, and the distinct glint in their eyes. So unlike that of ordinary folk. His hand rested slowly on the hilt of his sword. "Stop." The young officer's voice was cold and hoarse. "Who are you? You don't look like refugees, nor do you resemble bandits from the south." His scrutinizing gaze finally settled on Zhu Cijiong, filled with suspicion and inquiry. "State your names." Chapter 13. Inquiring into the truth, the cold steel of the blade and the formidable military formation filled the air with the scent of gunpowder and iron, alongside the fierce spirit honed by the wind and sand among the border soldiers. The young officer's gaze, akin to that of a hungry wolf, fixated on Zhu Cijiong and his companions, brimming with scrutiny and doubt. The 50 cavalrymen behind him silently spread out, forming a crescent-shaped encirclement that cut off all avenues of retreat. This was a true elite force. Zhuge's towering figure subtly stepped forward, effectively shielding Zhu Cijiong behind him. The seasoned veterans instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes glinting with danger. A confrontation seemed imminent. "Stand down." Just as the tense atmosphere was about to ignite, a calm and composed voice resonated from behind Zhuge. Zhu Cijiong stepped forward, parting the crowd, and faced the 50 menacing cavalrymen alone. "There is no need for such tension, General." Zhu Cijiong raised his head, meeting the young officer's gaze steadily. "We are not your enemies." The officer, Chen Wu, furrowed his brow in surprise. He had not expected that this commanding figure would be such an apparently inexperienced youth. "Not enemies?" Chen Wu scoffed. "The steeds you ride are remarkably fine, clearly of military quality. Each of you radiates an aura of strength, far from that of ordinary folk. How can I trust that such a force appears in my Ningwu Pass without reason?" Zhu Cijiong, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of a tragic smile. "General, you have keen insight," he declared loudly. "Indeed, we are not ordinary folk." He pointed dramatically at himself and his companions, his voice rising with unrestrained grief and despair. "We are soldiers of the Ming capital. We are a band of lost souls who have crawled from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood." "Soldiers of the capital?" Chen Wu and all the soldiers behind him reacted with shock, their expressions changing drastically. They had long been stationed on the frontier, but were aware of the cataclysmic events that had transpired in the capital. In their understanding, the so-called hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the Ming capital had long since collapsed before Li Zicheng's army, utterly annihilated. Could these people before them truly be remnants of the capital's forces? Chen Wu's gaze sharpened. "The Jingying has long been obliterated. What proof do you possess?" "Proof?" Zhu Cijiong forced a wry smile. "Do our myriad scars not serve as evidence? The 20 lives we fought to escape from Beijing, are they not proof?" He paused, gesturing towards the imposing figure of Zhuge beside him, his eyes filled with reverence. "This gentleman is General Zhuge, former deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. On the day the capital fell, General Zhou led hundreds of brave souls, fighting valiantly at Xuanwu Gate, blood staining the yellow sands. We are all survivors of that day." Zhuge stepped forward, exuding an aura of profound mastery. Chen Wu's gaze was fixed intently upon Zhuge. As a seasoned warrior himself, he could sense the terrifying power that lay within this man, a force so formidable it sent a shiver through him, akin to the might of a mountain torrent. His doubts, at this moment, had diminished to a mere 7 parts belief. However, he remained vigilant, for he was a cautious man. "Very well. Even if you are brothers of the Jingying," Chen Wu said solemnly, "who is this young master? Why should the Jingying soldiers heed the commands of a mere boy? This young master is the loyal descendant whom we risk our lives to protect." Wang Xian stepped forward without hesitation, responding with precision. "His father was a high-ranking official and has perished for the nation. We have sworn an oath to safeguard the young master at all costs." This explanation was reasonable, yet Chen Wu still found it insufficient. He looked at Zhuge, a glimmer of challenge igniting in his eyes. "I have long heard that the Jingying harbors hidden talents. This General Zhou possesses extraordinary demeanor. He must be a dragon among men. I, Chen Wu, am no worthy opponent, yet I seek to learn a few moves. If General Zhou can best my most valiant brother, I shall believe you." This was both a test and a provocation. Zhuge furrowed his brow, ready to respond. "Very well." Zhu Cijiong, however, readily acquiesced. He understood that in the military, strength is always the best pass. "General Zhou," he quietly advised, Let us keep this amicable and avoid unnecessary conflict. I understand. Zhou nodded, striding forth. Chen Wu then turned to a particularly towering man behind him, resembling an iron tower, and commanded, Li Hu, step up. Go and learn the skills of our fellows from the capital. Yes. The man named Li Hu rumbled in response, dismounting and retrieving a massive mountain axe from his saddle, advancing into the arena. With each step, the ground seemed to tremble slightly, a fierce aura emanating from him. Please. Liungria Baluba. Yet Zhou stood unarmed, glancing at the enormous axe capable of splitting stone, and slowly shook his head. There is no need for weapons to deal with you. Arrogance. Li Hu roared in fury, raising the axe above his head, as if a mountain were crashing down, aiming a devastating blow at Zhou. The force was immense, creating a howling wind. However, Zhou countenance remained unperturbed as the axe blade approached. At the very moment the axe was about to strike, he moved. His actions were not swift, yet they were imbued with an inexplicable rhythm. He simply stepped to the left, evading the axe with an astonishing angle. Then, with a mere fingertip, he gently tapped Li Hu's wrist. Li Hu felt a piercing ache coursing through his wrist, and the immense strength that had once wielded the axe vanished in an instant. The heavy mountain axe, weighing dozens of pounds, slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. One move. In a single exchange, the victor was determined. The arena fell into a profound silence. Chen Wu and the 50 cavalrymen behind him gazed at Zhou as if witnessing a monster, their expressions reflecting disbelief. They were acutely aware of Li Hu's strength, a man capable of unarmed combat against fierce tigers. Yet before this man, he was as helpless as a 3-year-old child. The last shred of doubt within Chen Wu dissipated under the weight of this overwhelming power. He dismounted and solemnly clasped his fists before Zhou and Zhu Cijiong. I was blind to your greatness, General Zhou. Your valor is commendable. Zhu Cijiong sensed an opportunity. He stepped forward, his tone imbued with sorrow. Chen Xiaowei, we have fought our way from the capital, ignorant of the outside world. What is the current situation in Shaanxi? Is General Jiang Yin still well in Datong? Upon hearing this, Chen Wu's expression grew complex, and he sighed. To speak candidly, the situation in Shaanxi is a chaotic mess. General Jiang Yin, under the pressure of the rebel army, surrendered the city a month ago. Now, he nominally remains the highest military and political authority in Shaanxi, yet he is constantly constrained by the local governors sent by the rebels. We, the brothers, were once the border troops of the Ming dynasty. Chen Wu's eyes flashed with humiliation and resentment. We have guarded the Ming borders for half a lifetime, defending against the nomadic tribes beyond. Yet now, we are forced to heed the commands of a rabble of traitors. The fire of indignation burns within us. Does General Jiang willingly accept this fate? Zhu Cijiong pressed. Willingly? Who could accept such a fate? Chen Wu lowered his voice. Yet what good is unwillingness? The rebels are formidable, the former emperor's size. General Jiang, too, is powerless. We, the subordinates, are at the mercy of fate, like a group of orphaned children, uncertain of where to go tomorrow. His words brimmed with confusion and despair. Zhu Cijiong felt a stirring in his heart. He realized the time had come to ignite this pile of dry kindling. He stepped forward, and in that moment, his entire presence subtly transformed. The youthful naivety and frailty receded like a tide, replaced by an innate nobility and authority that surged from deep within his bloodline. Chen Xiaowei and all esteemed soldiers, his voice no longer mimicking the common folk, regained the refined cadence unique to royalty. Your suffering, your humiliation, your confusion, I, as the solitary one, fully comprehend. He instinctively referred to himself as a prince, then quickly corrected himself. Yet that single word resonated like thunder in Chen Wu's heart. Chen Wu stared wide-eyed, fixated on the boy before him. Zhu Cijiong paid no heed to his astonishment, his bright eyes sweeping over each border soldier, his voice rising in fervor. You are mistaken. You are not traitors, nor rebels. You are the forgotten soldiers left at the borders by the court. You are the final bastion of the Ming dynasty against foreign humiliation. These words struck the softest chords within the hearts of all border soldiers. Their breaths grew heavy. The emperor has perished. The capital has fallen. But the spirit of the Ming endures. It resides not within the bureaucrats in Nanjing, nor in the treacherous nobles who welcomed the invaders. It lives within you. The soldiers still clad in Ming armor, still wielding steel blades, still remembering that you are sons of the Han. Li Zicheng is a thief. The Manchus who entered the pass are wolves that devour without spitting out bones. Relying on them will only lead to the destruction of our nation. True hope lies not elsewhere, but in our own hands. Zhu Cijiong extended his arm, pointing westward, his presence seemingly capable of grasping the very heavens. I have come westward to seek valiant souls like you, to regroup, reclaim our lost lands, expel the nomads, and restore our sacred capital. His gaze ultimately landed upon the utterly astonished Chen Wu, delivering a thunderous challenge. Chun Xiaowei, are you willing to follow me? To carve out a radiant world amidst this crumbling era and rebuild the realm of the Ming dynasty. A golden light surged forth like a rushing river, flooding into Chen Wu and the 50 cavalrymen behind him. Chen Wu and his soldiers felt an unprecedented surge of fervor igniting from their souls to the crown of their heads. All confusion, humiliation, and resentment were consumed in an instant by the flame of hope. They gazed upon the enigmatic and noble youth before them, as if witnessing the resplendent sun and moondragon banner of the Ming dynasty ascending once more. Thud! Chen Wu, the iron-blooded warrior who shed blood but not tears on the battlefield, suddenly found his knees giving way, kneeling heavily upon the ground at this moment. Alongside him, the 50 cavalrymen behind him moved in perfect unison, as if they had practiced this countless times. I, the humble Chen Wu, was unaware of the esteemed arrival. My sins are deserving of death 1,000 times over. I am willing to follow the young master, to brave fire and water, without hesitation. I vow to follow the young master. Without hesitation, the roar of the 50 cavalrymen merged into a torrent of iron, resounding through the heavens. On the very first day of entering Shaanxi, Zhu Cijiong's ranks had swollen threefold. He helped Chen Wu to his feet, a satisfied smile gracing his face. After rising, Chen Wu, filled with fervor, spoke, "Young master, our forces here are ultimately limited. However, within the confines of Ningwu Pass behind us, my family's general, the commander Zhou Yujie, is a true hero, loyal and valiant towards the Ming. Yet, at present, we are leaderless, suffering from a lack of direction." His eyes ignited with fervent light. "If you could accompany us to Ningwu Pass and persuade General Zhou with your stature and presence, then the thousands of elite border troops within can be at your service. At that point, we shall have a true foundation." Chapter 14. Persuading Zhou Yujie under the guidance of Chen Wu and his 50 cavalrymen, Zhu Cijiong and his entourage made their way towards their destination, Ningwu Pass. In grand procession, along the journey, Zhu Cijiong remained industrious, summoning Chen Wu to his side to inquire in detail about Ningwu Pass and General Zhou Yujie. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. He was not about to confront an easily swayed ordinary lieutenant, but a seasoned general, proud and battle-hardened. "Lieutenant Chen, what manner of man is General Zhou Yujie? What is his character?" Zhu Cijiong asked. Upon mentioning his superior, Chen Wu's face instantly radiated genuine respect. In response to the young master, "General Zhou is a true iron-blooded man of our Ming." He spoke with an almost reverent tone. The general rose from humble beginnings, clawing his way up from a pile of corpses. He is unwaveringly forthright, intolerant of any deceit, and despises the corrupt officials and traitors above all. The soldiers he commands are brave men, willing to clash swords with the Tatars. However, Chen Wu's tone grew somber. Yet, the general is also a man of sorrows. When the capital fell and news of the emperor's sacrifice reached us, I witnessed the general's hair turn white overnight. He isolated himself, drowning his sorrows in drink for 3 days and nights. Upon emerging, he seemed like a changed man, rarely smiling, consumed by the relentless training of troops, as if only this could help him forget his inner anguish. Zhu Cijiong fell silent, understanding that Zhou Yujie was a truly loyal minister. Yet, it was precisely due to his unwavering loyalty that the news of the former emperor's demise struck him with such profound impact. Such a man, once his heart is extinguished, is exceedingly difficult to reignite. And what of his relationship with the Datong commander Jiang Xian? Zhu Cijiong inquired further. Jiang Xian? Chen Wu's lips curled in disdain, That man is spineless. Before the rebel army even reached Datong, he dispatched envoys to surrender. While General Zhou nominally falls under his command, he holds him in contempt. Yet, military orders are paramount, and with the tide of fate against them, the general can only endure. Zhu Cijiong nodded, gradually forming a clearer image in his mind. Zhou Yujie, a solitary hero engulfed in the immense sorrow and despair of a fallen nation. He possesses loyalty, strength, and troops, but lacks one crucial element, a banner that can rekindle hope. A sovereign worthy of his allegiance. And he, Zhu Cijiong, is destined to be that banner. After half a day's journey, a majestic fortress appeared on the horizon. The fort loomed like a colossal black beast, spanning the divide between two mountains, severing heaven and earth. Its towering, robust walls were constructed from massive bluestones, scarred with the marks of blades and axes, imbued with the weight of history. Atop the walls, arrow slits stood tall, and black banners emblazoned with the character for Zhou flapped in the biting northern wind. This was one of the key strongholds of the Nine Borders, Ningwu Pass, the most significant bastion of the Ming in Shaanxi. Observing this formidable fort, Zhu Cijiong and the 20 or so imperial guards behind him could not help but feel their spirits surge. In comparison, the gates of Beijing they had previously seen, although grander, lacked this palpable, ironclad aura of survival forged in countless battles. With Chun Wu leading the way, they smoothly entered the pass. The scene within dazzled Zhu Cijiong. It was a veritable military town. Patrols of soldiers were visible on every street, fully armored, marching in disciplined formation with vigilant eyes. A stark contrast to the slackers under Li Zicheng. Along the roadsides, the forges blazed brightly, the rhythmic clanging of hammers ringing incessantly. In a vast training ground, thousands of soldiers were practicing, their battle cries echoing like thunder. Here, there was no splendor of Jiangnan, no opulence of the capital, yet it brimmed with strength. A raw military might powerful enough to shake the very heavens. Excellent! What a magnificent Ningwu Pass! Zhu Cijiong could not help but exclaim inwardly. They were promptly taken to the front of the commander's residence. 2 rows of soldiers stood like spears at the entrance, each one with bulging temples and steady breaths. Clearly the elite of the elite. Chen had already sent word in advance. Upon their arrival, a middle-aged man clad in the armor of a deputy general stepped forth. Chen Wu, you have returned. His gaze swept over Zhu Cijiong and the others, his brow furrowing slightly. These individuals are Deputy General Zhang. This matter is of great importance. I must personally report to General Zhou, Chen Wu replied solemnly. Deputy General Zhang nodded, leading them into the commander's residence. Within, there was no lavish decor, only a pervading sense of military simplicity and rigor. They were not taken to a reception hall, but directly through the courtyard, arriving at the rear training ground. Before they approached, a wave of vigorous masculinity struck them. In the center of the expansive training ground stood a middle-aged commander, clad in simple attire and possessing a physique as formidable as an iron tower. Wielding a heavy iron staff as he engaged in combat with his 10 most valiant personal guards, the staff whirled like the wind, each swing imbued with immense force, compelling the guards to retreat repeatedly. He was utterly at ease, dominating the fight despite being outnumbered. This was none other than the commander of Ningwu Pass, Zhou Yujie. Get back! With such skills, do you still wish to eat and serve as soldiers? Zhou Yujie delivered a sweeping blow, shattering the wooden shield of the last guard, sending him flying with a pained cry. Only then did he lower his staff and accept the towel handed to him by a guard to wipe the sweat from his brow. At that moment, his sharp, hawk-like eyes finally settled upon Zhu Cijiong and his entourage who had just entered the training ground. His gaze was as heavy as a mountain, laden with scrutiny and an oppressive aura. Chen Wu, you are quite bold. Zhou Yujie's voice boomed like a bell, filled with undeniable authority. What chaotic rabble do you dare bring into the pass? Chen Wu trembled under his gaze, hastily kneeling on one knee. General, please quell your anger. These individuals claim to be brothers from the capital. From the capital? Zhou Yujie's brow furrowed deeper. His gaze swept past the imposing figure of Zhou Kuei, finally resting on the forefront, Zhu Cijiong. Are you their leader? His tone dripped with disdain, a mere child yet to grow a beard. Confronted with this overwhelming presence, Zhu Cijiong remained unfazed, meeting Zhou Yujia's gaze with composure. He understood that ordinary words would scarcely sway this hero, whose heart was as cold as ashes. You must take risks and employ a potent remedy. General Zhou Cijiong spoke slowly, his voice clear and resonant. Indeed, the younger generation is composed of remnants of the Jingyin. We have traveled westward to seek refuge with the general, united in our grand ambition for vengeance. He deliberately emphasized the word vengeance. Vengeance? Zhou Yujiji seemed to hear the most absurd of jokes. He chuckled to himself. How can one speak of vengeance when the heavens have fallen and the nation has perished? Relying on you, a mere 20 or so defeated soldiers. Or on me, a forgotten loyalist waiting to die at the border? His words were steeped in profound melancholy and self-mockery. Zhu Cijiong did not argue, but calmly inquired, General Zhou, do you know who I am? A foolish child unaware of the world's vastness. Is that so? Zhu Cijiong smiled faintly. He slowly took out the dragon-patterned jade pendant gifted by Tian Guifei, symbolizing his identity, and raised it high. With each word pronounced in a remarkably clear and regal tone, he declared, the third son of the great emperor, Ding Wang, Zhu Cijiong. Here I stand. Boom! Those few short words struck the hearts of everyone present like a divine thunderclap. Zhou Yujiji and his few subordinate commanders were frozen in place, as if under a spell. Their eyes were fixed on the jade pendant shimmering in the sunlight, then on the youthful face before them, which bore a striking resemblance to Emperor Chongzhen's, marked by defiance. His Highness Ding Wang, the son of the late emperor, he is still alive? The impact of this revelation was overwhelming. The training ground fell into an eerie silence. After what felt like an eternity, Zhou Yujiji's long silent heart began to beat anew. Yet, his expression did not brighten. Instead, it was filled with a deeper, more insurmountable sorrow. Your Highness, his voice hoarse, you truly live. But he painfully closed his eyes. What use is that? The tides have turned. The emperor has perished with the nation. We are all rootless souls, merely clinging to life. Your Highness, you should not be here in such peril. You ought to find a place to conceal your identity and live safely, preserving the last vestige of the royal bloodline. He was actually advising Zhu Cijiong to give up. Zhu Cijiong understood that the crucial moment had arrived. General Zhou Cijiong stepped forward, his voice fierce and commanding. Your pain, your despair, I feel it deeply. The body of the late emperor is yet to cool. The capital has fallen, as a son and a minister. This is a heart-wrenching agony. But pain is not a reason for us to kneel and await death. It is certainly not an excuse for you, Zhou Yujiji, to abandon hope. I have come to ask you, why did my father choose to die for the nation? Without waiting for Zhou Yujiji's response, he answered himself, his voice booming like thunder. It is to preserve the last shred of dignity for our Ming. Why do we live? To inherit this dignity, to avenge him, to reclaim this land trampled upon by thieves and the Tartar invaders for the countless people of the realm. You, Zhou Yujiji, are not a rootless man. Zhu Cijiong pointed directly at his chest. As long as I stand here, you are my Zhu family's loyal minister. The thousands of soldiers under your command are not merely defeated remnants, but the destined army to restore the Middle Kingdom. His voice was imbued with an enchanting power, shattering the thick ice of despair that enveloped Zhou Yujiji's heart. Finally, Zhu Cijiong approached him, lifting his chin, and with a commanding presence, shouted, General Zhou, raise your head, look at me, and then at the weapon of slaughter in your hands. Are you willing to let that blade, which has tasted the blood of Tartars for half a lifetime, rust away in your grasp? Are you willing to allow this heroic fortress of Ningwu to fly the filthy flag of the rebels? Fight alongside me, with the blade in your hand. Tell Li Zicheng, tell Wu Sangui, tell those wolves lurking beyond the borders. Tell everyone in this world that our Ming has not fallen. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. Zhou Yujiji could no longer hold onto the heavy iron rod, which fell heavily to the ground. His fierce eyes were already brimming with tears. All the despair, all the sorrow, all the confusion were incinerated by the prince's resounding words. His long-dead heart began to beat fervently once more. Indeed, His Highness is right. Our Ming has not perished. I, Zhou Yujiji, still have a sovereign to serve. My sword can still seek vengeance for the late emperor. A surge of unprecedented, fervent passion burst forth from his chest. He looked at the youth before him, and saw not a child in need of protection, but a king capable of leading them out of darkness and into the light. Thud! In the astonished gazes of all around, this unyielding warrior of the border, this commander of the formidable fortress, suddenly knelt heavily to the ground. He cast aside all weapons, performing the most standard and solemn act of reverence for a sovereign, choking with emotion as he thundered. The guilty General Zhou Cijiong, clad in armor, cannot offer full courtesy to greet your highness. I am willing to lay down my life for your highness, without hesitation. Chapter 15. The transfer of power at the fortress of Ningwu. Zhou Cijiong's thunderous greeting to the young prince was like a clap of thunder, stunning all of Zhou Cijiong's personal guards and subordinates, leaving them dumbfounded. Their general, the unyielding man who loomed like a deity in their hearts, was now performing such a gesture of reverence to a seemingly wet behind-the-ears youth. What on earth is happening? Zhou Cijiong slowly rose, feeling an unprecedented warmth and strength surging through his limbs. It was not merely a restoration of physical strength, but a transcendence of life itself. The countless hidden injuries from years of battle seemed to fade away under this newfound vigor. He felt rejuvenated, as if he had returned to the peak of his youth. Gazing at Zhu Cijiong, he was engulfed by tumultuous waves of realization. A miracle! This is undoubtedly a miracle. His Highness Ding Wang is truly destined by heaven, bearing the essence of the dragon. Just a few words were enough to grant him revival. This understanding ignited the flames of loyalty in his heart into an unwavering fervor. He suddenly turned to face his still-dazed subordinates, unleashing a thunderous roar. Are you all blind? The Prince of Ming, His Highness Ding Wang, stands before us. Do you not hurry and kneel to greet the sovereign? This roar, powered by his renewed strength, resonated like a great bell, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. The subordinate commanders and lieutenants, awakened from their stupor, looked at their general's face, now glowing with unprecedented zeal. And then at the youth standing calmly with hands clasped behind his back, their doubts evaporated entirely. Thud! Thud! Led by Deputy General Zhang. Over a dozen high-ranking officers knelt in unison, trembling as they proclaimed, "This humble servant greets His Highness Ding Wang. The sovereign has arrived." The ministers have knelt. The transfer of power at Ningwu Fortress was achieved in this brief moment, in the most incredible and unassailable manner. Zhu Cijiong gazed at the fierce generals kneeling before him, his heart swelling with ambition. He understood that from this moment onward, he was no longer the refugee reliant solely on Zhuge for protection. He had established his first true foundation, an elite force capable of stirring the winds and clouds of the realm. Yet he also knew that merely gaining the loyalty of the commanders was far from sufficient. He needed the entire garrison of Ningwu, from the highest officers to the lowest soldiers, to unite as one, becoming the sharpest sword in his hand. General Zhou Cijiong's voice was calm, yet powerful. Please assemble all soldiers within the fortress, from the officers to the common soldiers, to gather at the training ground. Lonely, I have something to say to them. As commanded, Zhou Cijiong did not hesitate for a moment, and immediately rose to convey the order. Soon, the desolate sound of horns echoed throughout Ningwu Pass. Teams of soldiers, engaged in training, patrolling, or resting, converged towards the central parade ground from all directions, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. In less than half an hour, 5,000 soldiers clad in black armor, wielding long spears and halberds, had assembled into a massive square formation on the parade ground. Within the formation, silence reigned, broken only by the rustling of flags in the wind. A palpable aura of iron and blood, forged in the crucible of battle, surged upward, instilling fear in those who beheld it. The soldiers were filled with confusion and uncertainty, unaware of why the general had suddenly issued such an urgent command. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Zhu Cijiong, draped in a crimson cloak embroidered with Qilin patterns, sought out for him by Zhou Cijiong, slowly ascended to the highest point of the parade ground. And other generals stood behind him like stars surrounding the moon. Below, thousands of soldiers gazed up at the slender, youthful figure on the platform, their expressions reflecting bewilderment. "Brothers," Zhu Cijiong began. His voice, amplified by internal energy, resonated clearly in every corner of the parade ground. "I know that many of you do not recognize me, but that is of no consequence, for I know you. I know who you are. You are the frontier troops guarding the gates of our great Ming, who have shed blood and fought valiantly. You are the hardest men in this world. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' chests involuntarily straightened a notch. Zhu Cijiong's tone shifted to one of solemnity. The capital has fallen, and the sun of heaven is shrouded in dust. I understand that your hearts are filled with hatred and resentment. Hatred for the brigands who lack all morality, and resentment towards a government that is blind and incompetent. I also know that you feel lost, unsure for whom to wield the swords in your hands, unsure for whom to don the armor upon your bodies. These words struck the very cores of each soldier. Their expressions began to change. However, I stand here today to tell you, Zhu Cijiong's voice suddenly grew fervent. The fault does not lie with you. The fault lies with those corrupt scholars who know only party strife and internal conflict. The fault lies with those shameless nobles who care only for greed and pleasure. The fault lies with those spineless individuals who, when faced with brigands, are the first to open the door and welcome them. Our true enemies are those brigands in the city who burn, kill, and loot. They're the Manchu Tartars outside the pass who are relentless in their desire for our demise. He took a deep breath, exerting all his strength, and declared his identity to the thousands of soldiers below. I am Zhu Cijiong, the third son of the great emperor, the Prince of Ding of the Ming. Today, I stand here. I do not wish for your lives to fill the bottomless pit of internal strife. I only want you to follow me and reclaim all that rightfully belongs to us. Reclaim our homeland. Reclaim the dignity of the Ming. Avenge our deceased monarch. Avenge our fallen brothers. I promise you, when the world is restored, every brother who follows me, Zhu Cijiong, will receive land and positions. You will establish families. Bring honor to your ancestors. He spoke not of lofty ideals, but rather intertwined the noblest aspirations. Revenge, restoration, with the most tangible benefits, land positions. Finally, he opened his arms as if to embrace the entire world, and issued his final rallying cry. Will you follow me to overturn this already darkened sky with your own hands? Boom! The long-suppressed volcano erupted at that moment. I am willing to die for your highness. Restore the Ming. Kill, kill, kill. Thousands of fierce soldiers simultaneously raised their weapons, unleashing a roar that shook the very mountains. In their eyes, all confusion and humiliation had been replaced by a fervent flame known as hope. They had finally found their banner. They had found their anchor. An hour later, in the conference hall of the General's office, Zhu Cijiong took the main seat without hesitation. Zhou Yujin, Zhou Kuei, Chen Wu, and all the generals above the rank of commander stood on either side. Having just rallied the military's morale, Zhu Cijiong understood the necessity of seizing the moment to establish a future direction for this reborn army. However, just as he was about to speak, an older, composed general stepped forward and clasped his fists. Your Highness. General Li, please speak, Zhu Cijiong replied, recognizing the man named Li Chenggong, the most trusted veteran under Zhou Yujin. With a worried expression, Li Chenggong said, Your Highness, it is not that I wish to dampen the spirits of others, but while we are willing to follow you to the death, the reality is grim. At most, Ningwu Pass can muster only 5,000 capable soldiers. The supplies within the pass are only sufficient for 3 months. To the west, we have Li Ziqing's army in Xi'an. To the north, the Tartar forces outside the pass eyeing us hungrily. And to the east, there lies General Jiang Yan of Datong, who has already submitted to the brigands. We are currently surrounded by enemies on all sides. It is a death trap. I ask you, Your Highness, what shall we do? As his words fell, the previously ignited fervor in the conference hall instantly cooled. Indeed, mere morale alone cannot win battles. Without supplies, reinforcements, or a clear strategy, this small force could not stir up any waves. All eyes turned once again to the young man seated at the head of the table. Yet, in the face of this cold reality, Zhu Cijiong displayed not a flicker of concern. It seemed he had anticipated this question all along, as he smiled slightly. General Li speaks wisely. He rose slowly and approached the massive map hung on the wall, picking up a command rod. Therefore, we must not confine ourselves to Ningwu. With a decisive motion, he pointed at the map. Li Ziqing's base is in Shaanxi, and his main forces are currently indulging in pleasures in Beijing. The vast Shaanxi has only dispatched some surrendered officials to guard it, and defenses are bound to be lax. Our first step must be to take the initiative. He He directed the command rod toward a city not far east of Ningwu Pass. We shall fight to sustain our fight. With overwhelming force, we shall seize Shuazhou, capture their treasury, and replenish our supplies. Then, under the banner of Shuazhou, we shall recruit volunteers and expand our forces. Isn't this too risky? Li Shangwon azitata. Not at all. Zhu Cijiong shook his head. This is merely the first step. He then pointed his command rod towards Datong. We shall form alliances. While attacking Shuazhou, we must immediately send our most capable envoy, bearing my personal letter, to secretly meet with Jiang Yin in Datong. Inform him that a Ming prince is here, and if he is willing to return to the fold, I can guarantee the prosperity of his family and restore his official position. Provide him with an opportunity to redeem himself. Another envoy must be dispatched via the grasslands to Shanhai Pass to meet with Wu Sangue. Inform him that I have established a foothold in Shaanxi. If he rises against Li, we shall be his most steadfast and reliable ally in Shaanxi. At this point, a glimmer of ambition flickered in Zhu Cijiong's eyes. He traced a large circle over the map of Shaanxi with his command rod. Our ultimate goal is not merely the gain or loss of cities and territories. We aim to transform all of Shaanxi into a vast quagmire, a battlefield capable of burying everything. We must drag Li Zicheng's main forces, Wu Sangui's cavalry, and even the 8 banner troops of the Manchu outside the pass into this quagmire. Let them engage in a fight to the death. Let them bleed out their last drop of blood here. And we, he said with a hint of a cold smile, shall grow stronger amidst this chaos, ultimately becoming the sole player in this grand game. A collective gasp echoed through the conference hall. In that moment, all the proud and fierce soldiers were thoroughly astonished by Zhu Cijiong's earth-shattering grand strategy. They seemed to witness a grand tapestry unfurling before their eyes, with each of them poised to become the most crucial stroke upon this canvas. Li Qinggong, who had previously voiced skepticism, now wore a flushed visage, trembling with excitement. He stepped forward, bowed deeply, and hoarsely proclaimed, "Your Highness, this stratagem is truly a stroke of divine inspiration. I am utterly convinced." All the generals echoed in unison. Convinced. Utterly convinced. Zhu Cijiong nodded in satisfaction, aware that from this moment forth, he had firmly grasped the reins of this army. He stowed away his command baton, turned back to his seat, and with piercing eyes surveyed all present. General Zhou, Lieutenant Chun, Zhou Yuzhe, and Chun Wu stepped forward simultaneously, kneeling on one knee. "We are here." Zhu Cijiong's hand struck the table with a resounding crack. "At dawn tomorrow, we shall muster 3,000 troops. You two shall serve as the primary and secondary vanguards. I will lead the charge into Shuazhou. Let us sound the first shot in our endeavor to restore the Ming dynasty." Chapter 16. The 3 armies changed their banner. The formalities between sovereign and subjects were settled, and the grand plan for revival was determined. Zhu Cijiong's declaration of leading the charge into Shuazhou ignited the long-dormant war machine of Ningwu Pass like a spark thrown into a still lake. The oppressive atmosphere that had pervaded the pass, born of national ruin and familial loss, was swept away overnight. In its place surged an almost feverish, restless fighting spirit. That night, within Ningwu Pass, lights blazed and voices roared. The barracks, which at this hour would typically be filled with the sounds of snoring, now buzzed with fervor. The blacksmith's forge blazed red-hot, with hundreds of shirtless blacksmiths wielding heavy hammers, feverishly crafting arrowheads and spear tips. The rhythmic clang of metal striking metal composed a stirring prelude to battle. Within the armory, dusty armor was hastily retrieved, and soldiers diligently polished away the dried blood and rust with sand and cloth, until the cold iron glimmered once more with a chilling shine. The rasping sound of grinding stones and blades filled every corner of the fortress. The eyes of each soldier sparkled with anticipation for the imminent combat. They were no longer the lifeless shells of men conscripted merely for sustenance. They were a resurgence of warriors fighting for a worthy lord, for the monumental task of restoring their homeland and to avenge their national grievances. Inside the general's headquarters, the atmosphere was busy yet orderly. Zhu Cijiong, despite wielding great power, was far from complacent. He had nearly gone a whole night without sleep, surrounded by Zhou Yuzhe, Li Qinggong, and other generals. meticulously analyzing every detail of their marching route and logistical support on a massive sand table. Our mission is a surprise attack, and speed is of the essence. All supplies must be kept to a minimum. Each soldier shall carry provisions for 3 days and a flask of water. What the fodder for the horses? Where can we resupply near Shuazhou? Have we accounted for the quantities of gunpowder and arrows? I demand that each archer be equipped with 3 quivers. His series of inquiries struck directly at the heart of military operations. His astonishing insight into logistical details left seasoned veterans like Zhou Cijiong and Li Chenggong in quiet awe. Their gazes towards Zhu Cijiong transitioned from initial loyalty to the prince to a profound respect for a born commander. On the city wall, Zhou Cijiong and Zhou Kuei stood side by side, observing the bustling activity below, reminiscent of a great dragon awakening. Brother Zhou Cijiong remarked, feeling an invigorating energy coursing through him as if he had been rejuvenated by a decade. Do you truly believe His Highness is merely an ordinary man? Since I laid eyes on him yesterday, I feel as if this old body is brimming with boundless vigor. My mind is clearer than ever. Zhuge, having experienced this transformative sensation, gazed at the slender figure issuing commands from the platform, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. General, His Highness is no mere mortal. He is the true dragon of heaven, destined to fulfill a divine mission. We, the common folk, need only pledge our unwavering allegiance to achieve great deeds. And that shall be our greatest fortune in this life. Zhou Cijiong nodded solemnly. Indeed, divine will. What else could explain the miraculous events unfolding before them? While the entire army prepared for the expedition, Wei Yiran remained industrious, aware of her limitations as a woman, unable to wield a weapon like the soldiers. She sought to contribute in her own way. She approached Zhou Cijiong's wife, clarifying her intentions, and summoned all the military families within the pass. They gathered every piece of black satin and golden thread they could find from the storeroom. They lit hundreds of candles and toiled through the night. Pairs of nimble hands deftly worked the fabric. As dawn approached and the army prepared to assemble, Wei Yiran stood before Zhu Cijiong, holding a newly crafted banner. Her eyes, slightly reddened from the night's labor, sparkled with determination. Your Highness is about to lead the charge. A royal banner is imperative. She carefully unfurled the flag. The banner, with a deep black background, resembled the vast night sky, and at its center, in the most resplendent golden thread, was embroidered a grand and assertive character, Ming. This character seemed infused with boundless energy, shimmering brilliantly in the morning light, captivating all who beheld it. This flag was crafted by Wei Yiran and the women of the pass, utilizing every last bit of gold thread in the storeroom. With a gentle yet resolute voice, she declared, "May it bring victory to your Highness and illuminate our path to the restoration of the Ming." As Zhu Cijiong gazed upon the flag and the remarkable young woman before him, he felt a warmth surge within him. He understood that this flag represented not merely a piece of cloth, but the hearts and hopes of the people. Excellent. Zhu Cijiong solemnly accepted the flagpole. Miss Wei, you have worked tirelessly. I truly appreciate this banner. He turned and entrusted the flag to the bulliest of his loyal soldiers. From this day forth, this banner bearing the character Ming shall be the soul of our army. As long as the flag stands, the army stands. If the flag falls, we perish. Yes, the flag bearer shouted in response. At the break of dawn, as the first light of day approached, the resounding beat of drums echoed like the heartbeat of a giant within Ningwu Pass. 3,000 elite soldiers, fully equipped and ready for action, assembled in 3 massive formations on the drill ground. They were well armed, their spirits high, and each face radiated a yearning for victory. Under the watchful eyes of all, Zhu Cijiong, draped in a crimson cloak and clad in a specially tailored silver chainmail, mounted his magnificent black steed and rode slowly to the front of the ranks. The first rays of morning light illuminated him, casting a sacred golden glow upon his small frame. In that moment, he appeared like a celestial being descending to earth in the eyes of all the soldiers. He refrained from delivering a lengthy motivational speech. Instead, he calmly accepted the newly crafted banner from the flag bearer. With all his strength, he raised the flagpole high. The golden character danced wildly in the wind. Soldiers! His voice resonated through the heavens. This banner represents the Ming, This battle is for our revival." With a sudden tug on the reins, his steed reared, emitting a powerful neigh. The flag in his hand pointed toward the east. Destination, Shuazhou. Let's march. A thunderous roar erupted from the 3,000 soldiers. The army advanced. The black steel torrent, guided by the golden banner, surged forth like a furious dragon breaking free from its confines, seamlessly merging into the vast mountains beyond. The pace of the army's march exceeded everyone's expectations. They did not traverse the well-trodden official roads. Instead, under the guidance of Chun Wu and his scouts, who were intimately familiar with the terrain, they took the less traveled mountain paths. In less than a day, by evening, they had arrived at the gates of Shuazhou. Zhu Cijiong issued orders for the army to camp in a dense forest 10 miles outside the city, preparing meals without making any open flames, ensuring that not a trace of their movements was revealed. He, along with Generals Zhou Zhuge, and Chun Wu, stealthily approached a high ground outside the city, using the cover of night to observe the city they were about to assault. Chun Wu, after laying down the telescope, solemnly inquired if there were any reports from scouts. "Your Highness," he responded, "I have already dispatched scouts, and everything is under your control." The commander of Shuazhou was the traitor Ma Quan, originally a guerrilla from Xuanfu, who was cowardly and a notorious drinker. The garrison comprised over 800 local soldiers, who had lost all fighting spirit, with military discipline in utter disarray. My subordinates have thoroughly investigated. Their daily rotations are akin to child's play, particularly at the southern gate. Being off the main route, the guards on the city walls often gather to gamble and drink at night, showing the utmost negligence in their vigilance. As for the sentiments within the city, the populace despises these soldiers, who only exploit their own people and dare not confront external foes, harboring a deep-seated hatred for them. Upon hearing this, all the generals present wore expressions of exhilaration. This was indeed a piece of succulent meat delivered right to their mouths. Everyone's gaze turned to Zhu Cijiong, awaiting his final command. A hint of an unexpectedly cold smile crossed his youthful face. He picked up a twig from the ground and swiftly sketched a rudimentary map of Shuazhou in the mud before them. The twig in his hand, akin to a seasoned general's command flag, moved quickly across the map. "In this battle, we seek not to inflict casualties, but to achieve swift victory. I desire a complete Shuazhou." His voice, resonating through the stillness of the night, was imbued with an icy resolve. "General Zhou, at your command. You will lead 1,500 of my troops tonight at the third watch, bringing all available gongs and drums, and launch a fierce assault on the northern gate. Remember, the commotion must be great. Create the impression of a desperate battle, where we will not relent until the city falls. Draw all the attention of the bandits within to the northern gate. General Zhuge, at your command. You will take 500 of the elite troops I brought, masked in black cloth, and quietly maneuver to the southern gate. Chun Wu, at your command. You will take your cavalry and lie in ambush outside the southern gate. Once it breaches, rush into the city without concern for fleeing soldiers, aiming straight for the residence of the traitor Ma Quan. I want him alive." Each order was delivered clearly and decisively. Finally, he rose and gazed at the tranquil city bathed in moonlight, a fierce light flickering in his eyes. "Tonight, I shall ensure that Shuazhou quietly changes hands." Chapter 17. The night assault on Shuazhou at the third watch. The night was as dark as ink. Outside Shuazhou, all was silent, save for a few mournful wolf howls echoing from the distant valleys, adding a chill to the desolate land. In the dense forest to the south, Zhu Cijiong and his 500 elite troops had already taken their positions. They blended seamlessly into the darkness, their horses silent, their movements devoid of any unnecessary sound. The cold night wind swept across the slightly oversized silver chainmail on the youth, sending shivers through him. Zhu Cijiong's grip on the reins was tight, his knuckles turning pale with tension. This was his first true command of a siege since arriving in this era. It represented not only the first shot in the restoration of the Ming dynasty, but also a litmus test for the mettle of his newly formed army. There was no room for failure. "Your Highness, you seem a bit anxious?" Zhuge, sensing his subtle shift in demeanor, inquired softly. In his eyes, this prince had always appeared composed, as if unperturbed by the collapse of mountains before him. Zhu Cijiong exhaled a puff of mist, nodding calmly. "I am indeed a bit anxious. After all, this is a gamble that involves the lives of us all." His candidness, rather than feigned calmness, deepened Zhou Kuei's respect, making him feel closer to the prince, who was, after all, just a man and not a distant deity. However, Zhu Cijiong shifted the tone, a fierce glint flashing in his exceptionally bright eyes. But I am more excited. I know that we are destined to win this gamble. His confidence deeply inspired Zhou Kuei, who tightened his grip on his spear, a wave of fierce battle intent beginning to rise within him. At that moment, the northern night sky, once silent, was suddenly torn asunder. Boom! 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 The thunderous sound of war drums rolled from afar, heavy and oppressive, striking directly at the heart. Following that, the roar of dozens of pre-prepared tiger cannons erupted simultaneously. The orange-red flames illuminated the contours of the northern city walls, flickering ominously in the darkness. Shells screamed through the air, violently crashing against the walls, causing no substantial damage, yet the overwhelming commotion was enough to rouse any slumbering soul. Restore the Ming. Exterminate the traitors. Kill. Zhou Yujia and his 1,500 soldiers surged forth like a vengeful army rising from hell, bearing siege ladders and issuing earth-shattering battle cries as they launched a relentless assault on the northern gate. In that instant, the entire northern city of Shuazhou erupted into chaos. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The piercing alarm bells rang wildly throughout the city. Countless lights in the residences flickered to life in rapid succession. Within the general's residence, the traitor Ma Quan was nestled comfortably with his favorite concubine, sleeping soundly. Awoken abruptly by the thunderous noise, he jolted from his bed in panic. What is happening? An earthquake? He shouted in alarm. A personal guard burst in, scrambling and breathless, his voice trembling. General, it's bad. A large number of Ming troops are attacking the northern gate. It appears to be Zhou Yujia's border army. Zhou Yujia. Ma Quan's face drained of color, his drunkenness evaporating instantly. How could he suddenly appear here when he was supposed to be at Ningwu Pass? How many troops does he have? I don't know, but from the flames and the shouts, it looks like there are tens of thousands. The guard, terrified by the overwhelming clamor outside, spoke with a quivering voice. Tens of thousands. Ma Quan felt his legs go weak, a chill racing up his spine. How could his 800 weak and sickly men withstand the ferocity of Zhou Yujia's border army? Quickly! He shouted hoarsely as he hastily donned his armor. Send everyone to the northern city. Even the men at the southern and western gates must be redirected. Tell them that anyone who dares to retreat will have their entire family executed. Hold the line. We must hold firm. The orders were swiftly disseminated. The city of Shuazhou descended into utter chaos. Every available soldier was driven like headless flies toward the northern walls. Meanwhile, their supposedly impregnable southern gate stood deserted. Only a few solitary lanterns flickered on the battlements, swaying helplessly in the night breeze. They could not have imagined that the thunderous assault on the northern gate was merely a grand feint. The true danger had already descended quietly upon their unguarded backs. Your Highness, the time has come. At the southern gate, Zhou Kuei observed the distant chaotic lights and whispered. Proceed. Zhu Cijiong uttered two chilling words. With a mere command, the 500 elite soldiers of the Jingying behind him instantly transformed into the most agile of monkeys. They swiftly unsheathed the prepared feihu claws from their backs, wrapped in thick cotton cloth to muffle any sound. With a whoosh, dozens of black ropes were silently hurled onto the city walls, securely wedged into the crevices of the battlements. The soldiers, with steel knives clenched in their mouths and using hands and feet in unison, ascended the ropes with astonishing speed. Their movements silent and rhythmic, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. This was the caliber expected of the once mighty imperial guards of the Ming dynasty. Zhou Kuei led the charge. Without even utilizing the ropes, he nimbly tapped his toes on the brick seams of the city walls, and his towering figure soared like a great bird, landing soundlessly atop the watchtower. Upon the tower, the remaining 5 guards craned their necks, trembling in fear as they gazed towards the raging flames of battle in the north. Cursing under their breath, they lamented their fate of being left to endure the bitter winds while glory was claimed by those at the northern gate. They questioned the sudden assault led by the madman Zhou Yujiji. Their complaints would never cease. In a flash, a dark shadow, akin to a specter, swept past them. Zhou Kuei did not even draw his sword. With hands as strong as iron pincers, he swiftly and precisely snapped their necks one by one. The crisp sound of their demise was perfectly masked by the resounding battle cries echoing from the north. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the entire southern city tower was thoroughly cleared. Zhuge stood atop the battlements and gently waved his hand towards those below. The soldiers who had long been waiting at the foot of the city promptly stepped forward, working together to pull open the heavy bolt. With a creaking sound, the massive gates slowly opened a crack, accompanied by an agonizingly grating noise. Zhu Cijiong gestured, and Chun Wu, ready and waiting, led his 50 elite cavalry like arrows released from a bow, the first to charge into the city. Chun Wu, proceed as planned, directly targeting the Ma Quan residence. Remember, I must remain alive. I shall obey. Chun Wu's excited voice rang out in the night. Shortly after, Zhu Cijiong, under the protection of Zhuge and a squad of trusted soldiers, also rode into the city. He gazed upon the tranquil cityscape cloaked in darkness, knowing that from this moment forth, it would belong to him. General Zhuge, I will lead. Follow me to seize the Zhonggu Tower. Control all major routes of the city. Yes. Fire the signal arrow. Instruct General Zhou Cijiong to transition from feigned attack to full assault. No need to hold back. Understood. A trusted soldier swiftly retrieved a specially designed signal arrow from his bosom and ignited the fuse. With a whoosh, a sharp whistle pierced the night sky, exploding into a brilliant red firework above Shuazhou City. Beyond the northern gate, Zhou Cijiong, fiercely attacking, broke into a wild grin upon seeing the firework. He understood that His Highness had successfully gained entry. Now it was their turn. Brothers, the charade is over. He raised his great blade high, summoning all his strength to unleash a thunderous roar. His Highness has entered the city. The defending troops have collapsed. Charge in and slaughter. The previously blustering border troops transformed into ferocious tigers descending from the mountains. They hoisted siege ladders, issuing true, bloodthirsty roars, launching a formidable assault on the already beleaguered northern city wall, which was now rife with disarray. The entire Shuazhou city descended into utter chaos. Chun Wu's cavalry, like a dagger piercing through the night, raced down the main street, directly targeting the general's residence. Any sporadic resistance they encountered was swiftly scattered. When they kicked open the doors of the general's residence, the beleaguered General Ma Quan, who had been shouting orders at the northern wall just moments ago, returned in a state of utter disarray, accompanied by his trusted soldiers. Facing this bloodthirsty cavalry, he was paralyzed with fear, dropping his weapon to the ground. Please, don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. Meanwhile, at the heart of the city, Zhu Cijiong had successfully captured the Zhonggu Tower alongside Zhuge. The ancient, heavy bells tolled thunderously. This was not an alarm, but a proclamation. Dozens of elite soldiers stood atop the bell tower, exerting all their strength as they repeatedly roared towards the city. His Highness, the Prince of the Ming, has restored Shuazhou. Lay down your weapons, and those who kneel and surrender shall be spared. Those who resist shall be met with no mercy. The name of the prince reverberated like a death knell, utterly shattering the last vestige of resistance among the remaining defenders in the city. Their commander had been captured. Their escape routes were severed. Now, even the Prince of the Ming had personally arrived. What were they still resisting for? The sound of weapons clattering to the ground echoed throughout the city. Numerous defenders knelt down, choosing to surrender. As dawn broke, Zhou Cijiong's army finally breached the northern gate and flooded into the city, only to be astonished to find that the battle had essentially concluded. The first rays of morning sunlight bathed the city walls of Shuazhou. A brand new black flag, embroidered with golden characters of the Ming, replaced the former flag, billowing in the morning breeze with a resounding rustle. Zhu Cijiong, draped in a crimson cloak, stood resolutely atop the battlements, his sword at the ready. Beneath him knelt the trembling, terrified General Ma Quan and several officers. Behind him, the jubilant cries of his own soldiers reverberated, praising the might of their prince. Before him, countless citizens cautiously peered from their doorways, their expressions a blend of fear, curiosity, and hope as they gazed upon him. This was the first city he had conquered since arriving in this era. It was his inaugural moment, standing on this land as a conqueror and ruler. He slowly lowered his gaze to the quaking figure of General Ma Quan beneath him, and, in a tone devoid of emotion and icy cold, posed his first question as the new master of the city. Ma Quan, I ask you, How much grain and silver remains in the Shuazhou treasury? Chapter 18. 3 Imperial Edicts. The soft light of dawn gilded the ancient walls of Shuazhou with a faint golden outline. The billowing golden flag of the Ming, illuminated by the rising sun, appeared even more dazzling, akin to an everlasting flame, heralding the arrival of the city's new master. The atmosphere atop the battlements was tense. Zhu Cijiong stood with his sword drawn, his crimson cloak fluttering in the wind, harmonizing with the royal banner. Though small in stature, he radiated an air of authority that commanded respect. Beneath him knelt General Ma Quan and the other surrendered officials of Shuazhou, resembling limp clay without bones, collapsing in fear, trembling uncontrollably, and too terrified to lift their heads. Zhu Cijiong's cold gaze fell upon Ma Quan's pallid face. "Ma Quan, I ask you." His voice was disturbingly calm. Yet this tranquility was more disconcerting than any thunderous rage. "How much grain and silver remains in the Shuazhou treasury?" Ma Quan quivered, almost instinctively responding in a whimpering, high-pitched voice. "Your Highness, there is plenty." In a desperate bid for survival, he dared not conceal anything, spilling out all the information like beans from a bamboo tube. "When the thieves entered the city, they ordered me to scour the entire city, under the pretext of aiding supplies." The official humbly assured compliance, stating that he had thoroughly plundered the wealthy households and temples within the city, amassing a staggering sum of 180,000 taels of silver and 7,000 taels of gold. Upon hearing this, even seasoned generals like Zhou Cijiong and Zhuge could not help but gasp in astonishment. 180,000 taels of silver and 7,000 taels of gold. For an army that could barely sustain itself for 3 months, this was akin to a windfall of immense fortune. Ma Quan, seemingly anxious that Zhu Cijiong might doubt him, hastily added that this treasure was originally destined for delivery to Taiyuan in 3 days, to be presented to the rebel leader, the military governor of Shaanxi. Now, it remained untouched within the treasury. A flicker of barely concealed joy flashed in Zhu Cijiong's eyes, yet his expression remained inscrutable. He inquired about the supplies. "The provisions are even more plentiful," Ma Quan exclaimed, almost prostrating himself in his eagerness to atone for his sins. "Shuazhou is the granary of northern Jin, and within the official granary, there are still 110,000 shur of grain, enough to sustain 5,000 troops for over 2 years. The impact of this figure was even more profound than that of the 180,000 taels of silver. The eyes of all soldiers turned red in that moment. What is most vital for an army? It is not weapons, nor armor, but provisions. With food, the army can survive and fight. 110,000 shur of grain. This was nothing short of a mountain of gold. Zhou gazed at Zhu Cijiong, his lips trembling with excitement. "Your Highness, may the heavens bless our Ming. With this supply of grain and gold, we shall achieve great things." Zhu Cijiong nodded slowly, aware that his bold gamble had paid off. With this initial windfall, the grand strategic blueprint he envisioned now held a genuine possibility of realization. Yet he also understood that wealth can both support and devastate. The manner in which he utilized this fortune was of greater importance than acquiring it. His gaze returned to Ma Quan, now as cold as eternal ice. "Ma Quan, you have indeed played a significant role in the plundering of the people's wealth for the rebels." Ma Quan, sensing the lethal intent in his words, was terrified and desperately bowed his head, bleeding from his forehead. "Your Highness, spare me. I was compelled by circumstance. I am utterly loyal to the Ming." "Loyalty?" Zhu Cijiong's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Is your loyalty demonstrated by brandishing a blade against the defenseless citizens?" He abruptly turned away, dismissing the despicable man, and addressed the gathering crowd below, whose anxious eyes were fixed upon the city tower. His voice thundered, resonating throughout the city. "Fellow citizens of Shuazhou, I, the designated prince of the Ming, Zhu Cijiong, have returned. I know you have suffered. I know you have been oppressed for far too long by these treacherous soldiers." A murmur of disbelief swept through the crowd as many struggled to comprehend his words. "The prince of the Ming? Is it truly him who has come to save us?" Zhu Cijiong allowed no time for speculation. He pointed decisively at Ma Quan, his voice unwavering as he pronounced the verdict. "This man, Ma Quan, as a general of the Ming, he has forsaken the duty to protect the realm and its people, instead inviting in thieves and acting as their accomplice. His crime warrants execution. As the Lord of Shuazhou, he has shown no compassion for the citizens, but rather extorted and oppressed them. His crime is even more grievous. He slowly drew his sword from his waist, the blade symbolizing his princely status gleaming ominously in the morning light. Today, I will use the head of this villain to honor the loyal souls of the Ming who have perished, to comfort the citizens of Shuazhou who have suffered unjustly, and to establish the first military law for my Ming army. With each word pronounced, his voice carried across the land. Anyone who oppresses the common people or disrupts the peace shall be executed without mercy. Before his words could settle, the sword in his hand descended. A head, still marked by fear and disbelief, soared into the air, tracing a line of blood before falling heavily from the city tower. The headless body collapsed, blood gushing forth as it hit the ground. In that moment, the world seemed to fall into silence. The citizens below stared, transfixed by the scene. After what felt like an eternity, someone in the crowd reacted first, trembling as they knelt on the ground. "Long live your highness." This voice ignited a wildfire of fervor. "Your highness has avenged us. Justice has returned. The Ming is saved. The Ming is saved." In the next instant, a chorus of cheers and cries erupted from all corners of the city. Thousands of citizens spontaneously knelt, bowing in reverence to the small figure atop the tower. The people's hearts, in that moment, were united. The execution of Ma Quan was merely the first step. Zhu Cijiong understood that to transform this city into a solid foundation for his ambitions, he needed to employ both decisive measures and benevolent policies. He turned and returned to the makeshift council hall established at the general's office, promptly summoning all the generals to issue 3 commands that would solidify the future of Shuazhou. "Proclaim my first edict." His voice resonated solemnly within the hallowed hall. "All rebel troops shall surrender their weapons, be disbanded, and reconstituted. General Zhuge and General Chen Wu shall oversee this process, integrating them into our capital's army and the troops stationed at Ningguowen. Those who are strong and willing to fight shall be treated equally, receiving salaries from the Ming army. The old, weak, ill, and disabled shall also receive 3 months' worth of supplies and be sent home. I want the world to know that under Zhu Cijiong there are battles to be fought and food to be had. Even those who have fled shall not be wronged." Command acknowledged. Zhuge and Chen Wu responded in unison, fully aware that this decree would not only rapidly expand their forces, but also eliminate any potential threats from the surrendered troops, showcasing Zhu Cijiong's benevolence and vision. "Proclaim my second edict. Open the official granaries to aid the entire city. General Zhuge shall personally oversee this initiative. Starting today, every household in Shuazhou shall receive 1 dough of rice and 3 jin of flour from the granaries. All taxes in the city shall be suspended for 3 months. I want the citizens of Shuazhou to know that their Ming has returned. I want the smoke of cooking fires to rise once more." Command acknowledged. Zhuge, a hardened warrior, felt his eyes moisten at this order. He recognized that this seemingly simple act of opening the granaries meant hope for survival for those who had long struggled on the brink of starvation. "Proclaim my third edict." Zhu Cijiong's gaze swept over everyone present, sharpening with intensity. "From this day forth, my army shall officially be named the Ming Rebellion Suppression and Restoration Army, abbreviated as the Xingming Army. Notices shall be posted at all 4 gates of Shuazhou, inviting righteous men to join. Any healthy male of 5 feet or taller may enlist. Upon joining, they shall receive 3 taels of settlement money and a monthly salary of 1 tael. Those who die in battle shall have their families compensated, supported by the government until the age of 18. Simultaneously, he commanded the immediate dispatch of 3 elite scouts. One shall carry my royal seal and travel swiftly to Datong to meet Jiang Yin. Another, bearing my personal letter, shall take a detour through the northern territories to Shanhaiguan to meet Wu Sangui. The final one, his voice lowered, shall travel to Hunan, to Shandong, to all areas ravaged by the rebels, to connect with those loyal ministers and righteous men still resisting. Tell them that I, Zhu Cijiong, await them in Shaanxi. The 3 royal edicts resonated like thunder in the recently liberated city of Shuazhou, igniting a fervent response. As the gates of the granary slowly opened, as carts filled with golden grains were brought to the streets, and as emaciated citizens received heavy sacks of grain from the soldiers, countless individuals wept tears of joy. kneeling and exclaiming praises for their benevolent prince. When a recruitment notice was posted, countless young men who had lost their land and means of survival due to the war flocked to the city upon seeing the astonishingly generous terms. They yearned to serve the prince, who could provide them not only with sustenance, but also with dignity. In just one day, Shuazhou transformed from a lifeless city into a vibrant fortress brimming with hope. At this moment, within the study of the general's residence, Zhu Cijiong was meticulously reviewing the detailed accounts freshly counted from the treasury. Suddenly, a gentle knock resonated at the door. "Your Highness, are you busy?" It was the voice of Wei Yiran. "Come in," he replied. Wei Yiran entered gracefully, carrying a bowl of freshly brewed ginseng soup. Dressed in an elegant, simple blue dress, she appeared even more refined and otherworldly. "Your Highness, you have not closed your eyes for a whole day. This is the ginseng soup I prepared for you to invigorate your spirits." She gently placed the bowl on the table, her beautiful eyes filled with concern and admiration. "You are very thoughtful." Zhu Cijiong nodded, lifting the soup but not drinking it, instead directing his gaze toward another scroll in her hand. "What do you have there?" "Your Highness," Wei Yiran promptly handed over the scroll. "This is a secret account I discovered while organizing the study of Ma Quan. It records not gold or silver, but a list of gentry and merchants in Jinbei who have had financial dealings with Ma Quan and even covertly courted the bandits." Zhu Cijiong's eyes brightened instantly. He took the scroll and quickly perused it. This was, in essence, a declaration of allegiance from the local powers of Jinbei. With this list, he could discern precisely who were allies, who were foes, and who could be swayed. "Miss Wei," a genuine smile finally graced Zhu Cijiong's face. "You are truly my lucky star. You have accomplished a great feat." Hearing his praise, a blush blossomed on Wei Yiran's exquisite face, filling her heart with sweetness. She realized she was no longer merely a burden to the team. She gazed at the young man, his features illuminated by the candlelight, and mustered her courage to softly say, "Your Highness, when my father was alive, I heard him mention that among Jin merchants, the Fan family of Datong leads the ranks. They possess considerable wealth, and their trade routes span the borders, even engaging in commerce with the Mongols and Jurchens. If we could secure their support, our army's provisions, weaponry, and even war horses would flow ceaselessly." Zhu Cijiong's heart raced. He stood up abruptly, moving closer to Wei Yiran, his gaze intense as he asked in an almost urgent tone, "Do you have a way to contact them?" Wei Yiran felt her heart flutter under his penetrating gaze. Lowering her head, she responded with quiet determination, "I am willing to try, for your Highness." Chapter 19. The strategy of Jin merchants. The candle flickered quietly in the study, casting the shadows of the youthful prince and the extraordinary beauty, elongating and shortening upon the wall behind them. The air was infused with the delicate aroma of ginseng soup and the scent of ancient scrolls. "Do you have a way to contact them?" Zhu Cijiong's burning gaze fixated upon Wei Yiran's face. He inquired with urgency, laced with an imperceptible tension, for he understood better than anyone the immense significance of her suggestion. Jin merchants. In the annals of history, these two words epitomized immense wealth and astute calculation. They were not merely traders, but a complex network with profound influence permeating every corner of the empire. They controlled the horses of the steppes, the salt of the north, the furs beyond the borders, and even the crucial materials for gunpowder, such as nitrate and sulfur. Why did Li Ziqing rise so swiftly? Why did Wu Sangui dare to invite the Qing into the pass? Why were the 8 banners of the Qing able to stabilize so quickly after entering the pass? Behind these events, the shadow of the Jin merchants was somewhat present. They represented a formidable force capable of influencing the tides of war, lurking in the shadows. What if this power could be firmly grasped in one's hands? This thought made Zhu Cijiong's heart race uncontrollably. Wei Yiran, feeling the weight of his gaze, trembled slightly, a charming blush gracing her fair cheeks. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and responded with unwavering certainty, "Your Highness, I have a 70% chance. When my father was alive, although he served as the prime minister, the court faced financial strains, especially concerning the military supplies for the 9 borders. He had borrowed funds from the Fan family in Datong several times through my maternal uncle's connections to alleviate urgent needs. Though it was a business transaction, it established a bond of personal friendship." Pausing, her thoughts crystallized further. The Fan family of Datong is the foremost among the 8 major Jin merchants, and its head, Fan Yongdo, is exceptionally shrewd and profit-driven. However, he retains a semblance of Han loyalty and is wary of the bandits' pillaging and the Qing's predatory ambitions. His primary desire is to safeguard his family in these chaotic times while seeking the opportunity to achieve eternal wealth through a successful alliance. Now that you, Your Highness, have risen here, commanding elite troops and reclaiming Shuazhou, it is akin to a dragon surfacing from the depths, beginning to show its prowess. To Fan Yongdo, this is a tremendous gamble. Should he win, the Fan family could leap from a merchant dynasty to the foremost contributor to the revival of our Ming dynasty, securing their family status for 100 years. My purpose is to present this immense fortune before him, to show him that supporting the bandits is akin to collaborating with a tiger, leading to inevitable destruction. Supporting the Qing is inviting wolves into the fold, resulting in self-destruction. Only by aiding our Ming forces is the wisest choice. Her analysis was clear and incisive, dissecting the psyche of a top merchant with precision. Zhu Cijiong nodded repeatedly, admiration growing in his eyes. He realized he had underestimated this former prime minister's daughter. She was far from an ordinary sheltered woman. Her political insight and vision, shaped by her upbringing, surpassed that of most. Excellent. Well said. Zhu Cijiong couldn't help but applaud. In your view, how should we proceed? This matter requires patience, not haste. Discretion, not openness. Wei Ran had evidently pondered this deeply. She could approach Datong under the guise of a merchant as female relative to pay respects to distant relatives, establishing a connection with the Fan family. After gauging their true stance, Your Highness could then dispatch a genuine envoy to reveal your identity and engage in confidential discussions. Only then can we ensure absolute success. You will go personally? Zhu Cijiong's brows furrowed immediately, his first reaction being to refuse. No, it is too perilous. Datong is the stronghold of Jiang Yin and the bandit general. The city is rife with danger. As a woman, if your identity is exposed, the consequences would be dire. His tone carried an undeniable concern and protectiveness. Hearing this, Wei Ran felt warmth in her heart but remained resolute. Your Highness, precisely because I am a woman, I will draw less suspicion. If you were to send soldiers, their fierce aura would likely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives even before entering the city. Your safety is paramount to our Ming dynasty's fortunes, and I cannot allow you to take such risks. The generals in the army are the pillars of the nation, tasked with leading you into battle. Only I, with no strength to bind a chicken, possess this connection to the Fan family. In every sense, this task falls to me. She lifted her head, her clear eyes courageously meeting Zhu Cijiong's gaze, filled with unprecedented determination and resolve. Your Highness, you once said that I'm also a member of the Xingming army. Now is the time for me to serve you and the Ming dynasty with loyalty. I implore Your Highness to grant me this opportunity. Gazing at her stubbornly beautiful face, Zhu Cijiong fell silent. He knew she spoke the truth. Half an hour later, the council chamber was ablaze with light. Zhu Cijiong gathered all the core generals, including Zhou Yujiji, Zhou Kuei, and Chen Wu, to lay bare the strategy of the Jin merchants. What? You propose that Miss Wei personally act as an envoy to Datong? Zhou Yujiji, known for his fiery temperament, stood up immediately, his face a mask of disapproval. Your Highness, that is utterly unacceptable. Merchants are driven by profit and are fickle. Can we entrust the military affairs of the nation to a group of money-hungry traders? Moreover, to send a young lady into such perilous circumstances would surely bring shame upon us, the men of the army. General Zhou, please remain calm. Zhu Cijiong raised his hand to signal him to sit down. He understood that to persuade these soldiers, who revered only swords and spears, he must employ logic that they could comprehend. Gentlemen, his gaze swept across all present. Let me ask you, what is the essence of warfare? Naturally, it is the troops and their morale. A deputy general answered without hesitation. That is only partially correct. Zhu Cijiong shook his head. While troops and morale are indeed crucial, at its core, warfare is ultimately about resources, money, and logistics. He rose and approached the map, striking it emphatically with his command staff. Although we have reclaimed Shuazhou and acquired some supplies, we have no more than 5,000 troops at our disposal. To recruit more soldiers, to purchase horses, to forge weapons, to repair fortifications. How can we achieve any of this without gold? And the Jin merchants control the economic lifeline of northern China, extending even beyond the Great Wall. Their wealth surpasses what the bandits have plundered from Beijing. Their mules and horses are swifter than all the couriers of our Ming dynasty combined. Their trade routes form the most efficient intelligence network in the realm. His voice grew immensely powerful. With their support, we could secure a continuous supply of war horses, iron, and gunpowder. We would be able to anticipate the enemy's movements before they even act. We could even purchase the heads of our adversaries. Remember, gentlemen, warfare is never solely about the bloodshed on the battlefield. A true war is determined long before swords are drawn. In the ledgers of moneylenders and within the granaries that hold the grain, his words resonated profoundly within the chamber. The once proud and fierce generals fell into deep contemplation, as if a door to a new world had been opened, allowing them to view the concept of war from an unfamiliar yet awe-inspiring perspective. So, warfare can be conducted in this manner. Observing the expressions of those whose understanding had been completely upended, Zhu Cijiong realized he had successfully persuaded them. He turned to Wei Yiran and, in an exceptionally solemn tone, issued the command in front of everyone. Wei Yiran, I am here. Wei Yiran stepped forward and bowed in response. In my capacity as the commander of the Great Ming's expeditionary forces, I hereby officially appoint you as our envoy, fully authorized to liaise with the Fan Merchant Group in Datong. He removed the dragon-patterned jade pendant from his waist, personally placing it into her hands. This pendant symbolizes my presence. To see this pendant is to see me. You may act at your discretion without needing to report every detail. Wei Yiran accepted the jade pendant, trembling as she felt its weight, realizing the immense trust it represented. I shall not fail, Your Highness. Safety is paramount. Zhu Cijiong's tone softened. I will not place you in danger alone. He turned his gaze towards Wang Xian and Chun Wu in the ranks. Wang Xian, at your service. Wang Xian responded. Your mind is astute, and you handle matters with finesse. You shall act as the steward for Envoy Wei, managing both internal and external affairs. Chun Wu, present. Your scouts are among the finest. Select 20 of them to pose as merchants' guards, ensuring the safety of Envoy Wei along the journey. Remember, I give you but one command. His gaze became piercing, filled with undeniable authority. The safety of Envoy Wei takes precedence above all else. The mission may fail, but she must return to me unharmed. Can you accomplish this? Chun Wu felt the weight of Zhu Cijiong's gaze, dropping to one knee and shouting with every ounce of strength, Your Highness, fear not. As long as I am here, Envoy Wei is safe. If I perish, I shall ensure her protection. 2 days later, the affairs of Shuazhou City had entered a steady rhythm. Over 3,000 newly recruited soldiers, having passed initial screening, were undergoing basic training under Zhou Yiji's direct supervision, learning formations and basic combat techniques. Messengers bound for Datong and Shanhaiguan had already set out quietly. One morning, as dawn broke, a seemingly ordinary merchant convoy, composed of 7 or 8 large carts, slowly departed through the west gate of Shuazhou. Leading the convoy was an elderly man disguised as a steward, Wang Xian. Accompanying him were over 20 guards, appearing both robust and imbued with a hint of streetwise demeanor. Personally led by Chun Wu, in the center of the convoy, within the most modestly adorned carriage, sat the entrusted Wei Yiran. On the city tower, Zhu Cijiong, draped in a heavy cloak, stood silently against the morning chill, watching as the small convoy gradually vanished over the distant horizon. Your Highness, the wind is strong. You should return. Zhou stepped forward and urged softly. Not yet. Zhu Cijiong shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the distance. General Zhou, do you think it is too reckless to assign such an important task to a woman? This was the first time he had revealed a hint of uncertainty before his subordinates. Zhou, however, smiled. Observing Zhu Cijiong's youthful profile, he confidently replied, Your Highness, though I am but a soldier, I understand one principle. If you doubt someone, do not employ them. If you employ them, do not doubt them. Since you have chosen to trust Miss Wei, she will surely succeed, for she embarks on this journey for you, under the banner of the Great Ming. There is no greater source of strength than this unwavering belief. Zhu Cijiong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled in response. Indeed, he had been somewhat anxious. He turned away from the departing convoy and directed his gaze towards the inner city where wisps of smoke began to rise from the houses. towards the training grounds where the sounds of fierce battle cries echoed throughout the camp. "Let's go, General Zhou." His voice regained its usual calmness and decisiveness. "Our guests should be arriving soon, and our chessboard is about to be set." In the days to come, Shuazhou City was likely to become quite lively. A profound and inscrutable smile graced his lips. 3 days after Wei Iran's convoy disappeared over the horizon, Shuazhou City welcomed an unexpected group of visitors. Chapter 20. A battle of wits before the throne. On the third day, following the liberation of Shuazhou City, the morning dawned. The entire city had settled from the previous day's exuberance and agitation into a more solid, hopeful, and tense order. Outside the East Gate, on the vast training grounds, thousands of newly recruited soldiers were sweating profusely under Zhou Cijiong's thunderous reprimands, diligently practicing basic formations and long spear drills. Though their movements still appeared somewhat clumsy, their eyes burned with a flame of hope they had never experienced before. Inside the city, the treasury and granaries were already under the vigilant protection of the elite troops led by Zhuge, with tight security in place. Patrols, composed of both defectors and new recruits, were meticulously maintained under the guidance of seasoned veterans, ensuring the safety of the city. Incidents of looting and brawls had become a thing of the past, replaced by a vibrant atmosphere of renewal. Everything was developing in the direction Zhu Cijiong had envisioned. However, he understood that this tranquility was merely the calm before the impending storm. He, along with his solitary city, had transformed into a vast whirlpool, actively stirring the boundless chaos of the Sanjin region. Now, this whirlpool was about to welcome its first guest. Report. A scout, bearing a flag, burst into the military council chamber of the General's office like a whirlwind. Kneeling on one knee, he proclaimed in a thunderous voice, "Your Highness, 10 miles outside the city, I have spotted a cavalry unit of about 100 heading toward Shuazhou. Their equipment is exquisite, and their formation is impeccable. Bearing the banner of the General of Datong, Jiangyan's men." At this revelation, the expressions of the generals in the council chamber, including Zhou Zhuge, and Li Qinggong, shifted dramatically. In that instant, all their nerves tightened. Jiangyan. This name hung over Shuazhou like the sword of Damocles. In name, he was the governor of Shanxi appointed by Li Ziqing, the highest-ranking general in this territory, commanding tens of thousands of troops along the Datong border. Were they friends or foes? Had he come to seek retribution on behalf of Li Ziqing? Or did he have other motives? How swiftly they come. Zhou slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. "Your Highness, Jiangyan is a duplicitous man, utterly untrustworthy. His envoy's arrival undoubtedly harbors ill intentions. I request permission to assemble our troops immediately, set an ambush outside the city, and capture this cavalry unit for rigorous interrogation." "Absolutely not," the more composed Li Qinggong immediately countered. "General, our enemy's intentions are unclear. We must not act rashly. The forces of Datong far outnumber ours. If we provoke them, our army will find itself caught in a deadly crossfire." The council chamber quickly divided into two factions, engaged in heated debate. All eyes ultimately converged upon the youth seated at the head of the table, who had remained silent throughout, quietly tapping his fingers on the tabletop. There is no need for further dispute. Zhu Cijiong finally spoke, his fingers ceasing their rhythmic tapping. His voice, though not loud, carried an authoritative presence that quelled all contention. "I shall convey the orders of the crown." He rose slowly, a smile of intrigue gracing his face. "Open the city gates and welcome them in." "Your Highness," Zhou exclaimed urgently. "This course of action is too perilous." "Perilous?" Zhu Cijiong shook his head, his deep-set eyes gleaming with wisdom that seemed to pierce through all. "General Zhou, you're mistaken. If they were foes, they would not approach with a mere 100-man envoy, but rather with an overwhelming army darkening the skies over the city. If they're guests, we must extend the courtesy befitting our status as hosts." He strode to the entrance of the council chamber, gazing at the clear sky beyond, a cold smile curling his lips. "However, the rules of hospitality shall be dictated by us." He suddenly turned with fierce intensity, his commands crisp and resolute. General Zhuge, at your command, led 300 elite troops from the capital, fully armored, weapons drawn, and positioned them within the general's office. "I wish to showcase the might of the Ming imperial army to our guest from Datong. General Zhou, at your command, Mobilize 5,000 troops from within the passes. Array them along the main streets of the city, flags waving and drums resounding. I want him to understand whose domain this Shuazhou is. The remaining generals shall accompany me in the main hall to meet this unexpected guest. Half an hour later, the city of Shuazhou was adorned with banners, and the sound of drums echoed like thunder. 5,000 soldiers of the Xingming army, clad in iron armor and wielding polearms, formed two silent yet formidable walls of steel along the several-mile-long street from the city gates to the general's office. An atmosphere of grim determination enveloped the entire city, forged from the blood and bones of countless battles. The envoy from Datong was led by a middle-aged scholar clad in a blue official robe, his demeanor haughty, appearing to be around 40. As he rode into the gates of Shuazhou, he was utterly stunned. He had envisioned many scenarios, perhaps a heavily guarded entrance, perhaps chaos and disorder, or a stubborn resistance. Yet, he could hardly have dreamt of witnessing such a spectacle. Is this a military parade? He gazed at the tightly formed military ranks lining the streets, felt the suffocating air of iron and blood, and listened to the thunderous drumbeats that seemed capable of shattering hearts. For the first time, a hint of unmasked astonishment and gravity surfaced on his proud countenance. Is this truly a remnant force that has just escaped the capital? Is this really a city recently conquered? The aura, the military bearing, even his finest generals under Jiang Yan would pale in comparison. Filled with bewilderment, the envoy, named Ning Chun, made his way to the general's office, dismounting his horse. Upon entering the blood-chilling main hall, his heart sank further. He beheld 300 imposing soldiers with fierce gazes akin to starving wolves, brandishing glistening weapons, flanking either side. Their eyes coldly fixed upon him. The palpable intent to kill sent chills down his spine. At the far end of the hall, seated high upon the main throne, was a youth draped in a crimson cloak, quietly observing. To his left stood a formidable warrior with a presence like a raging flood, Zhou Kuei, and to his right, a fierce general akin to a descending tiger from the borders, Zhou Yujia. Together, they formed an immovable bulwark, guarding the seemingly innocuous yet profoundly inscrutable youth at the center. In that moment, Ning Chun experienced an uncanny sensation. It felt as though he had not entered the general's office of a border town, but rather a heavily fortified palace. Long history. Ning Chun of Datong's General Jiang Yan greets the commander of Shuazhou. Ning Chun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his shock, and bowed with a hint of arrogance still lingering in his tone, though the disdain from earlier had dissipated. He deliberately avoided addressing the youth as Your Highness, referring only to him as the commander, clearly conducting a preliminary test. However, Zhu Cijiong, seated on the throne, seemed oblivious to his words, engrossed in lifting a teacup, gently blowing away the steam without even raising an eyelid. The entire hall fell into an awkward silence. Ning Chen's face flushed crimson, as an envoy sent by a general. He had never before suffered such disregard and humiliation. Just as he was about to erupt, Zhu Cijiong finally set down the teacup with a soft clink. He raised his head, his expression casual, as if observing a mere jester, and spoke languidly. Jiang Yan, what audacity you possess. Knowing I am present, you not only failed to come and pay your respects, but instead send an ill-mannered subordinate in your stead. Does he wish to rebel? Boom! This seemingly innocuous statement carried more weight than any roar. Ning Chun felt a chill shoot from his spine to the crown of his head, his legs weakening as he nearly knelt on the spot. He stared in horror at the youth. How does he know my identity? No. How dare he utter General Zhang's name so freely? Who on earth is he? Zhu Cijiong appeared, pleased with Ning Chen's stunned expression. He slowly rose, stepping down the stairs to stand before Ning Chun. Long history, Ning, is it? A warm smile graced his lips, though it failed to reach his eyes. I know what you're thinking. You must believe that I am merely a young lad, fortunate enough to seize a solitary city with a band of remnants, and thus have become overconfident, correct? Cold sweat streamed down Ning Chen's brow in an instant. Zhu Cijiong did not afford him the opportunity to respond. He circled around Ning Chun leisurely, his voice soft yet piercing. Go back and tell Jiang Yan that he need not continue testing the waters. I am precisely the person he thinks of. You shall also ask him 3 questions on my behalf. Zhu Cijiong abruptly halted his steps, extending a finger, his gaze suddenly sharp, First is the official hat atop his head bestowed by the Ming dynasty, or by Li Zicheng. The dragon robe he wears. Is it the standard set by the revered Emperor Taizu, or merely tattered cloth awarded by the leader bandits? Second, does he currently occupy Datong with tens of thousands of border troops to guard the gates for Li Zicheng, or to secure a retreat for himself? While Li Zicheng wreaks havoc in Beijing, plundering and extorting, treating the noble officials of the Ming as mere animals to be slaughtered. Can Jiang Yin expect to escape this fate? Today as Beijing is tomorrow as Taiyuan, and the day after Datong. Third, Zhu Cijiong's voice as cold as a blade, pierced deep into Ning Chun's soul, presenting the most crucial question. The messenger dispatched to Shanhaiguan has already set forth. What do you suppose will happen when Wu Sangue and his tens of thousands of cavalry see my royal seal? Will they choose to continue feigning compliance with Li Zicheng? Or will they join forces with me to besiege the traitor? At that moment, to avoid being attacked from both sides, Li Zicheng will surely withdraw his main forces from Shaanxi and Henan, and he, Jiang Yin, along with his tens of thousands of border troops in Datong, will become the first wave of cannon fodder against Li Zicheng's defense against Wu Sangue. Ning Chongshi, you are a clever man. Consider this for yourself and for your general. Zhu Cijiong's enigmatic smile resurfaced, pondering whether to be a sacrificial pawn or a pivotal figure in restoring order and achieving eternal fame. Is this choice truly difficult? As he finished speaking, silence enveloped the hall, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ning Chun's face drained of color, sweat pouring down like rain. His blue official robe thoroughly soaked. He gazed at the eloquent youth before him, turmoil raging within his heart. A prodigy. This is undoubtedly a prodigy. Not only does he perceive the grand scheme of the world with clarity, but he also calculates the hearts of men to perfection. The hidden calculations of himself and his general, which they dared not voice, were laid bare before all. This was no mere 12-year-old boy. This was clearly a creature of ancient wisdom. With a thud, Ning Chun could no longer withstand the pressure, his knees buckling as he sank to the ground. He cast aside all arrogance and pretense, bowing deeply before Zhu Cijiong. I, the guilty minister Ning Chun, did not know of your highness's arrival. Death is my due. Death is my due. Observing Ning Chun's demeanor, Zhu Cijiong understood the moment had come. He ceased to apply pressure and instead approached to assist him upright, his tones softening considerably. Ning Chongshi need not be so. I understand that General Jiang has his difficulties. I am not a heartless person. He patted Ning Chun's shoulder and uttered words that Ning Chun could scarcely imagine. You must tell Jiang Yan that I do not require him to immediately raise troops. That would only lead to his needless demise. What I need from him are two things. First, tacit understanding. Zhu Cijiong raised one finger. He guards Datong, while I guard Shuazhou. From this day forth, our paths shall not cross. Should any orders come from Li Zicheng, he may easily feign compliance under the pretense of preparing against the Mongols. I shall draw all attention from the bandits to the south. Second, intelligence. He raised a second finger. I need to know all movements of Li Zicheng in Shaanxi and Henan. In exchange, I will also share information regarding Wu Sangue and the Manchu forces beyond the pass. You must convey to him that this is a partnership, not a surrender. Wait. Wait until the world changes. Wait until Wu and Li contend, until the day arrives when the time is ripe. I shall personally lead my army to rendezvous with him by the banks of the Sangong River. At that moment, all the humiliation he endures today, I shall repay him 100-fold. Half an hour later, Ning Chun stumbled out of the general's residence. His earlier arrogance entirely vanished. In its place was a visage of reverence and a profound fear emanating from his very soul. He dared not look at the imposing military formations lining the streets, only lowering his head and hastily mounting his horse, fleeing the city that felt like a den of dragons and tigers with his equally terrified 100-man cavalry. Within the council hall, Zhuge and the other generals gazed at the retreating figure, then turned to their calm and composed prince, each one appearing as if in the presence of a deity. Your Highness is indeed extraordinary, Zhuge exclaimed sincerely. Today I have realized that the power of words is mightier than an army of 100,000. He felt utterly convinced. He had initially thought to execute the messenger if he were impudent, but now his previous thoughts seemed so naive and laughable. The combination of benevolence and authority displayed by the prince, without the need for a single soldier, had effectively stabilized the greatest threat from the north, even planting a seed within the enemy's heart that could explode at any moment. Such strategy and audacity were truly beyond comprehension. Zhu Cijiong merely smiled slightly, returning to his seat, lifting the now cool cup of tea and taking a gentle sip. This was merely the beginning. His gaze drifted towards the south, as if piercing through layers of time and space. Jiangyan is but an appetizer. The real prize is yet to come. Dispatch orders for the entire army to intensify training, doubling the city as defenses. The reorganization of new troops must be completed within 10 days. I sense that it will not be long before we face a true test of strength. His eyes grew profoundly deep, for he knew that news of Shuazhou's recovery had likely already reached Li Ziqing's desk in Taiyuan. Chapter 21. The strategy of Yinmen. On the 7th day, following the recovery of Shuazhou, the autumn wind began to intensify, stirring up the unique dust of the northern frontier, casting a pale yellow hue over the sky. The atmosphere within the city grew increasingly tense under this chilling autumn breeze. The sounds of new recruits training echoed from dawn until dusk, the hoarse shouts and clashing weapons forming a new backdrop for the city. On the city walls, a sentry was posted every 10 steps, their vigilant gazes scanning every potential corner for enemy activity. Massive stones and logs were transported to the battlements, and furnaces for molten iron were set up, exuding an aura of danger and heat. The entire city of Shuazhou resembled a colossal beast awakened from slumber, shedding all tenderness and baring its sharpest fangs in preparation for the impending bloodshed. In the council hall, Zhu Cijiong was meticulously arranging the sand table, discussing the details of troop reorganization with Generals Zhou Yujia and Li Chenggong. He thoroughly dispersed the original 800 defectors and 3,000 new recruits, integrating them under the leadership of the most reliable veterans from Ningguowen to form 4 new infantry battalions. This structure would rapidly combine the obedience of new soldiers with the combat experience of old veterans, thus forming an initial fighting force. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps interrupted their deliberations. The leader of the scout battalion, Chen Wu, clad in dusty leather armor, strode in with urgency and excitement evident on his face. "Your Highness." He knelt on one knee, voice urgent and powerful from the south. "News has arrived." In the council hall, silence fell, so palpable one could hear a pin drop. Every gaze fixed upon Chen Wu, knowing that the awaited proclamation was finally at hand. "Speak," Zhu Cijiong commanded calmly, without a hint of surprise. 3 days ago, the rebel governor of Shaanxi, Chen Yongfu, has rallied troops from Taiyuan, gathering 20,000, claiming to have 50,000, and is marching north along the Fen River towards our Shuazhou. Qin Wu spoke at a rapid baje, clearly having rehearsed the intelligence in his mind countless times. His vanguard general was his adopted son, Li Gua, a valiant and skilled warrior who had led 5,000 elite cavalry away from the main force. They marched tirelessly under the stars, and it was estimated that by the latest, the evening after tomorrow, they would be poised before the walls of our Shuazhou city. 20,000 troops, 5,000 elite cavalry. These cold, hard numbers struck like heavy hammers upon the hearts of all the generals present. Even a fierce warrior like Zhou Yujiji found his pupils constricting sharply upon hearing this news. They calculated that they could muster only 5,000 battle-hardened veterans from Ningwu Pass, along with 3,000 new recruits who had only recently taken up arms. Among them, the cavalry consisted of less than 200 scouts under Chen Wu's command. 8,000 against 20,000. The disparity in strength was nearly threefold. Moreover, the opposing force comprised seasoned veterans who had survived countless battles alongside Li Ziqing. A heavy, suffocating pressure immediately enveloped the entire conference hall. "Your Highness, the bandits are formidable. Our troops are vastly outnumbered, and most are new recruits. We have no chance in open battle." The prudent deputy general, Li Chenggong, was the first to step forward. Worry etched across his face. "I believe we should immediately abandon all outposts outside the city, withdraw our forces within, fortify Shuazhou with deep moats and high walls, and hold fast. The bandits have traveled far, and their supply lines will surely be strained. If we can hold out for a month, their morale will falter, and we may find an opportunity to strike back." His suggestion was the most prudent and aligned with the thoughts of the majority of the generals. To fortify and await assistance, to bide time and conserve energy, was the classic, albeit helpless, strategy of the weaker side. Fortify? The hot-tempered Zhou Cijiong furrowed his brow and snorted disdainfully. Deputy General Li, you are mistaken. The art of war states that if the enemy has 10, we should encircle them. If 5, we should attack. The enemy outnumbers us by several times. If we shrink back within the city, we are playing into their hands. At that point, they need only split their forces to besiege all 4 gates of Shuozhou and concentrate their main force on a single point. We would be unable to support one another, and the fall of the city would merely be a matter of time. To isolate ourselves in a lonely city is a path to certain death. He suddenly clasped his fists and, addressing Zhu Cijiong, implored, Your Highness, I am willing to lead my 5,000 men from Ningwu Pass to sally forth, laying an ambush 10 miles south of the city. Let us strike a heavy blow against their vanguard, Li Gua, while he is still establishing his position, even if we cannot achieve total victory. We must diminish their morale and let our soldiers taste blood. In an instant, the conference hall erupted into a cacophony of disputes between the defenders and the aggressors. Everyone turned their final hope towards the young commander, who had remained silent throughout the discourse. Zhu Cijiong had not spoken a word. He simply listened intently, his long fingers tracing slowly over the vast map of Shaanxi. His gaze swept past Taiyuan to the south, over Shuozhou, ultimately resting upon the towering mountains to the north of Shuozhou. There lay 2 ancient and formidable names, Yanmen Pass. Just as the debate reached a fever pitch, Zhu Cijiong finally spoke. To defend is to await death. To engage in battle is to court disaster. His calm yet profound words brought an immediate silence to the assembly. All the generals stared at him in astonishment, unable to comprehend why His Highness would categorically reject both options. Zhu Cijiong rose slowly and approached the map. He grasped the command rod, and all eyes followed the slender bamboo pole as it moved. Deputy General Li, you are correct. To defend a solitary city while depleting our supplies and lacking reinforcements is indeed a dead end. General Zhou, your bravery is commendable, but you are also mistaken. With 8,000 troops, of which 3,000 are new recruits, how can we possibly contend with the 2,000 elite bandits in open battle? Should we fail in this engagement, we would have no retreat, and the foundation of Shuozhou would be obliterated. He paused, surveying the assembly, his clear eyes glimmering with an almost ethereal wisdom, as if he could perceive the entirety of the situation. Since neither defense nor offense is viable, why not leap beyond the confines of Shuozhou and seek a battlefield more favorable to us? His command rod came down sharply upon the map, striking the 2 characters boldly, Yanmen Pass. The room erupted in astonished murmurs. Yanmen Pass? Zhou Cijiong exclaimed. Your Highness, do you mean we should abandon Shuozhou and retreat to Yanmen? No, Zhu Cijiong shook his head, a daring, almost audacious smile gracing his lips. Not retreating. It is an advance. He gazed at the perplexed faces around him, no longer withholding the brilliant stratagem he had already contemplated countless times in his mind. The bandit General Qin Yongfu believes us to be like a frightened dog, trapped and helpless. His intention in coming here is undoubtedly to besiege and conquer the city. His focus is entirely on our humble Shuozhou, and we shall exploit his disdain and arrogance. Zhu Cijiong's command rod traced a sharp arc across the map. General Li Qinggong, heed my orders. I shall leave you with 3,000 troops, 2,000 of whom are new recruits and 1,000 veterans. Your task is not to defend the city, but to perform. From this moment, you shall raise my Ming flag atop Shuozhou, and during the day, your soldiers must tirelessly reinforce the city defenses, moving siege stones and logs, creating the semblance of a steadfast stronghold. By night, ignite countless bonfires within the city, creating the illusion that we are bustling with activity, as if preparing for his judgment. You must create a false image for Qin Yongfu that we are terrified and gathering all our strength to huddle within this city, awaiting his verdict. Can you accomplish this? Though Li Qinggong did not fully grasp the depth of His Highness's intentions, the resolute command ignited his passion. Your Highness, rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure this performance is executed flawlessly. Excellent. Zhu Cijiong nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards Zhou Cijiong and Zhou Kuei. General Zhou Cijiong, General Zhou Kuei, here. Both men stepped forward in unison, their voices booming. You too. Immediately consolidate all the veteran soldiers within the pass, along with the elite troops from my capital, totaling 5,000 men. All cavalry shall fall under Chen Wu's command. At the stroke of midnight tonight, the entire army shall mount their steeds and stealthily march north. Abandon all supplies. Each person shall carry only 3 days' worth of rations and weapons. Our objective, his command rod struck decisively upon Yanmen Pass, is to seize this foremost pass of the realm before Chen Yongfu's army arrives at Shuazhou. What? This time? Even Zhou Yujiji and Zhou Kuei were left utterly speechless by Zhu Cijiong's whimsical strategy to abandon a defensible stronghold and instead launch an assault on a more perilous fortress. Such audacity was unheard of. Observing the astonished expressions of his comrades, Zhu Cijiong felt a surge of confidence ignite within him. He realized that this avant-garde strategy, which transcended contemporary military understanding, required his personal elaboration. Generals, please observe. He gathered everyone around the sand table. As Chen Yongfu's forces march northward, their supply lines and retreat paths are entirely dependent upon the Yanmen Pass. Although this pass has ostensibly surrendered to the bandits, the garrison consists of merely a few hundred men, and they will undoubtedly be lax in their duties. With our elite forces, we can launch a night raid and capture it in a single night. Once we occupy Yanmen Pass, we will effectively insert a sharp dagger into Chen Yongfu's back, completely severing his connection to his supply lines and rear forces. What will he choose then? Zhu Cijiong smirked. If he continues to besiege Shuazhou, he will find his retreat cut off, and his morale will surely crumble. Within 10 days, he will disband without a fight. If he diverts his forces to attack Yanmen, all the better. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Yanmen Pass is a treacherous stronghold, where one man can hold back 1,000. The narrow terrain before this pass allows only a few men to pass at a time. His numerical superiority will vanish there. At that point, the initiative will fully return to us. We shall no longer be the passive prey, defending a city, but the hunters, seizing the enemy by the throat and awaiting our moment to strike. After a profound statement, an eerie silence enveloped the entire assembly hall. All the valiant warriors, in that moment, gazed upon their youthful commander with the eyes of a curious beast. It was as though a thunderous revelation had struck their minds, shattering their entrenched and antiquated notions of warfare. Indeed, who decreed that battles must be fought beneath one's own walls, who claimed that the disadvantaged must always remain passive. Leap forth, actively choose the battlefield, transform the enemy's strengths into our own. What an extraordinary and inscrutable stratagem this is. Your Highness is truly a prodigious talent. After a protracted moment, Zhou Yujiji finally emerged from the overwhelming astonishment, bowing deeply to Zhu Cijiong with genuine admiration. In that instant, the last vestige of contempt he harbored due to Zhu Cijiong's youth evaporated entirely. What replaced it was an unwavering and unquestionable reverence. Your Highness, he suddenly lifted his head, his fierce eyes ignited with a blazing spirit of battle. The humble soldier understands. For this fight, we are willing to serve as your Highness's vanguard, swearing to seize Yanmen Pass at all costs. Seize Yanmen Pass at all costs. All the generals roared in unison, their voices reverberating through the rafters. That night, under a dark and windy moon, 5,000 elite troops of the Xingming army silently surged forth from the northern gate of Shuazhou city, like a black tide, while the townsfolk remained in slumber. Zhu Cijiong, draped in a cloak, personally led the army, advancing at the forefront of the line. This was a race against time, a perilous gamble of all they possessed. The rugged mountain paths, familiar to these seasoned border soldiers, felt as smooth as a level road. Bearing loads of dozens of pounds, they nonetheless maintained an astonishing pace. After 2 days and nights of relentless marching, when the first light of dawn on the third day pierced through the clouds of the east, a colossal fortress loomed before them, winding along the peaks of the towering mountains, like a slumbering dragon finally revealed at the end of their sight. Among the 9 great passes of the realm, Yanmen stands foremost. Upon sighting this legendary stronghold, even Zhu Cijiong felt his spirit stir. Chen Wu, the humble soldier, shall lead your scouts ahead. According to the original plan, seize the gate. Understood. Chen Wu and his company of over 100 elite scouts promptly detached from the main force, donning the pre-prepared uniforms of the invading army. Masquerading as a messenger unit arriving to replace the garrison from Datong, galloping towards the gate. Half an hour later, when Zhu Cijiong and the main army reached the base of the pass, a brief yet intense battle had already concluded. They beheld the formidable gate of Yanmen, now wide open. Chun Wu and his scouts were dragging aside the bodies of dozens of guards from the invading army. Upon the gate tower, the filthy banner of the Shun character had already been severed. "Your Highness." Chun Wu wiped the blood from his face, excitedly reporting back. "The garrison within is fewer than 300, utterly complacent. We have cleared them all. Yanmen Pass is now under our control." "Excellent." Zhu Cijiong abruptly waved his hand, his voice resounding through the heavens. "All troops, enter the pass. Take over the defenses. Prepare to welcome our true guests." He mounted his steed and ascended the weather-beaten walls, personally taking the golden Ming flag from the flag-bearer. With all his strength, he thrust it fiercely into the highest point of Yanmen Pass. The banner unfurled against the biting northern winds, the immense Ming character shining brilliantly in the dawn's light. Zhu Cijiong pressed against the parapet, gazing southward. He knew that, at this very moment, Qin Yongfu's 20,000 troops had likely arrived at the foot of Shuazhou City. When they discover that they face merely an empty city, a mere ruse, while their vital route is firmly held by a sharp blade, what expression will grace the face of that renowned bandit general? Qin Yongfu. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Zhu Cijiong's lips. "I have prepared a grand gift for you at this Yanmen Pass. I hope you will appreciate it." Chapter 22. A fish in a net. 2 days later, to the south of Shuazhou City, dust billowed along the official road. A massively character banner, an elite general flag, stood prominently amidst the black torrent of over 20,000 invading soldiers. Leading the charge was Li Gua, a fierce and valiant warrior, nephew of Li Zicheng, clad in iron armor, wielding a long spear. He bore a scornful smile as he gazed upon the somewhat isolated Shuazhou City in the distance. "Oof. A group of fish that slipped through the net dares to claim territory?" Li Gua disdainfully remarked to his deputy, "Relay my orders. The vanguard shall split into 3 routes, encircling the 4 gates of Shuazhou in a fan-like formation. Do not let that so-called Ding Wang escape." "General," the deputy hesitated. "General Chun has commanded that our vanguard only encircle without attacking, waiting for the main force to arrive before making any decisions. When on the field, one does not always heed the sovereign's command." Li Gua glared, proclaiming with pride, "My father, Li Zicheng, often said, war must be ferocious. Within an hour, I want to see our banner planted in every corner of Shuazhou City. A mere few thousand remnants cannot stir the heavens." With his command, 5,000 elite cavalry surged toward Shuazhou City like an iron claw. However, as they thundered towards the city, a bizarre scene unfolded. The city walls were densely adorned with new Ming character flags, and beneath these banners, soldiers bustled to and fro, anxiously preparing stones and rolling logs, as if gearing up for a monumental battle. Yet when Li Gua's cavalry approached, roaring and challenging from below the walls, not a single soul responded. Not even a stray arrow was loosed. The entire Shuazhou City resembled a hedgehog, enraged yet unwilling to retaliate, emanating an inexplicable oddness. "General, the situation seems amiss." The deputy reined in his horse, brow furrowed. Li Gua sensed the anomaly as well. This was not the reaction one would expect from an elite force. A thread of unease began to weave through his mind, yet he dared not defy the commander's orders, thus commanding the army to camp 5 miles outside the city, encircling Shuazhou and awaiting the arrival of General Qin Yongfu's main contingent. A day later, when the invading army's commander, Qin Yongfu, led 15,000 infantry to the city's base and heard Li Gua's report, his weathered face was also clouded with doubt. Qin Yongfu was no reckless fool like Li Gua. He had risen from a mere bandit to the governor of a province through experience gained from countless battles and an inherent cautiousness rooted in suspicion. All troops on high alert, he issued his first command. Subsequently, he personally rode around Shuazhou City, meticulously surveying the perimeter. The defenses atop the walls were flawless. The number of flags astonishing, and the bonfires within the city at night resembled a sky full of stars, all indicating a vast and well-prepared army within. Yet the more perfect it seemed, the stronger Qin Yongfu's unease grew. It was too perfect, as if it were a play deliberately staged for his viewing. Send a team to feign an attack on the southern gate. Let us test their strength. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Chun Yongfu's eyes. Hundreds of invading soldiers bore makeshift ladders, shouting loudly as they launched a tentative assault on the southern gate. What greeted them were a torrent of arrows and rolling stones raining down from the walls. The defenders displayed remarkable tenacity, with the battle raging from dawn till dusk, resulting in over 100 casualties for the invading forces, yet they barely touched the city walls. General, it appears that although the garrison within is numerous, they are merely inexperienced recruits. A leader, weary from the day's fighting, reported back, they will only defend and are too afraid to venture out for a fight. Inexperienced recruits? Chun Yongfu pondered over these words. The thread of unease in his mind suddenly tightened. He abruptly raised his head, fixating intently on the distant city, which appeared increasingly sinister in the twilight. A chilling thought, one that even unsettled him, surged forth with wild fervor. Could the so-called Ding Wang, that youth who had emerged from Beijing, truly be foolish enough to defend a solitary city with a mere band of fresh recruits? No, it was utterly impossible. He had fallen into a trap. Chun Yongfu let out a thunderous roar, his face instantly paling to a ghastly hue. He had finally comprehended. The so-called tens of thousands of troops within the city were nothing but a ruse, a decoy designed to ensnare him. The true elite forces, the ones daring enough to battle tens of thousands at Xuanwu Gate, along with that enigmatic young prince, were not even within the city. Where had they gone? Just as Chun Yongfu was engulfed in a tempest of rage, nearly spitting blood, a scout with 3 black command flags thrust into his back, like a wraith, burst into the camp. He tumbled from his horse and scrambled to Chun Yongfu's side, his voice trembling with sheer terror. General, it's bad news. The Yanmen Pass has fallen. A golden Ming flag is planted atop the Yanmen Pass tower. Boom! This news struck Chun Yongfu's mind like a relentless hammer, rendering his vision dark as his body swayed, nearly toppling from his steed. Yanmen Pass, the foremost stronghold guarding the lifeblood and supply routes of his army, had actually been breached. He finally understood. Everything made sense now. That accursed young prince. He had never intended to defend Shuazhou. From the very beginning, his aim had been to secure his own retreat. By employing an empty city, he had successfully diverted Chun Yongfu's 20,000 troops from the main battlefield. And then with a sudden strike, he had plunged a dagger deep into Chun Yongfu's heart. How malicious! How audacious! What an unfathomable scheme! With a surge of pent-up fury, Chun Yongfu could no longer suppress the torrent of blood, violently spitting forth a crimson spray that stained the earth before him a deep red. A profound humiliation. A profound humiliation indeed. He howled towards the heavens, filled with boundless rage and disgrace. I, Chun Yongfu, have traversed the battlefield for half my life. Yet today, I am toyed with by a mere child. Relay my orders. His eyes turned blood red, brimming with a frenzied intent to kill. All troops pack up. Turn towards Yanmen Pass. I shall personally take the head of that young emperor. 2 days later, at Yanmen Pass, a formidable fortress stood resolute. A golden Ming flag danced wildly in the northern gales, as if issuing a brazen provocation to the approaching enemy. On the ramparts, 5,000 soldiers of the Xingming army stood ready, their faces devoid of fear, instead radiating fervent battle spirit. A successful ambush and a crushing blow to the enemy commander's intellect had elevated their morale to unprecedented heights. They gazed at the narrow, ancient path below, known as Yixianshan, confidence sparkling in their eyes. Here they were the masters. Zhu Cijiong, cloaked in a great cape, stood at the highest point of the watchtower, a spyglass in hand, already capturing the sight of a writhing black line on the southern horizon. The enemy army was approaching, fueled by wrath and thirst for vengeance. Your Highness, Zhou Cijiong approached his side, his voice steady as a mountain. The enemy is here. Please retreat to the rear. This place can be entrusted to me. Unnecessary, Zhu Cijiong replied, lowering the spyglass and shaking his head. This is my first hard-fought battle. I must witness it myself. He turned to face the anxious generals behind him, a calm smile gracing his features. Gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. Rage can cloud judgment, and a frenzied army is but a herd of lambs awaiting slaughter. He approached the parapet, pointing towards the approaching black tide below, speaking in a tone that was both lyrical and cold. Relay the order. Archers, 3 volleys in unison, spare no arrows, and send forth a grand greeting. Prepare the rolling stones and boiling oil. Strike when they draw near. Tell the soldiers to hold steady and fear not. Let them come, for their fury and blood shall serve to honor the newly raised flag of our Ming. Kill. Qin Yongfu launched no probing attacks, nor conducted any pre-battle motivation. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation, upon reaching the foot of the pass and beholding that glaring Ming flag, he immediately issued the most foolish and mad command. All troops attack. Thousands of Chong army soldiers, like a horde of driven ants, bore ladders and rudimentary wooden shields, howling and trampling towards the narrow pass, charging to their deaths. Awaiting them was the scythe of death, long prepared. Fire. On the watchtower, Zhou Cijiong swung his great blade down with force. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Over 1,000 archers, already poised, instantly released their bowstrings. The dense rain of arrows descended like a dark cloud, emitting a spine-chilling shriek as they indiscriminately struck the narrow, ancient path below. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of arrows piercing flesh was drowned out by the cacophony of battle cries. The foremost Chong soldiers never even grazed the walls before they fell like wheat before the sickle, collapsing in droves. The narrowness of the ancient path left them no room for evasion. They could only withstand the iron storm raining down upon them with their very bodies. Blood instantaneously stained the ancient path crimson. The cries of the injured and the wails of the dying filled the air. Those who retreat shall die. Charge forward. The rear execution squad wielded their blades, slaughtering those attempting to fall back, forcing them to press onward. The few hundred Chong soldiers who miraculously survived the hail of arrows finally managed to place their ladders against the cold wall. However, what awaited them was an even more despairing abyss. Crash! The border soldiers, already hoisting massive logs and stones, let out bloodthirsty roars. Boom! Massive stones and logs plummeted from the sky with tremendous force. The ladders, just set up, were instantly shattered. The soldiers atop the ladders had no time to scream before they were reduced to a gruesome pulp. Splash! Cauldrons of scalding oil and molten metal were mercilessly poured down. A shriek, so piercing it scarcely resembled a human sound, echoed across the battlefield. Soldiers drenched in boiling oil writhed on the ground in agony, soon transforming into charred corpses, exuding a repugnant stench of burnt flesh. Zhou Cijiong led the charge, wielding a thick-bladed sword, personally guarding the most perilous stretch of the wall. Any enemy who dared to climb up was cleaved down effortlessly, as if slicing through vegetables. At that moment, Yanmen Pass transformed into a ruthless and efficient meat grinder. Waves of Chong soldiers charged forth, only to be met with waves of their own demise. The path they paved with their lives could not breach the seemingly close wall. On the watchtower, Zhu Cijiong observed the hellish scene below with an impassive expression. Within him, there was no trace of pity. War is a matter of survival. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. He calmly issued precise commands, one after another. Relay the order. Archers, cease volley fire and switch to staggered shooting. Conserve arrows. Inform General Zhou that there is no need to rush for success. Stabilize the formation, prioritizing the annihilation of the enemy's effective forces. General Zhou Kuei's reserve troops remain on standby. Until the wall is breached, do not move. Every command he issued was precise and effective, reminiscent of the most seasoned general. The battle raged from dawn until dusk. As the setting sun cast a blood-red hue over the battlefield, the sound of the retreat horn finally echoed weakly from the rear of the Chuang army. The Chuang forces had retreated, leaving behind at least 3,000 corpses heaped upon the death-laden ancient road leading to the pass. Yet not a single brick of the Yanmen Pass was pried loose. On the city walls, jubilant cheers erupted. We have triumphed. Your Highness is magnificent. The general is magnificent. The surviving soldiers of the Xingming army raised their arms in exultation, expressing their joy of having survived the ordeal. With fewer than 500 casualties, they had secured a resounding victory that would be etched into history. However, there was no trace of joy on Zhu Cijiong's face. He quietly observed the retreating enemy below, their disarray evident, yet their formation remained intact, and his gaze grew increasingly grave. General Zhou, without turning around, asked, "Do you think we have won?" Zhou Cijiong, upon hearing this, slowly retracted his smile. Following Zhu Cijiong's line of sight, he solemnly replied, "Your Highness, we have merely achieved a Pyrrhic victory." Indeed, Zhu Cijiong nodded, his voice icy. Chen Yongfu is currently blinded by rage. Once he regains his composure, tomorrow's offensive will undoubtedly be tenfold more ferocious than today's. Moreover, our arrows, rolling logs, and boiling oil have already been nearly depleted. He slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the weary yet cheering soldiers. We have no reinforcements. This bloody battle has only just begun. His words were like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the euphoria of all present. Yes, this was merely the first day. What lay ahead would be a far more brutal and protracted war of attrition. And could they endure it? Chapter 23. The Night Raid Strategy. Yinmen Pass at night. The blood-red remnants of the sun had long sunk beneath the western mountains, replaced by an endless, heart-pounding darkness. On the city walls, torches flickered violently in the biting night wind, illuminating the faces of the soldiers, each etched with fatigue and determination. The air was thick with an overwhelming stench of blood and medicinal ointments, mingling with the charred aroma of dried rations, creating a uniquely brutal and stark scent of the battlefield. The horrific battle of the day still lingered in their minds, with dried blood congealed in every crevice of the battlements. Below the walls, thousands of Chuang corpses, still unburied, appeared as indistinct silhouettes in the darkness, like silent tombstones narrating the mercilessness of war. Within the watchtower, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to a solid block of iron. Zhu Cijiong sat solemnly in the main seat, his expression as cold as water. Before him were the corps generals who had just finished their patrol, each face marked by an inescapable gravity. Report. A hoarse-voiced deputy general stepped forward, clutching a ledger that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Your Highness, during today's battle, our forces have suffered significant losses. The arrows of the Shinji camp have dwindled to less than 30% after the daytime skirmishes, barely enough to sustain another half-day of high-intensity defense. The stored rolling logs have been depleted by 70%, and the stones for the catapults are also over half gone. Most critically, the supply of boiling oil and golden syrup, the deputy's complexion paled, has been almost entirely exhausted. What remains may not withstand even a single formidable assault. Cold figures pierced the hearts of every general present like daggers. The joy of the earlier victory was swiftly washed away by this harsh reality. Damn it! Zhou Cijiong pounded his fist against a nearby pillar, producing a dull thud. At this rate, even if the Chuang thieves are fools lining up to their deaths, we cannot afford to continue this way. In 3 days at most, we will have drained Yinmen Pass ourselves. Your Highness, the prudently Chongzhen stepped forward, his face clouded with concern. Though the bandits suffered a great defeat today, their numbers remain formidable and their foundation unshaken. As you predicted, once Chen Yongfu regains his composure, tomorrow's offensive will undoubtedly be more cautious and lethal. If he opts for a strategy of encirclement without direct assault, we, lacking reinforcements from without and supplies from within, are likely. He did not finish, but the despair inherent in his unfinished remark resonated with everyone present. A heavy silence fell over the assembly hall. All faces were furrowed in concern. Battle-hardened generals understood that the current situation was akin to a slow march towards death. They had found themselves ensnared in a war of attrition they were destined to lose. However, amid this suffocating atmosphere of despair, the young commander, who had shown not a hint of panic throughout, slowly rose to his feet. He did not look at the others, but instead walked towards the massive military map. His gaze traversed the formidable Yinmen Pass, swept over the ancient road soaked in blood, and finally rested upon a small marker 20 miles behind the Chuang's encampment. Generals, he spoke calmly, his voice not loud yet instantly commanding attention. You are all correct. With our current forces and reserves, engaging in a prolonged war of attrition against Chen Yongfu is akin to striking stone with eggs. He turned, his eyes deepened by the flickering candlelight, scanning every face in the room. Since we cannot afford to wear him down, we shall not play his game. A cold, dangerous smile crept upon his lips. We will strike at his supplies, burn his provisions, and deprive him of resources. What? The room erupted in astonishment. Zhou Cijiong nearly thought he had misheard. Your Highness, do you mean we're to exit the pass and raid the bandits' main camp? No. Zhu Cijiong shook his head, correcting the misconception. not the main camp. His command staff pointed the rod over the map, bypassing the heavily fortified Chuan camp, and forcefully, pointed at a small mark 20 miles behind it, Baijiao. It is here. Zhu Cijiong's voice resonated within the silent assembly hall, filled with icy intent. As Chun Yongfu's forces march northward, their supplies and provisions cannot keep pace. The terrain at Baijiao is flat, with a water source, making it an ideal location for storing provisions and setting up supply depots. It lies 20 miles from their main camp, thus their defenses here will be lax. We may not win this defensive battle, for the scales of victory were never tipped in our favor from the start. Therefore, we must change our approach. We shall not attack his spiny main camp. Instead, we will strike at his supplies, his logistics, his lifeblood. A military force deprived of provisions becomes a toothless tiger. Chun Yongfu's 2,000 troops will then transform from a threat into 2,000 mouths waiting to be fed. We need not engage them directly. Hunger and panic will lead them to their own demise. Cutting off the source. These 4 words struck like lightning, illuminating the hearts of all generals filled with despair. They stared dumbfounded at the young man, speaking confidently before the map, their thoughts surging like a great wave. Indeed, how had they not thought of this? Their minds had been confined to the dead end of how to defend Yanmen Pass. Yet they had never considered the possibility of stepping off the board to attack the enemy's most vulnerable and critical points. This was no mere military tactic. It was a strategic paradigm shift. Your Highness is truly a military genius. After a long pause, Li Chenggong finally emerged from his profound shock, trembling with excitement as he deeply bowed to Zhu Cijiong. However, Zhou Yujin, while equally thrilled, remained cautious. Your Highness, though this strategy is brilliant, it is fraught with peril. The enemy's main camp stretches for miles, with scouts densely deployed. If our army wishes to stealthily circumvent their main forces and swiftly advance 20 li to strike at their supply camp, once discovered, the dispatched squad will undoubtedly find themselves encircled, leading to the annihilation of the entire army. Therefore, this operation requires not a multitude of troops, but rather 2 of the sharpest daggers. A hunter-like smile appeared on Zhu Cijiong's face, for he understood that the moment had arrived to showcase the true value of his commanders. Chun Wu, this subordinate, is here. The scout leader Chun Wu immediately stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He knew that for such a mission, there was no one better suited than himself. I grant you 300 men. Zhu Cijiong's voice turned exceedingly serious. 100 of them are your finest scouts, while the remaining 200 shall be selected by you from the seasoned soldiers at Ningwu Pass. I have but one request. They must be the swiftest, the fiercest, and the most ruthless. Pointing to the map at Baijiao, he declared, "This is the main blade that will pierce the heart of the enemy. At the 3rd watch tonight, quietly depart the pass, take the small path westward, and insert yourselves directly at Baijiao. I do not require you to slay many enemies. I only desire one thing: fire. Use all the oil and torches at your disposal to incinerate their mountain of supplies. Remember, strike swiftly and do not linger in battle. The more noise, the better." This subordinate accepts the command. Chun Wu replied passionately, his blood boiling with fervor. Merely possessing a primary blade is insufficient. Zhu Cijiong's gaze then fell upon the silent figure of Zhuge, resembling an iron tower. We also need a bait to draw everyone's attention. General Zhuge, this subordinate is here. Zhuge stepped forward, his voice like thunder. I grant you 500 elite troops from the capital. You shall also deploy at the 3rd watch. However, your direction shall be east. Zhu Cijiong's command rod pointed to the eastern flank of the enemy camp. Your mission is to feign an attack. Strike their encampment side with utmost speed, eliminate their sentries, ignite their tents, and create maximum chaos. Once the enemy main force reacts, withdraw immediately, ensuring they remain fixated on the east. 1 to the east, 1 to the west, 1 overt, 1 covert, 1 as thunder that shakes the heavens, the other as silent as lightning. I want Chun Yongfu to experience what it means to face both ice and fire tonight. The strategy is set. There shall be no hesitation. The 2 elite forces, brimming with expectations, commenced their final preparations under the cloak of night. The 800 selected soldiers displayed no trace of fear. Instead, they radiated pride and excitement at being entrusted with such a significant mission. They honed their blades to a gleaming edge, stuffing thick cotton into the crucial parts of their leather armor to muffle sound. And each face was smeared with a thick layer of disguise made from soot. At the hour of the rat, the gates opened with a sound that grated on the teeth. Two black phantoms, one to the left and one to the right, silently melded into the profound darkness beyond the pass. On the watchtower, Zhu Cijiong stood resolutely against the wind. Behind him remained only Zhou Yujiji and the soldiers tasked with guarding the city. "Your Highness," Zhou Yujiji remarked, still somewhat uneasy as he watched the two teams vanish into the night. "Can merely 800 men truly succeed?" "General Zhou," Zhu Cijiong replied without turning, his voice calm. "War is sometimes determined not by numbers, but by who is more ruthless and who possesses greater courage." He raised his head, gazing at the overcast night sky, murmuring to himself, "Tonight, with no moon, is perfect for mayhem." At the third watch, all was silent. The sprawling camp of the enemy resembled a colossal beast, lying in slumber beneath Yanmen Pass. Only the crackling campfires punctuated the stillness, casting light upon the drowsy sentinels. At this moment, death approached silently from the eastern edge of the camp. With swift precision, several yawning sentinels were silenced before they could utter a sound. As iron hands from the darkness covered their mouths and noses, and sharp daggers swiftly severed their throats. In the next instant, Zhuge, embodying a demonic figure, was the first to charge into the camp. "Kill!" A thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of night. 500 elite troops surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, launching a ferocious assault upon the sleeping tents. Their embroidered spring knives glinted in the firelight, transforming into waves of death. Countless enemy soldiers had their heads cleaved off in their slumber. Enemy attack! Enemy attack from the east! The shrill alarm resounded throughout the camp. Countless soldiers, just awakened from sleep, rushed out of their tents, only to be greeted by blazing flames and the sight of demons engaged in a frenzy of slaughter. The entire eastern camp descended into chaos. Within the central command tent, Chun Yongfu, who had just lain down fully clothed, was jolted awake by the sudden cries of battle. Startled, he sprang up with his sword. "What is happening? Where do these enemies come from?" "General, it is from the east. A force of Ming troops has emerged from unknown origins, fiercely attacking our flank." "The east?" Chun Yongfu furrowed his brow, and a sinister smile crept across his face. "Oof. Desperate measures. Do they think they can shake the foundation of our army with such a meager force under the cover of night? They are unaware of their impending doom. Relay my orders," he barked, commanding the front troops and the left flank to immediately encircle the eastern wing. Crush this group of oblivious flies into dust. Tens of thousands of soldiers surged like a disturbed hive, rushing madly towards the east. All attention was firmly drawn towards Zhuge and his 500 fearless warriors. No one noticed that while everyone was fixated on the east, another formidable and deadly specter had quietly arrived at their granary, 20 li beyond their camp at Baichao. Chun Wu and his 300 death warriors moved like phantoms, silently eliminating the scant sentinels around the supply camp. As they tore open the last tent's canvas, they beheld mountains of grain bags exuding the aroma of cereals and carts filled with arrows and gunpowder. Excitement and a cruel glimmer ignited in their eyes. "Act!" Chun Wu issued a cold command. Dozens of pre-prepared oil bombs were hurled into the grain piles. Following that, hundreds of flaming torches were thrown in like meteors. Boom! The dry grain met the oil-soaked cotton and tons of gunpowder, unleashing an unimaginable, cataclysmic firestorm that soared into the sky. The terrifying explosion drowned out even the cacophony of battle from the Eastern Front. A colossal and resplendent mushroom cloud ascended behind the enemy camp, illuminating half the night sky as if it were broad daylight. At Yanmen Pass, atop the watchtower, Zhu Cijiong stood quietly, first witnessing the chaotic flames in the east and hearing the distant sounds of battle. His expression remained undisturbed. It was only when the earth-shattering explosion echoed, and a massive fireball erupted from the expected location that a cold, satisfied smile finally graced his face. He knew he had triumphed. He slowly turned, observing the stunned soldiers around him, who were awestruck by the miraculous scene. In a calm yet powerful voice, he began to speak. "Relay the order. Sound the horns. Open the gates. Prepare to welcome our victorious heroes home." At the same time, Be ready to receive a group of surrendering soldiers who will soon crumble under hunger and terror. Chapter 24. The defeat like a mountain at Yanmen Pass. Dawn broke. As the first streak of blood-red dawn pierced the darkness on the horizon, casting its light upon the ravaged land, the camp of the enemy lay in utter silence. It was not a silence of slumber, but rather a suffocating stillness infused with despair, hunger, and terror. Outside the central command tent, the commander Qin Yongfu appeared to have aged 20 years in an instant. He had not slept a wink throughout the night, his eyes bloodshot, merely standing there in a daze, gazing at the direction 20 miles away, where billowing black smoke continued to rise, emitting a pungent, acrid stench. That place had once been the lifeblood of his 200,000 troops, a site where mountains of provisions and arrows had been stockpiled to support their assault on Yanmen Pass and the entirety of Jinbei. Now, however, it lay in ruins, a charred wasteland, with thousands of soldiers' stomachs beginning to rumble with hunger. His adoptive father, Li Guo, approached him with heavy steps. This valiant general, who had been so formidable just yesterday, now wore an expression of defeat and bewilderment. Blood from the chaos of the previous night still stained his armor, most of it belonging to his own soldiers. When the news of the grain depot's destruction reached them, the entire camp erupted into chaos. The panic of hunger spread like the most dreadful plague, obliterating all reason. Soldiers began to turn on each other in a desperate scramble for the scant rations left. He and Qin Yongfu struggled throughout the night to restore order, but the morale of the army had already shattered completely. We have lost. Qin Yongfu's voice rasped like two pieces of broken tile scraping together. This renowned general, who had traversed the battlefield for half a lifetime, seemed utterly drained of spirit as he uttered those three words. No, we have not lost. Li Wu shouta the fianli. We still have over 10,000 brothers who can fight. The Ming army on the walls, after yesterday's battle, must be at their wits' end. Let us gather all our forces and launch a final assault, regardless of casualties. Even if it costs lives, we must breach Yanmen Pass and annihilate that young emperor. His eyes sparkled with the madness of a gambler. Yet, Qin Yongfu merely shook his head slowly, his gaze filled with endless sorrow and disillusionment. It is futile, Agua. The will of the army has been lost. The morale has crumbled. Without provisions, we are merely a horde of famished ghosts wielding blades. If you send them to attack the city now, they will not be thinking of defeating the enemy, but rather how to snatch a morsel from the corpses of their comrades as they charge. We are no longer an army. He slowly closed his eyes, and two streams of murky old tears silently slid down his weathered face. He had been defeated, utterly and disgracefully. He had not even truly seen the face of his opponent. He had merely played out his role on a stage he had constructed, following a script written by that mysterious young man, step by step leading himself and his 200,000 troops into an abyss of no return. Just as despair enveloped the camp of the Chuang army, a thunderous drumbeat suddenly erupted from the towering walls of Yanmen Pass. Boom! Boom! The heavy and majestic war drums resonated like the heartbeat of a giant, shattering the dawn silence. Below, tens of thousands of Chuang soldiers, caught in hunger and despair, instinctively lifted their heads. They soon beheld a scene they would never forget. The once damaged city walls were now teeming with the ranks of the Xingming army. Clad in gleaming armor, weapons glistening, their military presence was formidable, and their spirits soared. New banners of the Ming dynasty danced wildly in the morning breeze, their brilliant gold shining even brighter than the rising sun. This army showed no signs of the fatigue that typically follows battle. Instead, they appeared invigorated and fierce, in stark and ironic contrast to the defeated Chuang soldiers below, who resembled lost dogs. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, at the highest point of the watchtower, the legendary young prince, akin to a divine being, emerged slowly, flanked by the fearsome generals Zhou Cijiong and Zhuge. Draped in a crimson cloak, he stood poised with his sword, the morning light casting a divine, unassailable golden hue around his slender figure. He did not acknowledge the terrified Chuang generals. His gaze seemed to pierce through time itself, resting upon the faces of every ordinary soldier below. Then he spoke. His voice, imbued with a mysterious power, resonated clearly across the battlefield, reaching every ear. Brothers of the Chuang army below. He refrained from labeling them as rebels or bandits, choosing instead the term brothers. This simple address sent a tremor through the hearts of countless Chuang soldiers. I, Zhu Cijiong, the rightful ruler of the Ming dynasty, understand that many of you have been driven to revolt by the oppressive government, following Li Zicheng in search of survival. You took up arms to secure a meal, to survive in this damned world. Zhu Cijiong's voice brimmed with understanding and compassion, instantly drawing him closer to these lower-ranked soldiers. But look at your current state. His tone turned severe. You followed Li Zicheng into Beijing. What has he given you? The power to plunder and the indulgence of desire. Yet, he has not provided you with a stable home or land to be passed down to your descendants. Look at your general. He pointed emphatically towards the Chuang camp. Chen Yongfu, in his greed and recklessness, has led the entire army into despair. Your provisions have been consumed in flames, and you are on the verge of becoming a pack of homeless corpses. What else can he offer you, except to have you continue to sacrifice your lives to fill this grand pass? These words struck like a hammer, resonating deeply within the hearts of every Chuang soldier. Indeed, what have they truly gained? What were they about to face? Hunger, death. Just as the morale of everyone hit rock bottom, Zhu Cijiong's voice rang out once more, this time filled with irresistible allure. I know you are hungry. I know you long for home. Therefore, I present to you a choice. He opened his arms, as if to embrace the entire world, delivering his decree to the defeated soldiers below with a tone filled with profound authority and benevolence. From this moment forth, any who lay down their weapons and kneel in surrender shall be granted clemency. I will provide you with ample food. For those wishing to return home, I shall furnish you with travel expenses to ensure your safe journey back to your families. For those who choose to remain and serve in the Xingming army, I will treat you all equally. You will eat, live, and receive pay alongside my soldiers. When we restore the realm, everyone will share in the glory and rewards. I offer you a path to survival, a path to live with dignity. Finally, his voice turned cold, echoing like a final ultimatum. You have a single incense stick's worth of time to contemplate. After that, the gates of Yinmen Pass will open, and my Xingming army will launch a final assault on all who continue to resist. At that time, there will be no mercy, and everything will be lost. The world seemed to fall silent. Below, tens of thousands of Chuang soldiers stood frozen in place. They gazed at the figure atop the city tower, resembling a celestial being, and listened to the enchanting words that caused many to shed hot tears. A path to survival, a path to life. For the first time since their rebellion, someone had offered them such a promise. Compared to the officers around them who only urged them towards death and the doomed Shun dynasty, the young prince atop the tower, along with the resplendent Ming banner fluttering in the morning sun, appeared radiant and full of hope. Clang! It was unknown who first dropped the steel knife that had long slipped from their grip. The sound resonated sharply across the silent battlefield, like the first domino falling. Clang! Clang! The noise of weapons being discarded began to rise, quickly merging into a chorus. I will not fight anymore. I want to go home. The general has led us to death. Why should we accompany him to the grave? I want food. I want to live. Panic and despair transformed into a tumultuous uprising at this moment. Countless soldiers discarded their weapons, kneeling on the ground, desperately bowing towards the direction of Yinmen Pass, pleading for mercy. Your Highness, spare us. We are willing to surrender. Please stop the fighting. We capitulate. The rear guard and some loyal generals to Chen Yongfu were taken aback, brandishing their weapons in an attempt to suppress the chaos. Who dares to surrender? No mercy. Yet, their feeble authority seemed utterly powerless in the face of tens of thousands of soldiers who had completely collapsed. Kill them. These treacherous officials wish to send us to our deaths. A voice rang out, igniting a frenzy among those who had just begged for mercy. The soldiers, now with red eyes, picked up their weapons from the ground and charged towards the officers who had once oppressed them. The defeat was swift, like a mountain collapsing. The entire camp of the Chuang army descended into a bloody chaos of fratricidal slaughter. Before the main tent, Chen Yongfu stood in a daze, witnessing a scene akin to hell on earth. He observed the soldiers he had nurtured turning against their comrades, watching his lifelong efforts disintegrate before his eyes. He knew it was all over. He did not flee, nor did he attempt to quell the turmoil. Instead, he slowly turned, casting a final, profound glance at the slender figure atop the city tower of Yinmen Pass. still quietly observing everything. His eyes were filled with endless complexity, resentment, regret, but more so, an innate reverence. What a splendid Ming dynasty's rightful king, he thought, a sorrowful smile breaking across his face as he slowly drew his sword. I, Chun Yongfu, will not surrender, he roared, declaring his final dignity as an old general of the Chuang army, then swept his sword across. Blood gushed forth. This once renowned general concluded his sinful and tragic life in the most heroic of manners. Open the gates. As the internal strife within the Chuang army gradually subsided, the heavy gates of Yanmen Pass creaked open with a thunderous sound. Zhou Yuji and Zhou Kue each led a cavalry unit, surging forth like two dark torrents, charging through the pass. Behind them were thousands of spirited infantry of the Xingming army. However, their mission was not one of slaughter, but of reception. They gazed upon the sea of surrendered soldiers kneeling in submission, a sight so overwhelming that even battle-hardened veterans like Zhou Yuji and Zhou Kue felt a surge of emotion. Utterly astonished, they had won. In a staggering gamble where their forces were nearly 3 times outnumbered, they had emerged victorious in an almost miraculous fashion. Moreover, it was a complete victory. They not only held Yanmen Pass, but also captured over 15,000 enemy combatants without shedding blood. The seized weapons, armor, and war horses piled high, countless in number. This was no mere victory. It was a myth capable of shaking the world and altering the entire battlefield of Shaanxi. The creator of this myth was the young figure now descending from the city tower. At that moment, all the soldiers of the Xingming army instinctively halted, turning towards their sovereign, their eyes filled with fervent admiration, before kneeling on one knee and voicing a resounding roar. Long live your highness. Long live. Long live. Long live the Ming dynasty. For 10,000 years. For 10,000 years. The roaring cheers echoed before Yanmen Pass, as if to overturn the crumbling world entirely. Zhu Cijiong approached the multitude of surrendered soldiers, gazing at their faces filled with awe and hope. He understood that from this moment onward, he was no longer a mere exiled prince with a solitary city and a few thousand troops. He possessed the means to compete against any lord in the realm. Chapter 25, Sweet Troubles. Yanmen Pass, the first morning after the great victory. As the sun rose again, casting golden rays over the blood-soaked fortress, the initial euphoria of victory swiftly receded like the ebbing tide, replaced by a heavier and more intricate burden. Within the general's office, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the previous day's tension, now imbued with a solemn gravity. Reports filled with figures were presented to Zhu Cijiong. Each number bore the weight of a mountain, making it difficult for the proud generals present to catch their breath. Your Highness, Li Qinggong, responsible for counting the surrendered soldiers, spoke with a hint of bitterness. After preliminary counts, the total number of Chuang army soldiers who knelt in surrender yesterday is over 15,700. There was no large-scale resistance, and the main general, Chun Yongfu, along with other high-ranking officers, have either committed suicide or perished in the chaos. This figure made everyone instinctively swallow hard. 15,000. This was nearly 3 times their current strength. In this battle, we lost 314 men, with over 500 injured, all of whom have been properly accommodated. Li Qinggong continued. We have seized over 3,000 war horses and more than 10,000 various weapons and armor, a tremendous haul. However, he shifted the focus to the most pressing issue. Your Highness, we cannot afford to maintain them. He placed another ledger heavily on the table. Your Highness, our total military strength has surged to over 23,000. The granary of Shuazhou was originally sufficient for 5,000 troops for 2 years, but now it seems it may not last even 3 months. This was merely the issue of sustenance. A logistics officer interjected, his face etched with worry. Your Highness, the weather is turning cold, and winter in the north approaches swiftly. These 20,000 mouths not only need food, but also clothing. We lack sufficient tents and winter clothing. Once the heavy snow seals the mountains, we need not fear the enemy. The severe cold and hunger alone could lead to the collapse of our entire army. Yet, the most daunting challenge was still to come. Zhou Yuji spoke gravely, his eyes filled with deep concern. Your Highness, the composition of these 15,000 surrendered soldiers is far too complex. Among them are good-hearted civilians coerced into this, starving refugees, but more desperate outlaws accustomed to plunder and destruction alongside Li Zicheng. These individuals are wild and unruly. Mixing them with our veteran soldiers is akin to introducing a pack of hungry wolves into a flock of sheep. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially turning against us. A cascade of realistic and harsh issues was raised in succession. The generals, once buoyed by a miraculous victory, now felt as if doused with cold water, chilled to the bone. They realized that victory could sometimes be more troublesome than defeat. This was a sweet trouble, yet a burden heavy enough to crush them. What to do? Kill them? 15,000 individuals. Executing prisoners is ominous and morally indefensible, and it would entirely obliterate any future chances of persuading others to surrender. Release them? That would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains, with endless potential for future troubles. These individuals could easily be re-recruited by Li Zicheng's other forces, becoming even stronger adversaries in the future. All eyes once again turned, habitually, towards the young commander who had been quietly listening, his fingers unconsciously tracing the map. They believed, and could only believe, that this sovereign, who consistently wrought miracles, would surely have a solution. Zhu Cijiong slowly raised his head. His expression bore no trace of the anxiety expected by the others. Instead, it held an air of confident tranquility. I understand the concerns of you all, generals. He rose and walked among the anxious commanders, his voice calm, yet imbued with a reassuring strength. One cannot achieve a great task in a single effort. The issue of 15,000 surrendered soldiers cannot be resolved with a single approach. He extended 3 fingers. I have already devised 3 strategies that will transform this heavy burden into the most solid foundation for the future of my Xingming army. He first turned his gaze towards Zhou Kuwei and Chen Wu, who were responsible for the selection of surrendering soldiers. The first strategy: identify, differentiate, and then reorganize. I command you to immediately establish a surrendering soldier identification camp. Conduct a thorough one-on-one investigation of all surrendering soldiers. I do not want to hear their own words. I want you to investigate their origins, their pasts, and whether their hands are stained with the blood of innocent civilians. His voice suddenly turned cold. Categorize them into 3 classes. The first class consists of those whose families own land, whose parents, wives, and children still live, and who were merely swept into the rebel army due to natural disasters or human calamities. These are good citizens and soldiers of the previous dynasty. These individuals have attachments and have not lost their conscience. Select them, disperse them among my army's various battalions, and let the seasoned veterans of Ningwu Pass and the capital army personally instruct them. They will become the backbone of my Xingming army in the future. The second class consists of those who are homeless and unemployed, merely drifting along for the sake of a meal. These individuals are the most numerous and the least stable. We cannot afford to support so many soldiers, but we can enable them to sustain themselves. Zhu Cijiong pointed to the vast wasteland outside Shuazhou City. Establish the Xingming Tunshan camp. Integrate these individuals into it. Provide them with farming tools and seeds, and designate plots of land. Inform them that from now on, they are no longer bandits, but rather the agricultural households of the great Ming. The grains they cultivate will be divided, with 30% going to the state and 70% to themselves. As long as they are willing to exert themselves, I guarantee they can resettle and establish families on this land. Sometimes, a hoe can bring more stability to people's hearts than a steel sword. As for the third class, Zhu Cijiong did not conceal his chilling intent. Those who have held positions of leadership or higher in the rebel army, whose hands are drenched in the blood of innocent civilians and are habitual offenders, are the malignant tumors and roots of disaster. Keeping them will only corrupt my army's discipline and incite mutiny. Not one shall be spared, he declared emphatically. Set up a public trial platform outside Shuazhou City. Announce their crimes to the world. Let the people come forward to identify them. The most heinous offenders shall be executed publicly before all surrendering soldiers and civilians. I will use their blood to cleanse the grievances of the people of Shuazhou. Furthermore, I will use their heads to establish the strictest military laws for my Xingming army. His words struck like 3 thunderclaps, resonating throughout the conference hall. All the generals listened, dumbfounded, and soon after, they were filled with heartfelt joy and admiration. Brilliant, truly brilliant. These three strategies, like a masterfully crafted scalpel, dissected the complex and troublesome 15,000 surrendering soldiers with clarity, offering the most perfect solutions tailored to each group. Recruit the elite to expand military strength. Establish agricultural camps to solve the food supply issue. Punish the wicked to maintain military discipline and win the hearts of the people. This interconnected plan was nothing short of divine inspiration. It transformed a colossal problem into a fortuitous opportunity for growth. Your Highness is wise. This time, all the generals sincerely bowed in submission. However, Zhu Cijiong gestured for silence. This only addressed the immediate troubles. A bolder and even more audacious smile appeared on his face. My second strategy is to take the initiative. He approached the map, his command rod sweeping over Yanmen Pass, crossing Shuazhou, and like lightning, pointing directly at the largest city in Shaanxi, Datong. We lack provisions, cotton clothing, and weapons. We are in dire need of many things. Relying solely on ourselves to cultivate and produce is far too slow. Therefore, we must seize what we need. Within Jiang Yan's treasury lies everything we desire. The wealthy Jin merchants within Datong possess all that we seek. Your Highness, do you mean we are to attack Datong? Zhou Yujin exclaimed in shock. But our army has just endured a great battle, and the surrendering soldiers have yet to be fully integrated. Isn't this too rash? Who says we are to attack? Zhu Cijiong smiled coldly, a smile filled with the majesty of a ruler. I am a prince of the great Ming, the rightful master of this land of Shaanxi and indeed the entire realm. My purpose in going to Datong is not to invade, nor to attack, but to conduct an inspection, to declare my edicts, to receive the surrender. He suddenly turned, his gaze intense as he looked at everyone present, delivering his most earth-shattering command in an undeniable tone. Proclaim my royal decree. In 3 days, the army shall depart. Zhou Yujin, Li Shangong. You two will lead 5,000 troops to remain at Yanmen Pass and Shuazhou City, continuing to reorganize the new soldiers and train the agricultural camp. General Zhou Kuei. Yes, my lord. You shall personally lead 1,000 elite troops from my capital army and select the 3,000 strongest former soldiers from the surrendering troops to form Shen's camp. Accompanying me on this expedition, our target is Datong. I will personally inquire of Jiang Yan. Does he intend to rebel against the great Ming or not? 3 days later, outside Shuazhou City, banners obscured the sun, and troops moved like dragons. An army, having undergone preliminary reorganization, with a total exceeding 4,000 men, had assembled. At the forefront marched 1,000 elite soldiers clad in splendid iron armor, wielding embroidered spring knives and matchlocks. Their eyes were cold, their steps steady. They were the tip of the spear and the soul of the entire army. Following closely were 3,000 surrendering soldiers, newly donned in Ming military uniforms. Their faces bore traces of apprehension and confusion, yet under the pressure and guidance of the seasoned veterans, they managed to maintain a semblance of order. Zhu Cijiong rode at the front on a magnificent black warhorse, slowly making his way through the ranks. He understood that this journey was a perilous gamble. He was taking nearly all his elite forces with him. He faced a city fortified by tens of thousands of troops, with unyielding defenses. Yet he had to go, for he knew that mere defense could never win the world. He must take the initiative, seizing all control firmly in his own hands. He aimed to use this armed inspection to announce his arrival to all of Shaanxi and indeed the entire realm. He wanted everyone still hesitating or observing to understand that he, Zhu Cijiong, was not one to languish behind the great walls, barely surviving like a stray dog. Rather, he was a fierce dragon, having revealed its fangs, poised to consume the heavens and the earth. Onward, with a clear command, this army, bearing the last hope of the great Ming, began to move like a great black dragon, winding its way toward the northern city that would determine their fate. Unbeknownst to them, at almost the same moment, a vast caravan composed of dozens of large carts had also arrived at the gates of Datong. Among the convoy, a pair of clear and determined eyes peered through the gaps in the cart windows, quietly gazing at the magnificent city. Two distinct forms of competition were about to unfold on the same stage. Chapter 26. The Undercurrent of Datong Prefecture. Datong Prefecture, the foremost stronghold of northern Shaanxi. As the leader of the 9 borders, this city has witnessed countless iron horses and frozen rivers, bearing the weight of much imperial glory. Its thick and towering walls stand like a black mountain, stretching across the vast Lus Plateau, isolating civilization from the winds and sands of the frontier. Yet, within this majestic city, an unprecedented storm is brewing. In the rear hall of the general's office, the governor of Shaanxi, General Jiang Yan of Datong, paced anxiously back and forth, his typically composed face now etched with anxiety and struggle. Before him, the long history Ning Chun, who had just returned in disarray from Shuazhou, was animatedly recounting his harrowing experiences at Yinmen Pass with a tone that was almost dreamlike, filled with fear and reverence. General, you cannot fathom what I witnessed. That individual is no ordinary man. Ning Chen's voice trembled as he spoke. The young prince, though still in his youth, possesses an aura, a demeanor, and a manner of speech that render him far more daunting than the late emperor himself. The two generals by his side are unparalleled warriors. One is formidable as a mountain, and the other as fierce as fire. Especially that Captain Zhou of the Jingying. A mere glance from him left me feeling as if my blood had turned to ice. The soldiers under his command displayed an unprecedented martial bearing and an overwhelming killing intent. In my years of service, I have never encountered such a sight. Beneath Yinmen Pass, the multitude of surrendering soldiers knelt in submission. There were certainly more than 10,000. Yet, before His Highness, they dared not even draw a breath. Ning Chun recounted Zhu Cijiong's astonishing 3 inquiries and his proposal for cooperation rather than surrender, without omitting a single word. With each new detail, Jiang Jian's complexion grew increasingly pale. When Ning Chun finally ceased speaking, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. Jiang Jian abruptly halted, beads of cold sweat already forming on his brow. He was no fool. He could discern the keen edge hidden beneath the seemingly gentle proposal of that prince. Cooperation? Such a sweet phrase. This was clearly a coup, a blatant scheme. Jiang Jian now stood on the precipice of a cliff. To his left loomed Li Zicheng's unfathomable suspicion and the threat of his blade. To his right surged the tidal wave of this newly emerged true dragon prince, capable of upending the heavens. To advance was to meet a shattering demise. To retreat was to face irreparable ruin. General, please take a stance. Ning Ten, seeing Jiang Jian's prolonged silence, was nearly brought to tears. That prince is not one to be trifled with. His audacity in uttering those words signifies his unwavering confidence. If we hesitate any longer, I fear silence. Yang Yan's furious holt interrupted Ning Ten. At that moment, the agitation and dread within him reached a boiling point. Just then, a bodyguard rushed in, panic etched upon his face. General, a military supervisor sent by Wang Shuntian, Lord Zhang, has arrived, having heard that the envoy from Yinmen has returned and wishes to pay a visit. What? Jiang Jian's expression changed dramatically. Zhang Tianlin, that venomous serpent planted by Li Zicheng, ostensibly to assist, but truly to keep watch over him. Why has he come at this moment? Speak of the devil. And he appears. Before Jiang Jian could devise a countermeasure, a sarcastic voice accompanied by the sound of footsteps entered from the doorway. General Jiang, what manner of guest has thrown you into such disarray? Have I perhaps arrived at an opportune time? Before the words could fully dissipate, a middle-aged scholar clad in pristine Shun court attire, with a visage fair yet eyes cold as a hawk, strode in, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards. It was none other than Li Zicheng's confidant, Shaanxi military supervisor Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin's gaze, like that of a viper, swept between the perspiring Ning Chun and the pallid Jiang Jian, a cruel smile curling his lips. What troubles you, long history, Ning? Did you encounter some ferocious beast on your journey? Jiang Jian's heart sank. He understood that this matter must not be allowed to leak a single word. He quickly feigned composure, clasping his hands in salutation to Zhang Tianlin, forcing a smile. Lord Zhang is jesting. Long history Ning is merely fatigued from travel and has caught a slight chill. I am curious as to the purpose of your late-night visit. No business. Of course I would not dare disturb the general. Zhang Tianlin replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. I merely heard that there seems to be unrest at Yinmen Pass. It is said that a remnant force of Ming troops, emerging from nowhere, has seized Shuazhou and even routed General Chen Yongfu's army. Is there any truth to this? Each of his words pierced Jiang Jian's heart like needles. Jiang Jian inwardly cursed the swift circulation of information. Yet, he dared not reveal a hint of his inner turmoil, instead offering vague reassurances. It is merely a rumor. A small band of thieves managed to execute a surprise raid, unsettling General Chun. By now, they must have been eradicated by the celestial soldiers. Is that so? Zhang Tianlin's gaze grew ever colder. Let's hope so. General, do remember that Wang Shuntian has entrusted the entirety of the Three-Jin region to you. It is a monumental trust. Should there be any treacherous thoughts that waver the morale of the troops, he did not finish his sentence. Yet the implication of his threat was all too clear. The atmosphere in the hall had grown so oppressive that it felt as though it could drown in moisture. Just as the general's manner was rife with undercurrents and hidden dangers, an inconspicuous merchant convoy successfully passed through scrutiny, slowly entering the tumultuous city of Datong. Inside the carriage, Wei Yiren gently lifted a corner of the curtain, surveying the grand northern city. The streets were wide, lined with shops, and merchants from the south and north traversed the streets, each speaking in different dialects, presenting an illusion of prosperity. Yet, her keen eyes discerned the tension and unease lurking beneath this facade of affluence. The soldiers of Deshan patrolling the streets were clearly more than double the usual count for a city. They rested their hands on their blades, their gazes sharp as they scrutinized each passerby. The once wealthy shopkeepers wore forced smiles, their caution palpable. This city resembled an impending volcano, outwardly tranquil, yet internally bubbling with molten lava. "Miss, we have arrived." A hushed voice from outside the carriage broke the silence. The convoy halted before the largest inn in the city, the Yulai Inn. Wang Xian had already spent a considerable sum to secure the most secluded, independent courtyard in the inn's rear. Once settled in, this eunuch disguised as an old steward wasted no time. He changed into more respectable attire, personally took up a brush, and with a graceful hand, penned an earnest letter of greeting. Subsequently, he took 2 scouts disguised as servants and, bearing the letter and a generous gift, made his way directly to the expansive and stately Fan residence in the east of the city. Kindly inform the master of the residence that Wei, a descendant of an old acquaintance, is passing through Datong and wishes to pay a visit. My father instructed me to convey that he owes the residence a debt of gratitude, and thus I come, firstly to fulfill old obligations, and secondly to discuss new paths. Wang Xian presented the letter and the gift list to the imposing doorman of the Fan residence, his words meticulously crafted, revealing intent while maintaining an air of mystery. Inside the inn, time ticked away slowly. Wei Yiran sat calmly by the window, seemingly savoring her tea. However, the hand gripping the teacup, slightly pale, betrayed her inner tension. Chun Wu and his scouts had already dispersed, blending into the surroundings like fish in water, vigilantly observing every nuance around them. They waited for an entire afternoon. Just as the sun began to set and dusk approached, even Wei Yiran started to feel the weight of anticipation. A subtle commotion finally arose outside the inn. A scout stealthily slipped in and whispered to Chun Wu, "Boss, someone from the Fan residence has arrived." A small sedan chair for servants, and they did not disturb anyone. Entering directly through the back door, now heading this way. "They've come." Wei Yiran's heart raced. Moments later, Wang Xian personally led a shrewd-looking steward from the Fan residence, clad in gray silk, into the courtyard. The steward bowed deeply to Wei Yiran, his demeanor respectful yet measured. "Miss Wei, my master requests your presence. He says that old friendships must not be forgotten, and new paths cannot be ignored. A modest feast has been prepared in the back garden, and you are cordially invited to discuss matters." Success. She had finally pried open a crack in the hardest of shells. Meanwhile, within the general's office, the string named Balance was finally snapped. A scout responsible for reporting at the border rushed into the conference hall, resembling a child who had just lost both parents. Without even the time to pay his respects, he cried out in a voice nearly choked with sobs, "Report. General, Lord Zhang, a grave situation has arisen. The Xingming army at Yinmen Pass has struck camp. That Prince Ding, Zhu Cijiong, is personally leading an army of thousands, advancing at full speed towards our Datong prefecture." The news struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the small conference hall. Zhang Tianlin sprang to his feet, his complexion drained of color, and pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Yin, unleashing a hysterical scream. "Jiang Yin, you are audacious. You dare to collude with the enemy. This cannot be true." Jiang Yin was equally taken aback by the news. He could never have imagined that the young prince would indeed dare to take the initiative to attack. Had he lost his senses? Where did he find such courage? Someone Someone, Zhang Tianlin, shouted in panic, "Arrest this traitor Jiang Yan, quickly." However, after calling for a while, the personal guards he had brought remained silent. Instead, Jiang Yan's loyal generals unsheathed their sabers with a resonant clang, surrounding Zhang Tianlin and his trembling subordinates with ominous gazes. Lord Jiang Yan observed the scene before him and smiled grimly. He understood that he had no path of retreat left. That young man, far away over 100 miles, had made a choice for him in a manner he could not comprehend, brazen to the extreme. "What do you intend to do, Jiang Yan? Do you seek rebellion?" Zhang Tianlin shouted with a facade of bravado. "Rebellion?" Jiang Yan shook his head, slowly approaching Zhang Tianlin and seizing the command token from his hand. He looked at the military supervisor who had forced him into a corner and spoke, each word deliberate, in a cold and resolute tone. "No, I'm not rebelling. I am restoring the rightful order to the Ming." He abruptly turned to his generals behind him and unleashed a long-suppressed, heart-wrenching roar. "Convey my orders. Secure all gates. The city is under martial law. Arrest Zhang Tianlin and all his accomplices and throw them into the deepest dungeons. All soldiers in Datong, prepare for battle." He cast a deep glance toward the south, his eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Prepare to welcome the royal army. Almost simultaneously, as the heavy city gates of Datong Prefecture creaked shut with an earth-shattering sound, the chilling clang of alarm bells echoed throughout the city. Countless torches illuminated the city as brightly as day. A small sedan chair, clad in blue fabric, gracefully entered the secluded rear garden of the Fan residence, a realm detached from the world. Wei Yiran stepped down from the sedan, her skirts held high. Awaiting her was an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, yet with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Fan Yongdo, the foremost merchant of Jin. He regarded the serene beauty before him, who remained composed amidst the fiery backdrop and the tolling bells, and then glanced at the ominous scene unfolding in the city. A meaningful smile creased his weathered face. "Miss Wei, it seems our tea today will not be as tranquil as one would hope." Chapter 27. The courage of Jin merchants in the rear garden of the Fan residence in Datong Prefecture, the pavilions and towers, along with the babbling brooks, painted a picturesque scene reminiscent of Jiangnan, starkly contrasting with the ruggedness of the northern frontier. However, the increasingly piercing alarm bells and the heavy footsteps of armored soldiers echoed outside, shattering the carefully cultivated tranquility like a merciless hammer. The storm was brewing, and the winds were rising. Inside the pavilion, Fan Yongdo, the elder who had navigated the mercantile waters for half a century, leisurely poured a cup of freshly brewed pre-rain Longjing tea for the exceptional lady before him. The fragrant steam wafted through the air, seemingly isolating them from the chaos and bloodshed outside. "Miss Wei," Fan Yongdo gently pushed the teacup toward her, his seemingly dull eyes sparkling with interest as they assessed her. "It appears our tea today will not be as tranquil as one would hope." His tone was difficult to discern. Was it probing or jesting? Wei Yiran lifted the teacup, elegantly taking a delicate sip, allowing the slightly bitter flavor to unfold on her palate. Rather than displaying any sign of alarm, a serene smile, incongruous with the cacophony of bells, graced her lips. "You jest, Mr. Fan," she replied, placing the teacup down, her voice clear and melodious, like pearls falling on a jade plate. "The storm, whether it comes or not, has already been destined to sweep through Datong. I am merely fortunate enough to be in attendance." She raised her clear, autumn water-like eyes, meeting the gaze of the merchant king before her, one who could sway the tide of grain across the realm. The true question does not lie in when the storm shall arrive, but rather when it does. Will the Fan family's century-old merchant vessel choose to be tossed about passively by the storm, risking capsizing, or will it set sail proactively, harnessing the winds to navigate toward uncharted and vast seas? Fan Yongdo paused momentarily, the teacup hovering in the air. He smiled, a genuine look of appreciation lighting up his wrinkled face. "What a remarkable ability to navigate through storms," he praised. "With a daughter like you, old Gu of the Wei family can rest in peace even in the afterlife." "Speak plainly, girl. There is no need to beat around the bush. You have braved the risk of the city being under martial law to seek an audience with me. What is it that you desire?" Wei Yiran was aware that the true game had begun. She did not answer immediately, but instead retrieved a small, warm jade pendant inscribed with a dragon pattern from her bosom, placing it gently on the stone table. It was none other than the personal jade pendant of Zhu Cijiong. Mr. Fan, I have come not for myself or the Wei family, but for the owner of this pendant, for His Highness, the last and only true royal prince of the Ming dynasty, Prince Ding. She stood, performing a formal bow to Fan Yongdo. I come on His Highness's orders to invite the Fan family to join in a grand endeavor and partake in immense riches. Prince Ding? Fan Yongdo's pupils dilated sharply. Despite having harbored suspicions, the confirmation of this identity made even the seasoned merchant king's heart race uncontrollably. He did not respond immediately, instead falling into a prolonged silence. He was calculating, frantically calculating. As a businessman, he had spent his life dealing with risks and benefits, and what lay before him was undoubtedly the greatest gamble of his lifetime. The stakes were the vast fortunes accumulated by the Fan family over a century, the lives of thousands of their kin, and the reward for winning. Wei Ran seemed to see through his thoughts, offering no urgency, but instead recounting the series of achievements Zhu Cijiong had attained since leaving the capital in a calm, yet profoundly impactful tone. At the Xuanwu Gate, a single word from His Highness can reignite the fighting spirit of weary generals, enhancing their strength to carve a bloody path through the army. Before Yemen Pass, a single strategy from His Highness can cause 2,000 elite soldiers to crumble in disarray, leading to the burning of 150,000 stones of grain. Within Shuazhou City, a single command from His Highness can open the granaries for the people, enforcing military law, and within 3 days, breathe life back into a dead city, winning the hearts of the populace. With each statement, the gravity on Fan Yongdo's face deepened. He had known bits and pieces of this information through his own trade networks, but hearing it articulated by the envoy before him assembled a terrifying and unbelievable tableau. This was no mere 12-year-old boy. He was a natural-born emperor, embodying the wisdom of a divine strategist, the courage of a conqueror, and the virtues of a ruler. Li Zicheng may appear formidable, but in reality, his foundation was crumbling. Wei Ran's voice resonated with a profound insight into the human heart. After his arrival in the capital, he embarked on a path of misguided actions, losing the people's trust and becoming as lifeless as a skeleton in a grave, with his demise imminent. Beyond the pass, the ambitions of the Manchu were glaringly evident. They, being of a different lineage, regarded the sons and daughters of the Han as mere livestock. Despite the vast wealth of the Fan family in their eyes, they were merely fat sheep awaiting slaughter. Gazing across the realm, only our esteemed prince, bearing the rightful legacy of the Ming, possesses the virtues of benevolence and authority. He alone can lead us, the children of Han, out of darkness and into the light. Taking a step forward, she fixed her radiant gaze upon Fan Yongdo, her voice imbued with irresistible allure. Mr. Fan, today you assist not just a single individual, nor a mere army, but the continuation of our Ming dynasty's 300-year legacy. It is the future of the 40 million Han people. This jade pendant symbolizes the prince's promise. Should you lend your support today, you will remain the wealthiest merchant in Jin. But tomorrow, when our prince ascends the throne and restores the realm, the Fan family will no longer be mere traders. You will be the first meritorious subject of the Ming, a protector of the nation with an unyielding legacy. These 8 words struck Fan Yongdo's soul like a thunderclap, igniting a long-dormant ambition within his heart, which had turned cold from years of scheming. Merchants seek profit, yet when the stakes rise to a certain level, their pursuit transcends mere gold and silver, reaching for everlasting glory and a chance to alter their family's fate. He gazed at the lustrous dragon-patterned jade pendant on the table, and then at the poised, earnest young woman before him. He understood there was no reason to refuse. This was not merely a gamble. It was a rare opportunity bestowed by fate, one that could elevate the Fan family from obscurity to immortal fame in history. Very well. Fan Yongdo slammed his hand on the stone table and rose abruptly, his aged frame suddenly radiating a startling decisiveness and grandeur. Please convey my response to Miss Wei. What, General Jiang, Yin dares not gamble. I, Fan Yongdo shall. From this day forth, my Fan family shall pledge allegiance to the prince. Whatever provisions, arms, or horses the prince requires within the city, my family shall provide in full. I shall personally draft a letter and contact the other 7 families to persuade them to join this grand endeavor. It is time for us, the Han merchants, to contribute to the realm. In the back garden of the Fan residence, a secret alliance was quietly formed. one that would determine the economic lifeblood of the future Ming dynasty. Outside the southern gate of Datong Prefecture, Zhu Cijiong and his formidable Iron Tide finally arrived at this pivotal city that would dictate their fates. Contrary to everyone's expectations, they were not met with closed gates, flying arrows, or a prepared enemy, but rather with open gates and a solemn corridor formed by thousands of Datong border troops, standing silently in formation. These seasoned soldiers gazed with mixed emotions at the small, yet formidable army before them, their eyes drawn to the legendary golden flag of the Ming fluttering in the wind. Curiosity, confusion, and, most importantly, an overwhelming excitement, a long-suppressed yearning for belonging, shone in their eyes. Under the scrutiny of tens of thousands, a contingent emerged from behind the heavy city gates. Leading them was General Jiang Yan, having exchanged his official robes for a polished Ming-style armor. Dismounting, he approached Zhu Cijiong's warhorse, followed closely by the senior officers of Datong. Before the watchful eyes of the city's defenders and amid Zhu Cijiong's calm demeanor, this once conflicted warrior, who had wavered, struggled, and even faltered, made the most significant and correct choice of his life. He knelt heavily to the ground, casting aside all pride and rank, honoring the 12-year-old boy before him with the highest and most solemn gesture of loyalty. I, Jiang Yan, General of Datong, present myself before His Royal Highness. His voice trembled with emotion, yet held a newfound conviction. I bring the entire Datong garrison to pay homage to His Royal Highness. We welcome the royal army into the city. Behind him, dozens of senior officers also knelt in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. We welcome the royal army into the city. Soon, on the city walls and along the streets, the thousands of silent border soldiers seemed to be inspired, dropping to one knee and placing their weapons on the ground. We welcome the royal army. We welcome the royal army. The thunderous chorus reverberated through the skies, as if to disperse the gloom that had shrouded the lands of Sanjin for months. Zhu Cijiong sat quietly upon his horse, aware that he had won yet another gamble. He did not immediately display the demeanor of a victor, but slowly dismounted and approached Jiang Yan, helping him rise from his kneeling position. He gazed into the reddened eyes of the man before him, offering neither reproach nor inquiry, but instead, with a tone filled with understanding and compassion, gently said, "General Jiang, you have suffered greatly." These simple 5 words flowed like a warm current, instantly shattering the last vestige of Jiang Yan's emotional defenses. The iron-willed soldier, who had bled without shedding tears at the border, could no longer contain himself. Tears streamed down his face before the thousands of soldiers. "Your Highness, I have failed the Emperor's grace. I have failed our late sovereign. Let the past be bygone." Zhu Cijiong reassured him, his voice rising with immense strength and resonance. "The humiliation you endured was not for yourself, but to preserve the lives of the tens of thousands of Datong soldiers, to safeguard the last embers of our Ming's border troops. Today, as you return to the Ming, restoring order is not a fault but a merit. You are the first contributor to the resurgence of our Ming." He turned to the thousands of soldiers still kneeling and declared loudly, "Brothers of Datong, rise. From this day forth, you are no longer surrendering troops nor rebels. You are my soldiers. You are the iron-blooded force of our Ming's restoration." In an almost miraculous manner, Zhu Cijiong seized control of the most crucial military stronghold in Shaanxi without shedding a drop of blood. His army swelled to 50,000 that day, transforming him from a mere exiled prince and regional warlord into a formidable lord capable of commanding the attention and respect of all factions in the realm. That night, the general's residence blazed with light. Zhu Cijiong assertively took his place at the head of the table. Surrounding him were loyal advisors, such as Ning Chun, and military leaders like Zhou Yujiji, Zhou Kuei, and Jiang Yan, alongside Fan Yongdo, who held the keys to the treasury. A formidable ruling corps had begun to take shape. His first order of business was to summon the imprisoned rebel commander, Zhang Tianlin, to the forefront. In front of all the surrendered generals of Datong, Zhu Cijiong personally commanded that he be executed publicly at the gate. The moment the head fell, it severed any lingering hopes or retreat paths in the hearts of the surrendered generals. His second action was to open the treasury and announce the immediate disbursement of 3 months' worth of back pay owed to all Datong soldiers, along with a 3-day military reward. The entire Datong camp erupted in fervor as the soldiers' loyalty to their new leader reached its zenith. Having accomplished these tasks, he gradually unfurled the blueprint for the future before all corps members. The situation in Shaanxi had stabilized, yet our enemies remained formidable. His resolve was firm. His gaze swept across all present before landing on the vast map. Our forces shall be divided into two paths, one led by General Zhou Cijiong, with General Jiang Yan as his deputy, consolidating all troops in Shaanxi, totaling 80,000, seated in Datong. We stand resolute against the barbaric invaders to the north and guard against Wusangue to the east, safeguarding this foundational territory for our army. In solitude, a flame of unprecedented ambition ignited within him as he prepared to personally lead 10,000 elite soldiers of the Shens alongside General Zhuge. His command staff slowly shifted southward, crossing the Yellow River, ultimately landing heavily upon those two characters. Southward. Conquer Hunan. Target Jinling. Chapter 28. The army marches from Shaanxi at the northern city gate of Datong. Banners obscured the sun, and the glint of armor shone brightly. 10,000 meticulously selected soldiers of the Shens had assembled, clad in the finest iron armor from Datong's treasury and wielding freshly honed, gleaming weapons. They stood as a formidable tide of black steel, silently awaiting their king beyond the city gate. The formation of this army was indeed remarkable. Leading the front was 1,000 cold-eyed, battle-hardened warriors from Beijing, the absolute tip of the spear and the core of this force. Following closely were 3,000 equally fearless soldiers from the Ningguowen border troops, their eyes aflame with a desire for vengeance. In the rear, 6,000 recently surrendered soldiers from Datong stood, their faces marked by apprehension and reverence. Together, they represented three distinct factions under Zhu Cijiong's command. Yet they were forcibly amalgamated into a singular entity beneath the fluttering golden banner of the Wang dynasty. Upon the city tower, the likes of Zhou Jijiong Yuan and Fan Yongdo, left to guard Shaanxi, gazed with complex expressions upon the army poised for expedition and the youth destined to lead them into an uncertain future. Clad in armor that accentuated his heroic demeanor, Jiang Yuan could no longer contain his worries and stepped forward to advise. The land of Hunan is a battleground, rife with bandits and various factions intertwined in chaos, far more tumultuous than our Shaanxi. Your personal command of 10,000 may seem somewhat insufficient. It would be wise to draw an additional 20,000 elite troops from our Datong forces for support. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yuji nodded repeatedly. Their concern was genuine. Zhu Cijiong had become the sole hope for the remaining Ming forces in Shaanxi and the entirety of northern China. They were reluctant to see him venture into that chaotic quagmire of peril. Yet, Zhu Cijiong merely shook his head. Turning around to face the civil and military officials who had sworn allegiance to him, he revealed a confident smile. It is not the quantity of troops that matters, but their quality. Pointing to the 10,000 soldiers below, he proclaimed, "What I take is the very soul of my Xingming army, a blade sharp enough to pierce through all. What I leave behind is the root of my Xingming army." His gaze fell upon Zhou Yuji and Jiang Yuan, becoming profoundly solemn. "General Zhou, General Jiang, during my absence, the safety of Shaanxi, the lives of these thousands of soldiers, and the welfare of hundreds of thousands of common folk shall rest entirely in your capable hands. Stand firm against the barbaric invaders to the north. Guard against Wusangue to the east, pacify the local populace, and reorganize the new forces. Your task is of equal, if not greater, weight than mine." His words ignited within Zhou Yuji and Jiang Yuan a fervor and a profound sense of trust and responsibility. "Rest assured, Your Highness." Both men knelt, their voices booming like thunder. "We vow to share the fate of Shaanxi. We await your triumphant return." Zhu Cijiong nodded in satisfaction. He understood that to make the horse run, one must provide it with fodder, and even more so, instill trust. His heartfelt delegation of responsibility was far more effective in uniting hearts than any suspicion or surveillance. He cast a final glance at Wei Ran, who had come to bid farewell, her eyes slightly reddened. "The journey ahead is long and arduous. I know not when I shall return. Please take care of the trade routes between Shuazhou and Datong. Your Highness, above all else, prioritize your well-being," Wei Ran urged simply. "Rest assured," Zhu Cijiong replied. Refraining from further words, he abruptly turned, descended the city tower, and mounted his magnificent black steed. amidst the thunderous cheers of the citizens and soldiers bidding him farewell. He raised his whip aloft, pointing resolutely southward. The entire army marched forth. The grand army surged southward, swift as the wind. Along the way, Zhu Cijiong refrained from hastily attacking cities or seizing lands, instead demonstrating remarkable patience and strategy. In every location, he dispatched scouts to ascertain the disposition of local garrisons and the sentiments of the populace. Should he encounter the direct forces of the bandits, he would command Zhuge and the Jingying warriors to strike with thunderous might, decapitating the principal adversary, reassuring the common folk, and then departing without lingering in battle. If faced with remnants of the Ming army or local gentry forces, he would personally engage, revealing his identity and persuading them with reason and emotion. His innate princely status, combined with an almost miraculous ability to persuade, rendered him nearly invincible in such endeavors. Within a mere fortnight, they traversed through cities and counties, successfully rallying nearly 5,000 straggling soldiers and militia without shedding a drop of blood. Though these newly recruited forces were not particularly formidable, they significantly bolstered the momentum of the Qingming army, allowing Zhu Cijiong's reputation as a benevolent ruler to spread throughout the chaotic land of Hunan. His army grew like a rolling snowball, ever larger. Yet, simultaneously, a colossal obstacle loomed before them, the Yellow River. This mother river of the Chinese nation now stood as an insurmountable barrier, obstructing their southward advance. Report. Chen Wu rushed in from the front, a grave expression on his face. Your Highness, 30 miles ahead lies Fenglingdu, the only crossing within 100 miles suitable for large-scale river crossings. However, but what? It has been occupied by an unidentified force, Chen Wu replied solemnly. From their flags, they are neither bandits nor government troops, but bear the character Qin. Their numbers are approximately 1,000, well-equipped and strictly disciplined, controlling all boats at the crossing, permitting only merchants and refugees to pass, while forbidding any organized military forces from approaching, regardless of their banners. Qin? Zhu Cijiong furrowed his brow, a sudden realization stirring within him. He recalled the details of the second female protagonist from the outline. Could it be? Unthinkable. A Datong surrender officer beside him erupted in fury. They are merely a band of water bandits. How dare they obstruct our royal army's path? Your Highness, allow me to lead our troops to charge and reclaim the crossing. Do not act impulsively. Zhu Cijiong raised his hand to restrain his fervor. A suspicion had already begun to form in his mind. He personally rode ahead with Zhuge, Chen Wu, and several loyal guards to the fabled Fenglingdu. Upon arrival, they beheld the banks of the expansive Yellow River bustling with activity. Thousands of refugees and merchants queuing orderly at the crossing, patiently awaiting their turn to board the vessels. In the heart of the crossing, over 1,000 individuals clad in uniform blue attire, armed with curved sabers and longbows, vigilantly maintained order. Their encampment, though simple, was meticulously organized, with watchtowers clearly delineated, radiating an air of the competence characteristic of seasoned warriors. At the highest point of the camp, a massive black flag emblazoned with the character Qin danced fiercely in the wind. This was no mere band of water bandits, but a genuine army. Just then, Zhu Cijiong's forces finally reached the crossing. The overwhelming presence of his 10,000 soldiers plunged the area into an immediate silence, with all refugees and merchants frantically retreating to either side. Under the Qin banner, the mysterious army quickly sprang into action. Clang, clang, clang. Thousands of curved sabers were drawn in unison. Archers knocked their arrows, forming an impenetrable line of defense. The entire crossing was suddenly charged with tension. From the main camp, a chestnut steed surged forth like a blazing flame, carrying a woman. She appeared to be around 20 years old, clad in a form-fitting red leather armor that accentuated her curvaceous figure, exuding an explosive vitality. She lacked the delicate softness typical of ordinary women, her lustrous black hair elegantly tied into a high ponytail. Her strikingly beautiful face bore the coolness wrought by the northern winds and sands. In her hand, she wielded a silver spear taller than herself, its tip glinting ominously in the sunlight. She resembled a thorny rose, defiantly blooming upon the battlefield. Who goes there? Her voice rang clear as a silver bell, yet carried an undeniable authority and fierceness. The Fengling crossing is the domain of my Tai Shui Biaoju. Your vast army encroaches. What is your intent? Dixue Biaoyu. The generals behind Zhu Cijiong were momentarily taken aback. How could such a mere escort agency dare to impede an army of thousands? However, a knowing smile crept onto Zhu Cijiong's face. He pushed through the crowd, riding forth alone to meet the woman, stating, "I am Zhu Cijiong. I lead my forces southward with the intent to reclaim the land, harboring no ill will. I kindly ask for your cooperation to cross the river." The woman, known as Qin Lan, the leader of this contingent, scrutinized Zhu Cijiong with her sharp, sword-like eyes. A flicker of surprise crossed her features. She had not anticipated that the commander of such a formidable army would appear as a mere youth. Yet, her astonishment swiftly morphed into wariness and a barely perceptible disdain. Another warlord brandishing the banner of reclamation. How many such so-called Ming armies had emerged since the fall of Emperor Chongzhen? They paraded under grandiose titles, yet engaged in deeds more sordid than those of bandits. "I beg your pardon," Qin Lan replied coldly, her spear angled toward the ground. "I care not who you are or what your goals may be. The rules of Taishui Biao Zhu stipulate that we escort all merchants and refugees willing to abide by our guidelines across the river. As for the conflicts among you warlords, we have no interest in participating. Please turn back." Her stance was uncompromising, leaving no room for negotiation. Impudent, Zhu Gui, witnessing her disrespect towards his lord, became infuriated, ready to charge forth. "General Zhou, stand down," Zhu Cijiong commanded once more. He regarded the poised, yet prejudiced woman before him, feeling not anger, but an increasing admiration. He understood that coercion would be futile against such a proud spirit. He must appeal to her heart. "Miss Qin, I presume?" Zhu Cijiong smiled slightly. "I have heard that in the waning days of the previous dynasty, there was a valiant woman named Qin Liangyu, who guarded Shizhu with loyalty and courage, shedding her last drop of blood for our great Ming. Might you be related?" Qin Lan was taken aback, her body trembling slightly. A complex expression crossed her face, pride, sorrow, but most of all a deep-seated hatred. "The name of my ancestor shall not be tarnished. Alas, the court is blind, and traitors hold sway, leading to the demise of my loyal family. This realm has decayed to its very core. Who ascends to the throne is of no concern to me." "Well said." Zhu Cijiong clapped in laughter. "Indeed, this world is in ruins. Yet that is not a reason for us to abandon hope." His voice rose passionately, an invisible force surging forth with his words. "Miss Qin, by establishing this crossing to escort refugees, you seek to uphold a principle to leave a glimmer of light in this dark world. But have you considered that your strength alone is ultimately limited? You may guard one crossing, but can you protect the entire Yellow River? You may save 1,000 refugees, but can you rescue the countless citizens who are on the brink of becoming slaves to foreign powers? What you accomplish is but a drop in the ocean, a temporary remedy. And I," Zhu Cijiong pointed to himself, a sudden aura of princely might emanating from a small frame, "I am destined to overhaul this already decayed world from its roots. You guard the crossing, while I shall safeguard the vast expanse of our homeland. You protect the common people, while I aim to secure the future of our Han dynasty's millions. We share a common purpose. Today, by impeding me, you do not merely obstruct Zhu Cijiong, but you hinder the last flicker of hope for the citizens of this realm." His words struck Qin Lan like a series of thunderclaps, leaving her momentarily stunned. She gazed at this audacious yet infinitely confident youth, feeling her heart stirred. Indeed, all her efforts here seemed grand. Yet what did they amount to in the face of this crumbling world? As her thoughts swirled, Zhu Cijiong spoke again, this time filled with immense confidence. "Words alone are not enough. Miss Qin, being a descendant of loyalty, I presume you only believe in the strong. How about we make a wager?" He gestured to Zhou Kui, who stood like an iron tower behind him. "This is my mightiest warrior. You, or your strongest warrior, shall face him in battle. Should you win, my army will turn around immediately and never set foot at Fengling Crossing again. But should we prevail?" A determined smile played upon his lips. "I do not seek your escort or your soldiers. I only ask for you to accompany me. Witness for yourself whether Zhu Cijiong speaks in vain. See if I can indeed turn this world around." Qin Lan's breath quickened. The long-dormant fire within her was ignited in that instant. She looked at the audacious youth before her, and then at the formidable warrior behind him. She knew she could not refuse. Raising her spear high, her valiant visage radiated a brilliant glow, very well. I, Qin Lan, accept your challenge. I shall fight this battle myself. With a swift motion, she spurred her steed, launching herself into the arena like an arrow, gracefully twirling her spear to create a beautiful flourish, pointing it toward Zhou Kuei. Come, let me see the weight of your so-called imperial army. Chapter 29. Qin Lan's resolve. The Yellow River, Fengling Crossing. The turbulent waves surged endlessly, seemingly recounting the rise and fall, the honor and disgrace of this land over countless years. At this moment, the ancient crossing transformed into a silent arena. Thousands of gazes converged upon the battlefield, fixated on the two opposing figures at its center. On one side stood Qin Lan, clad in crimson leather armor, wielding a gleaming silver spear. Perched upon her chestnut steed, she exuded an air of confidence and grace, resembling a fire poised to ignite the world, embodying both vitality and perilous beauty. On the other side was Zhou Kuei, donned in heavy black armor, wielding a golden-tipped spear. He sat silently on his horse, his imposing figure resembling a mountain rising from the ground, steady as a deep abyss, emanating a terrifying aura that felt capable of collapsing the very heavens. Fire and mountain, vitality and weightiness. The two contrasting energies collided fiercely at the center of the battlefield, causing the surrounding air to feel almost stagnant. Boss Qin, valiant! Strike down that giant! The thousands of guards from Tai, Shui, Biao, Zhu cheered loudly for their undefeated leader. In stark contrast, the ranks of the Xingming army fell into a profound silence. Those seasoned soldiers from the capital, having witnessed Zhou Kuei's prowess, regarded the audacious woman with a look of pity. To them, this battle's outcome had been predetermined from the very start. Lady, please proceed. Zhou Kuei's voice boomed like a thunderclap. If I strike first, you may not even have the chance to draw your spear. His words were not boastful. They merely stated a simple fact. Yet, to the proud Qin Lan, they were a direct provocation. Such audacity! Qin Lan's eyes narrowed, and she ceased her words. She abruptly squeezed her legs against the horse's belly, and the steed beneath her surged forth like an arrow loosed from a bow, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning as it hurtled toward Zhou Kuei. Before the rider arrived, the spear had already struck. With a resounding hum, the silver lance in her grasp trembled violently in the air, instantly manifesting a myriad of spear shadows. The glimmering spear tip, reminiscent of pear blossoms blown from their branches by a fierce March wind, enveloped Zhou Kuei's vital points in a mesmerizing display. This was the Qin family's rainstorm pear blossom spear. Beside Zhu Cijiong, a knowledgeable general from Datong gasped in astonishment. This technique, the spear unleashed like a dragon, with the force of torrential rain, was one of the legendary skills that had once made the White Pole Army commander, Qin Liangyu, renowned throughout the realm. The precision and ferocity of her spear technique could instill trepidation in even the most elite of warriors. Faced with this earth-shattering thrust, Zhou Kuei's face, typically as calm as an ancient well, finally revealed a hint of surprise. Yet, he remained unmoved. Just as the myriad spear shadows were about to strike, he made his move. His actions were neither swift nor graceful, almost clumsy. He did not attempt to block or evade. Instead, he simply thrust his tiger-headed golden spear forward with a forceful jab. This strike was unadorned, devoid of any technique, possessing only one attribute: unparalleled power and unparalleled speed. With a low growl, he unleashed the heavy spear, producing a terrifying sonic boom that tore through the air. Boom! A visible shockwave erupted from the point of collision between the two spears, shattering the air. The breathtaking pear blossom spear shadows, in the presence of this absolute and irrational force, melted away like snow under the sun, leaving no trace behind. Clang! The deafening sound of metal striking metal echoed through the heavens. Qin Lan felt an overwhelming force, utterly unlike any human strength, surging through the spear towards her. Her petite frame quivered violently, her hands ruptured, blood streaming forth. The steed beneath her emitted a pained whinny, staggered backward, retreating several steps as it left deep hoof prints in the hardened ground. With but a single strike, the outcome was clear. The arena fell into a profound silence. The thunderous cheers of the Iron Blood escort ceased abruptly. All the escort members stared at the black demon, who remained firmly seated atop his horse. not even swaying an inch, as though their throats had been gripped by an unseen hand. Qinlan was filled with disbelief. She struggled against the excruciating pain in her arm, fixing her gaze upon the man before her. How is this possible? What manner of monster is this? This strength has surpassed her understanding of human martial arts. Yet, Zhuge offered her no respite. His warhorse, sensing its master's battle intent, reared up majestically, letting out a resounding neigh. In an instant, Zhuge transformed into a black mountain, charging toward Qinlan with devastating force. This time, he did not merely thrust. He swung the tiger-headed golden spear with one hand, creating a black whirlwind of death. With a rush, the spear swept horizontally, bearing down upon Qinlan with the might of thunder. There was no evasion possible. Qinlan clenched her silver teeth, channeling every ounce of strength into her spear, straining to block the attack. Clang! Another resounding crash. This time, Qinlan could no longer maintain her balance. The silver lance in her grasp was wrenched from her hands by the overwhelming force, spinning several times in the air before plunging heavily into the ground, its tail vibrating incessantly. As for her, she let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from her lips, and was violently thrown from her horse, tracing a clumsy arc through the air as she plummeted towards the earth. "Miss! Master!" The members of the Iron Blood escort cried out in horror. Just as Qinlan was about to crash to the ground, potentially shattering her bones, a shadowy figure appeared beneath her with astonishing speed. It was Zhuge. Unbeknownst to her, he had already leapt from his horse. With a hand like a fan, he gently caught her descending body, dissipating the tremendous impact effortlessly. He then placed her gently on the ground. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, showcasing an exquisite mastery over strength. He did not cast another glance at her, but, as if performing a trivial task, turned and strode back to retrieve the tiger-headed golden spear from the ground, hoisting it onto his shoulder. His imposing figure once again stood before Zhu Cijiong's warhorse. The battlefield was so quiet that even the sound of the Yellow River's flow could be distinctly heard. Defeated. The loss was unmistakable and absolute. There was not even a shred of suspense. Qinlan stood dazed, gazing at her bleeding hand, then at the shadow of the man who resembled a demonic figure, her heart churning with tumultuous waves. She had not lost due to skill or experience. Rather, she had succumbed to an incomprehensible, absolute power. The over 1,000 escort members behind her had also been rendered utterly speechless by this scene. They watched as their undefeated female warrior faltered, unable to withstand even 3 moves from her opponent. Their meager pride and spirit of resistance had dissipated into thin air. At that moment, Zhu Cijiong approached on horseback, slowly stepping forward. He did not look down from a position of superiority. Instead, he dismounted 3 paces from Qinlan. Ignoring her disheveled appearance, he walked to the trembling silver spear, lifted it, and personally returned it to her. "Miss Qin, your spear technique is unparalleled, a sight to behold," Zhu Cijiong said sincerely, devoid of any arrogance of a victor. "In terms of spear finesse, General Zhou is no match for you. You truly live up to the legacy of General Qin Liangyu." His words flowed like a warm current, instantly dispelling all of Qinlan's feelings of humiliation and resentment. She gazed at the young prince who personally retrieved her weapon, into his clear and sincere eyes, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had lost. Yet, she accepted her defeat wholeheartedly. She had not succumbed to the monstrous warrior, but to the depth and unfathomable essence of youth before her. She opened her mouth, her voice slightly hoarse, I concede. Slowly, she accepted her long spear, driving it heavily into the ground, kneeling before Zhu Cijiong. This action elicited gasps of disbelief from all the members of the Iron Blood escort. According to their wager, Qinlan lifted her head, and for the first time, a glimmer of submission shone in her proud eyes. "I, Qinlan, along with the 1,200 brothers of the Iron Blood escort behind me, shall henceforth follow your highness. However," she quickly added, her eyes still harboring a flicker of defiance, "I have one condition. You may command me, but my men shall only heed my call. We are willing to charge in a battle for you, but we are not your subordinates. We are allies." She proposed a seemingly impertinent yet fundamentally dignified demand to secure her and her brother's final semblance of independence. However, upon hearing this, Zhu Cijiong merely smiled. "Agreed," without hesitation. He nodded. I not only accept your condition, but I shall also offer you another promise. He stepped forward and gently assisted Qin Lan to her feet. From this day forth, I officially appoint you as the Chief General of the Xingming Army and the Commander of the Navy. Under your command, this regiment of 1,200 brothers shall stand as an independent force, designated as the New Tao Camp. I do not seek allies among you. His gaze transformed into one of fervent sincerity. He articulated with deliberate emphasis, I require you to be the first invincible fleet that cleaves through the boundless waves in the revival of our Daming. The term invincible fleet and the title of Commander of the Navy resonated with grand aspirations and supreme trust, striking deeply into Qin Lan's heart. She was utterly astonished. Gazing at the audacious young man before her, she comprehended how trivial her meager conditions and pride were in comparison to his vast and starry ambitions. Abandoning all hesitation, she bowed deeply to Zhu Cijiong, performing a standard gesture of reverence between ruler and subject. I, the humble Qin Lan, pay my respects to your highness. Behind her, the 1,200 valiant warriors of the iron-blooded bodyguard, after a brief moment of shock, knelt in unison, their voices echoing like a tempest across the banks of the Yellow River. We pay our respects, your highness. Half a day later, at the Fengling Ferry, 1,000 sails raced across the waters. With the full cooperation of Qin Lan and her New Tao camp, Zhu Cijiong's vast army and supplies began to cross the formidable Yellow River in an orderly manner. On a colossal command ferry, Zhu Cijiong and Qin Lan stood side by side, gazing at the scenery on both banks. Your Highness, unable to suppress her curiosity, finally asked, Who exactly is General Zhuge? What grants him such extraordinary prowess? Zhu Cijiong replied with a mysterious smile. He did not answer directly, but turned to observe the great flag of the Ming fluttering in the wind. Speaking in a tone imbued with distant yet boundless strength, General Zhou fights, not for himself. Upon his gun rests my will, the weight of our Daming's 300 years of legacy, and the hopes of the 40 million Han citizens of this realm. Such a burden cannot be borne nor resisted by mere mortals. Qin Lan, though partially comprehending, looked again at the imposing figure standing silently behind Zhu Cijiong. Akin to a guardian deity, her eyes filled with profound reverence. She realized that perhaps she had indeed made the right gamble. The one she chose to follow might truly be a person capable of creating legends. As the last batch of soldiers set foot on the soil of the southern bank of the Yellow River, it heralded the success of Zhu Cijiong and his ever-growing army in embedding their blades into the heart of this dragon's land. Chapter 30. Aspiring for the central plains, the southern bank of the Yellow River, Fengling Ferry. When the last ferry docked securely, and the final contingent of the Xingming army stepped onto this land belonging to the central plains, a heavy and time-worn atmosphere, distinct from the northern territories, enveloped them. Here lies Hunan, the cradle of Huaxia civilization, the core of dynastic ambitions. However, at this moment, this once prosperous land lay in utter devastation. Zhu Cijiong reigned in the reins, standing atop a high rise, surveying the land beneath. The distant official roads lay abandoned, the fields on both sides left fallow, overgrown with wild grasses taller than a person. Most villages had been reduced to crumbling ruins, like silent specters in the desolate autumn wind, exuding a scent of death. No smoke rose from chimneys, no sounds of livestock could be heard. This land seemed to have been thoroughly cleansed by a great plague. Your Highness, the recently surrendered Qin Lan rode up beside him, a shadow of gloom cast upon her valiant visage, since the incessant conflict between bandits and government forces. Hunan had become a ghost town, with 9 out of 10 houses abandoned. Survivors either hid in the deep mountains or fled to the south. This place had long become a wasteland. Her voice carried deep sorrow, although she had secured the ferry and protected the local populace. What she could perceive was merely the tip of the iceberg. The grim scene of desolation before her continued to pierce her heart. Zhu Cijiong remained silent. His army of 15,000 now extended like a dragon from the ferry into the interior. This vast army was composed of diverse elements, each with its own aura. At the forefront were the elite troops led by Zhuge and the veterans from Ningwu Pass under Zhou Yuji, the very soul of this army, their gazes resolute, harboring a restrained ferocity. In the midst were the defected soldiers from Datong, recently returned. They constituted the largest contingent, and, although their ranks were relatively orderly, Their eyes still bore traces of confusion and unease. Bringing up the rear were the 1,200 independent soldiers of the Nuteo camp under Qianlong, resembling a pack of wolves, maintaining a cautious distance from the main force, their eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny towards the royal army. A military force so complex resembled a massive powder keg, traversing a desolate land devoid of supplies. Your Highness, our troops number over 10,000, and our provisions are rapidly depleting. This place has become barren wasteland. We must quickly find a city to rest and resupply, or within 10 days, morale will surely falter. A distressed Datong defector approached to report. Indeed, Your Highness, let us head directly to Nanyang, which remains relatively prosperous. No, Nanyang lies within the territory of Zhuge. Venturing there recklessly would provoke conflict. The generals began to argue once more. Yet Zhu Cijiong merely raised his hand, silencing all voices instantly. His gaze traversed the wasteland before him and turned towards the east. There once stood the imperial capital of the Eastern Han, the eastern capital of the Sui and Tang dynasties, and the fief of the Dong Ming's Fuwang. To Luoyang, he calmly uttered 2 words. Luoyang. The moment these words escaped his lips, everyone was taken aback. Your Highness, this is utterly unwise. The defector exclaimed urgently. Luoyang was breached by bandits years ago, and Fuwang Zhu Changshuan was turned into a feast for the gods. That city has been ravaged by bandits repeatedly, and now stands as a ruin far worse than here, a city of death. What do we gain by going there? You are mistaken. Zhu Cijiong shook his head, his deep-set eyes radiating a discerning wisdom. For precisely because it is a city of death, it becomes our optimal choice. He turned to face the generals, his voice steady and resonant. First, Luoyang holds immense geographical significance. It borders the Yellow River to the north, is flanked by Funyo to the south, controls Hango Pass to the west, and commands Hulao to the east. It is the very center of the realm, a nexus from which all directions converge. To possess Luoyang is to place the most pivotal piece upon the chessboard of the Central Plains. Second, because it is dilapidated, it serves as a blank canvas, a canvas devoid of any entrenched power, free from entangling interests, upon which we can freely paint our designs. As for provisions, a hint of mystery graced his countenance. Even if a former royal capital has been emptied, the wealth buried beneath it exceeds your wildest imaginations. Moreover, what I seek has never been mere objects. He suddenly yanked the reins, causing his steed to rear and emit a powerful neigh. What I seek is the hearts of the people. Relay the orders. The entire army shall mobilize. Destination, Luoyang. I shall show the world how I, Zhu Cijiong, can breathe life back into a city of death. 3 days later, at Luoyang, when Zhu Cijiong's grand army reached the foot of this legendary ancient capital, despite their mental preparations, they were still deeply wounded by the horrific sight before them. The towering city walls lay riddled with countless wounds, gaping breaches visible everywhere, resembling gaping, ghastly scars. The moat had long since dried up, filled with mud and unidentifiable bones. The entire city was shrouded in a pall of deathly silence, devoid of any signs of life. This was a vast grave. Your Highness, it seems there are still people within the city. The scout commander Chun Wu pointed towards the weathered, yet defiantly fluttering banners of the Ming army atop the city walls, and the sparse figures of the defenders pacing back and forth. Zhu Cijiong nodded in acknowledgement. He understood that although the wheel of history had veered off course, certain resilient trajectories remained intact, just as their grand army had arranged itself outside the city. The dilapidated city gate of Luoyang creaked open with a grating sound that sent chills down the spine. A regiment of several hundred emerged from within, clad in incomplete armor and wielding battered weapons, each soldier's face etched with fatigue and numbness. Yet, their postures remained unyieldingly upright, their gazes sharp as blades. This was a true army forged in countless battles, a lamenting force that had clawed its way out of a sea of corpses and blood. Leading them was a robust figure, a middle-aged general of around 40, with a stern visage and a steel beard. His armor bore deep gashes, and his eyes were filled with wariness and suspicion towards the world. He was the commander of this beleaguered force, He Ilong, a deputy under General Sun Chuanting of Shaanxi. After Sun's defeat, he had led the remnants of his troops through perilous paths, miraculously reclaiming this empty city from the clutches of bandits and enduring, for several months in dire conditions. As he observed the well-ordered and vividly bannered royal army outside, his eyes reflected not joy but a deeper vigilance. Who were these soldiers outside the city? Why did they come bearing the flag of the Ming while encroaching upon Luoyang? Bold. A defector beside Zhu Cijiong immediately rebuked. How dare you be so disrespectful in the presence of His Highness, the Prince of Ding? Dingwang? He Yilong was momentarily taken aback. Then a mocking disdain crept onto his face. Another prince? In these past months, I have seen more than enough of the likes of the Xingping Wang and the Fuan Wang. Perhaps 8 out of 10 have passed beneath my walls. Now, another Ding Wang arrives? You parasites of a nation, the courtiers. When the bandits came, you fled faster than anyone. Now that they have left, you emerge to seize land and plunder the people. Do you still remember the late emperor? Do you still regard the foundations of the Ming dynasty? His words were imbued with blood and tears, inciting a sense of shame among the generals behind Zhu Cijiong. Yet, Zhu Cijiong remained unfazed. He comprehended that this man harbored deep-seated resentment and hatred. What he required was not coercion, but proof. General He, is it? Zhu Cijiong advanced on horseback, speaking calmly. I understand your grievances and your hatred, but I'm not one of those parasites you speak of. You may doubt my words. I know you do. Slowly, he raised his riding whip and pointed towards the desolate city behind Heilong. I ask you this. Do you wish for the city to come back to life? Do you wish for your brothers, who have fought alongside you, to have a hearty meal and a peaceful sleep? Do you wish to avenge your mentor, Sun Quanting, who fell at Tongwan? Upon hearing the name of Sun Quanting, Heilong's eyes turned bloodshot, that name representing an everlasting pain within him. Silence. You are unworthy to speak his name, he bellowed. Whether I am worthy is not for you to decide. Zhu Cijiong's voice grew stern. I offer you an opportunity, and one for myself as well. I know you do not pledge allegiance to any flag. You only believe in the blade in your hand. He suddenly turned to the formidable figure of Zhou Kuei behind him and commanded, General Zhou Kuei, at your service. The men under General He are all seasoned warriors. Go, demonstrate a few moves for me. Zhu Cijiong recognized that against an unparalleled warrior like He Yilong, mere words would be futile. Only absolute, unmatched strength could serve as the key to conquer him. Again with this tactic, Qin Lan, positioned at the rear, smiled at the unfolding scene, though her expression turned serious as she pondered whether anyone could withstand 3 moves under the might of the dark demon. He Yilong watched as a colossal man, wielding a massive spear, strode forth, the overwhelming aura almost suffocating him. For the first time, a grave expression crossed his rugged features. He realized he had encountered an unprecedented adversary. Very well, he declared, undeterred and ignited with fierce combat spirit. Today I, He Yilong, shall measure the mettle of your so-called royal army. He did not engage directly, but instead turned to one of his own, similarly stout and wielding a hefty broadsword. Wan Mang, you go. Show them if our Shangxi blades are swift enough. Yes, Wan Mang Zhao. Gripping his sword and propelling himself forward like a cannonball aimed at Zhou Kuei, he swung down his massive weapon with the force capable of cleaving mountains as he bore down on Zhou Kuei, unfazed by the earth-shattering strike. Zhou Kuei maintained his ever-unflinching demeanor. He did not even draw his spear. Just as the gleaming blade was about to connect, he moved. With a simple lift of his left hand, he extended 2 fingers. Clang! The resonant sound of metal striking metal rang out, sending shivers through the onlookers. Time seemed to freeze as disbelief gripped their faces. The enormous broadsword, capable of splitting iron armor, was effortlessly held aloft between Zhou Kuei's 2 unremarkable fingers. No matter how hard the burly Wang Mang strained, the sword could not advance an inch. With a soft crack, a sound that sent chills through all who heard it, Zhou Kuei slightly adjusted his fingers. The sword, forged from the finest steel, snapped as easily as a fragile biscuit. With a flick of his finger, the broken blade flew back like a cannonball, crashing into Wang Mang's chest armor. Thud! Wang Mang let out a pained cry, blood spewing forth as his hefty frame flew backward like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing heavily at He Yilong's feet, unconscious. Silence enveloped the battlefield. The fierce Shangxi soldiers under He Yilong and the defectors behind Zhu Cijiong, who had witnessed Zhou Kuei's might, felt as though an invisible hand had seized their throats. Is this even human? He Yilong stood in shock, witnessing his most valiant soldier being utterly incapacitated by mere fingers. His understanding of martial arts, cultivated over a lifetime, was mercilessly crushed in that instant. As his composure faltered, Zhu Cijiong's voice resounded like a divine decree, infused with undeniable, sovereign authority. He Yilong, I ask you again, will you yield this city of Luoyang or not? Will you join this army that seeks to restore the world and avenge General Sun? Golden light surged like a torrent, flooding into He Yilong and the remnants of his soldiers, igniting a fervor within him unlike any he had ever felt, sweeping away all doubts, grievances, and confusion. Consumed by a flame named destiny, he gazed upon the enigmatic and noble youth before him, as well as the colossal figure resembling a demigod behind him. He understood that he had no choice, nor did he need to deliberate further. In a sudden motion, this iron-willed warrior, who had never bent his knee amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, dismounted and knelt heavily on one knee. He and the hundreds of remnants behind him moved in perfect unison, as if they had rehearsed this moment 1,000 times. General He Yilong, his voice trembling with fervor, was filled with an unprecedented sense of liberation and zeal. I, leading the remnants of Luoyang, pay homage to His Highness, the Prince of Ding. I am willing to serve as your vanguard and seek vengeance for our commander. I shall face a myriad of deaths without hesitation. Chapter 31. The resurrection of the dead city Luoyang, the shattered imperial city, stood silently under the twilight's glow, as General He Yilong's hoarse yet fervent pledge of loyalty echoed before the vast city gates. The surrender ceremony that unfolded in the heart of the Central Plains finally reached a resounding conclusion. The army of Zhu Cijiong advanced like a colossal dragon, methodically entering the legendary ancient capital. However, as they truly set foot in this city, the passion of victory was swiftly cooled by the harsh reality before them. Even these seasoned veterans, accustomed to the trials of life and death, could not help but gasp in shock. Silence reigned, a silence as profound as that of a tomb. Once bustling thoroughfares were now overrun with weeds towering to half a man's height. Along the roads, the once grand residences and shops were reduced to blackened ruins. Through the hollow doorways and windows, decayed furniture and cobwebs could be faintly discerned. The air was thick with an inescapable stench, a blend of decay and dust. This was a city that had been utterly drained of its last drop of blood by war. Your Highness, Zhuge urged his horse alongside Zhu Cijiong, observing the apocalyptic scene before them, a shadow of deep gravity crossing his usually resolute face. This place is abandoned. With over 15,000 troops, our consumption is immense. If we cannot find supplies soon, I fear. His words trailed off, the meaning all too clear. The recently subdued He Yilong bore a look of shame and helplessness. Your Highness, I am incompetent. For the past few months, our remnants have survived here solely by scavenging the meager leftovers from the city's cellars. Now we have dug 3 feet into the ground and found no grain. This news weighed heavily upon all the commanders. Although they had captured Luoyang, they had effectively imprisoned themselves within a vast cage devoid of food. Your Highness, perhaps we should turn back to the relatively prosperous Nanyang? It is not too late. An anxious defector from Datong urged. Turn back? Zhu Cijiong slowly shook his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over the desolation, igniting within him an unprecedented flame of creation. In his lexicon, there was no such term as retreat. He abruptly pulled on the reins, halting before the already dilapidated Fuwang mansion, turning to face the 15,000 soldiers, each with varied expressions, and the worried commanders. His voice resonated like a divine decree, clear and resolute. By my first decree, from this day forward, my Shiming Army's Hunan Division shall officially be renamed the Zhongyuan Jingwu Army. The remnants under General He Yilong will be integrated with my troops, with no distinctions. General He, you are appointed as the deputy commander of the Jingwu Army and shall also serve as the vanguard. Upon hearing this, He Yilong was struck with shock. He had not anticipated that His Highness would not punish him for his earlier indiscretion, but instead grant him such a significant responsibility. This trust and magnanimity moved the seasoned warrior, who had traversed the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, to tears. I am unworthy of such honor. He dismounted and knelt heavily, declaring, Your Highness, with such trust placed in me, I am willing to serve you with my utmost devotion, facing death without complaint. Zhu Cijiong nodded in satisfaction, knowing that winning hearts was more crucial than merely gathering troops. By my second decree, his voice rose sharply, suffused with undeniable authority. General Zhuge, he my command. At your service. So repeat. I grant you 5,000 men. Dig out this Fuwang mansion inch by inch. Dig it out? Zhuge was taken aback, as were all present. Zhu Cijiong smirked coldly, his deep-set eyes glimmering with historical insight. Fuwang Zhu Changshuan is the most favored son of Emperor Shenzong, having plundered the wealth of Luoyang for decades. When Li Zicheng breached Luoyang, he turned him into a feast. Yet the treasures recovered were far below expectations. I refuse to believe there are no hidden chambers, no cellars, no escape routes beneath his grand estate where mountains of gold and silver could be concealed. Dig 3 feet into the ground. I do not believe we cannot find food or gold. This proclamation struck like lightning, dispelling the fog of uncertainty in everyone's hearts. Yes, the treasure of Fuwang. This legendary existence ignited the flames of hope within every soldier. I will obey. Merely having resources was insufficient. Zhu Cijiong's gaze turned toward the vast wilderness beyond the city. The most precious asset of city is always its people. On my third decree, in my name, I proclaim to all of Hunan. His voice brimmed with boundless allure and compassion. To all subjects of the great Ming, regardless of age, gender, or occupation. From this moment on, anyone willing to enter my Luoyang shall be welcomed as a guest. I guarantee, in the name of the prince, that no harm shall come to you. Each person entering the city shall receive a dough of rice and a piece of clothing to ensure your survival. For those wishing to settle within the city, land shall be allocated per head. 50 mu for men, 20 mu for women. The land granted shall be permanent and can be passed down to descendants. For 3 years, all taxes on the allocated land shall be waived. Boom! This final decree resonated like a true sun, exploding in the minds of all present. The allocation of land, the exemption from taxes. What did this mean for those displaced by war, who had been oppressed by burdensome taxes and banditry? It meant rebirth. It heralded a brand new, tangible future. Even Qianlan, the proud heroine, was left in disbelief upon hearing these words, her fierce eyes filled with shock. She gazed at the youth before her, who dared to vow such grand aspirations amidst the ruins. She finally comprehended the magnitude of his vision to revive a dead city. This transcended mere heart-winning. It was a brazen and irresistible strategy to lay a foundation anew for himself and for all those struggling to survive on this land. In the ensuing 7 days, Luoyang witnessed a miraculous and grand creation. Under Zhou Kuei's direct supervision, thousands of soldiers labored like the most industrious ants, thoroughly overturning the long-abandoned Fuwang mansion. At last, on the evening of the 3rd day, a soldier's shovel struck a peculiar echo within a dry well beneath an artificial hill. They had found it, as the heavy stone slab, camouflaged as the well's bottom, was slowly removed, revealing a deep passage leading underground. Every breath was held in anticipation. As they descended the damp steps, torches in hand, they beheld an enormous underground treasury, resembling a cavern, filled to the brim with countless treasures and neatly stacked bags of grain. Even Zhou Kuei, with his steadfast resolve, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Gold, silver, grain, mountains of gold and silver, illuminated by the flickering flames, radiated a dazzling brilliance that left onlookers spellbound. The well-preserved rice, stored in vast quantities, exuded a life-affirming aroma that surpassed the allure of any jewel. "We've struck it rich," murmured a young soldier, followed by a thunderous cheer. Yet, before the treasures arrived, it was the people who came first. When Zhu Cijiong's edict regarding the new policies in Luoyang was posted by hundreds of scouts on the crumbling walls of various counties in Hunan, the destitute refugees, hiding in the depths of the mountains, were stunned to hear this seemingly fantastical news from the merchants who had narrowly escaped. Initially, there was skepticism, followed by cautious observation. When the first group of the most daring, nearly starved refugees approached the gates of Luoyang with a resolve to face death, they were astonished to receive a bag of life-saving grain and a land deed inscribed with their names from the disciplined royal troops. The news exploded. This was not a fabrication. It was indeed real. The royal army had arrived. The prince was distributing land and provisions. The word spread like wildfire from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to thousands. In the following days, a multitude of refugees surged toward Luoyang, forming a dark tide. They came with their families, in tattered clothes, yet their faces glowed with a hopeful radiance akin to that of pilgrims. Zhu Cijiong ordered the establishment of enormous porridge shelters outside the city, serving day and night. Simultaneously, he appointed He Ilong to lead his fellow impoverished soldiers from Shaanxi in registering the population, measuring land, and distributing land deeds. The entire city, enveloped in a tense yet hopeful atmosphere, transformed into a vast construction site, embarking on its journey of rebirth from the ashes. Witnessing this, Qianlong was utterly captivated. She stood atop the city walls, gazing at the endless tide of refugees outside and observing the citizens within, diligently clearing rubble with the soldiers' assistance to prepare for the reconstruction of their homes. At that moment, her once proud heart was filled with a profound sense of reverence. She finally understood that the young man before her possessed not only extraordinary martial prowess and inscrutable strategies, but also a far more formidable and noble force, the power of creation. As Zhu Cijiong breathed new life into the city, resembling a divine creator, 1,000 miles away in the Ming dynasty's capital, Jinling, revelry and indulgence reigned. On the Qinhuai River, pleasure boats floated by, and the air was filled with enchanting melodies that lasted throughout the night. The court was shrouded in political turmoil, rife with factional disputes. In the residence of the Grand Chancellor, a pallid-faced scholar with a venomous gaze, dressed in luxurious silks, reclined on a soft couch, admiring the graceful dance of the courtesans while listening to a report from a trusted aide. He was Ma Shiring, a treacherous minister who wielded immense power over the southern Ming court. Recently, the hypocrites of the Donglin party have united to accuse you of embezzling military funds. The aide reported cautiously. They are merely a group of babblers. Ma Shiring scoffed disdainfully, raising his cup and drinking it down. Let them be. As long as we hold the troops of the 4 towns in Jiangbei, they cannot stir up trouble. However, the aide hesitated, then presented an urgent report. My lord, there seem to be some disturbances in the north. Oh, Ma Shiring lazily accepted the report and glanced at it casually. Yet in the next moment, the languor and satisfaction on his face froze. He abruptly sat up, his eyes fixated on a few words on the document, his facial muscles twitching in shock and disbelief. Ding Wang, Zhu Cijiong, he muttered, then erupted in a frantic roar. How is this possible? Wasn't the former emperor's son killed in the chaos? Where did this Ding Wang come from? He has even subdued the frontier troops in Shaanxi, defeated Chen Yongfu. Now he leads tens of thousands of soldiers into Luoyang, distributing land and winning hearts. Nonsense. Absurdity. Ma Shiring violently tore the report to shreds. For the first time, genuine fear emanated from the depths of his soul. He realized that the good days for him and everyone in the Jinling court were likely coming to an end. A true prince, bearing the authentic bloodline of the Ming dynasty, had returned with an invincible army. For those who had supported the false king, claiming to restore the state while actually enriching themselves, this was akin to a death sentence. Come here. Ma Shiring howled like a beast. Summoned Wan Dajing to the palace. Quickly, a grand storm, fraught with conspiracy and peril, began to brew in the distance, centered on the uninvited guest. Yet, Zhu Cijiong seemed to have anticipated this. Standing atop the walls of Luoyang, he gazed toward the southeastern sky, a cold smile gracing his lips. The fat rats in Jinling must have received the news by now. Good. It would save him the trouble of seeking them out one by one.